This is Alex, the main character of our fascinating story. Look carefully at his eyes and remember that he is just an innocent victim. Now he is listening to the radio. Alex is tied to a chair, and the voice of the announcer quietly reports that a terrible maniac is operating in the city. Another victim is sitting next to Alex. The man is also tied up and cannot move. Suddenly, a system window appears in front of our hero, which only he and no one else can see. The system reports that he fell for the rainy night maniac, and if he fails, he will become another corpse. Alex got caught. He's just an innocent victim in the hands of a bloody maniac. How can that be? 5 hours earlier, Alex scares customers with a knife, and this is normal, because he works in a regular panic room entertaining people, but they seem bored. The visitors continue to walk calmly, not paying any attention to Alex, who was trying to scare them because they were paying for it. This is Alex's colleague, and he asks our hero why he looks so gloomy. Alex says that the police academy where he attends has too much homework. And he doesn't have time to do it because he works part-time in the panic room, because they pay well here and not every student receives such a salary. But he does not despair, because he likes this work, and here he lets off steam after studying. Besides, during breaks there is a lot of time to think through various tactics and plans in case he ever comes face to face with a real criminal in his life. And in fact, Alex is constantly busy not with homework, but with one complicated criminal case, thinking about which he spent more than one sleepless night. He lost his closest friend in that unsolved case a long time ago. After all these years, the police still haven't found the killer, so Alex entered the police academy, hoping to solve the case. He is ready to deal with the killer with his own hands. He just needs to find him. Find and punish, even if it costs Alex the highest price. It's already dark and it's pouring rain, raindrops crackling outside the windows. Locker room of the panic room. Alex is getting ready to go home after working another shift, because today there were a lot of visitors, and he was very tired. As usual, he has a huge knife in his backpack, a prop from work, with which he scares visitors to the panic room. Alex hails a taxi because he doesn't want to get wet in a matter of minutes. Our hero starts a dialogue with the taxi driver. They discuss the bad weather, which lasts all damn day today. But the driver complains that all the news is talking about a maniac and people don't leave their houses, don't go anywhere, and his income has dropped significantly. Alex said that he is a student at the police academy and knows about the killer. Suddenly, the driver notices something on the road with his peripheral vision. This is the silhouette of a man in a raincoat, and he's right in front of a car that is driving fast. The taxi driver sharply presses the brake pedal and turns the steering wheel to the side, but it was too late to react. This causes the car to overturn and fly off the road because the maneuver was too sharp. Alex is dangling upside down, trapped with a jammed seatbelt and a recent concussion, unable to escape. Almost losing consciousness, he sees the silhouette of a man approaching the car. Everything inside the main character tells him that real danger is approaching him. The last thing our hero sees is a sparkling knife in the hand of an unknown man. Having regained consciousness, Alex realizes that the accident was staged by a maniac, and they were kidnapped. However, the main character is not afraid of the killer, because he has developed his skills at the police academy for many years and knows exactly what needs to be done. An unknown man finally appears from the darkness from the road and takes a confident and loud step towards the tied-up guys. This is a maniac, and he proudly apologizes for the wait. But his face does not convey any apology. It only shows bloodlust and complete madness. He has a huge bloody knife in his hand, and with his whole appearance he shows that every person in front of him is just another victim. The taxi driver panics at this sight. He is very frightened and pees himself. Suddenly he draws attention to Alex, who is sitting very calmly. This is an unusual sight for a maniac who, with his very appearance, strikes fear into the hearts of his victims. The main character asks the maniac if he really considers himself such a cool human hunter. The maniac replies that he brought many people here, and not one got out alive, and today will not be an exception for anyone. Alex said that a real hunter stalks his prey, and he just pulled them out of the car after an accident, so it doesn't count as hunting. The maniac got very angry because it was very unpleasant for him to hear this. Alex mocks the maniac and says that he is not a hunter at all, and if the maniac wants to prove otherwise, then let him let them go and try to catch them again, and only then will he be able to prove to him that he is a real maniac killer. The maniac feels pleasure and agrees to this game. He gives them time to hide in the building and is going to track them down and kill them. Alex and the taxi driver go to hide from the maniac. They got their chance for salvation, as if it were a gift of fate. But what if our hero has a plan that will leave you in shock? The taxi driver runs after Alex and invites him to hide and wait until the morning, and then escape from this abandoned building, where there is absolutely no one. But the main character understands perfectly well that running is useless and another plan is needed. The driver says that he is very scared, and he hopes for Alex's help, because he himself has never faced danger in his life, much less one that brings death. The main character reassures the man because he has almost completed his training in criminal investigation and also temporarily works in the panic room. Alex carefully looks around the corner, trying not to make a lot of noise and not give away his location to the maniac. He notices a puddle of water on the floor, but it has some strange shape. Together with the taxi driver, they notice that the water leads to a slightly open dark room, and they head there. Alex opens the doors and looks inside the room, both holding their breath so that their heartbeats could be heard. From what they saw in the room, they come into real and genuine horror. The taxi driver vomited right in the corridor. He simply could not hold back. There was a real human corpse in the room. The taxi driver sees his mobile phone on the floor, but notices that the maniac has broken it, and it will not be possible to call the police. However, Alex is very glad that his backpack is also in this room. He puts his hand into it and he takes out his big knife from there, which he uses on his part-time job in the panic room to scare clients. At this time, the maniac begins to search for his victims and moves towards them. He is completely calm, because he has done this many times already. The maniac says that his prey will never hide from him because he is a real hunter and a real killer. He scratches his hand, which has many red spots on it, and moves in the direction of the noise. It seems that the maniac found his victim and came straight to the room from where the sound of crying was heard. The killer opens the doors and sees the whining driver, who hid in the corner of the room. The maniac closes the doors behind him and shouts to the driver that he has fallen into his hands and now he will not run away anywhere. The driver experiences real fear, but it seems that everything is not so simple here. It can't all end so easily. Suddenly, the maniac felt someone's presence in the room. Besides him and the driver, a shiver ran down his back and a feeling of someone else's gaze. He turns around sharply and asks who is there. The maniac doesn't see anyone else, but he definitely senses someone, and he sharply turns around. And he immediately feels a huge knife at his throat. This incomparable feeling when the hunter himself becomes the prey instantly made his knees tremble. This is Alex wearing a monster mask on his face, which he uses for his part-time job in the panic room. His appearance greatly frightened the maniac. The killer notices that his hands began to tremble from fear and hides his knife, which is much smaller than Alex's knife. The maniac cannot understand where Alex got such a knife and why it looks so scary. The man rushes to the door and tries to open it, but he fails. Because someone, of course Alex, has locked them tightly. But Alex stops him and reminds him that a killer should hunt his victim, not run away. The main character puts the maniac at the door and asks not to be afraid of him, because he is only an innocent victim. But the killer abandons his plans because this is the first time he has seen such a victim and does not want to have anything to do with him. Alex says that he will never leave him behind, and the game that started today must end. The horrified maniac tells Alex that he doesn't look like the victim at all, and he is completely confused about who he really is. Alex asks the maniac to speak less words and feel with his heart. The killer glances towards the knife lying nearby and tries to pick it up. But with an instant blow, Alex stops the killer's plan, plunging the blade of his knife right between his fingers. Alex asks the maniac to tell him which is his favorite finger on his hand, so that he cuts it off as a last resort. From fear, the killer faints and freezes. Alex looks at the maniac and notices that this strange system window has appeared again. The system window reports that Alex has completed the mission to capture the killer and is rewarded with an electric chair for torture. The system asks the protagonist if he wants to activate the chair now, and Alex quickly agrees. The maniac opens his eyes and tries to understand what he is doing in the taxi car. At this time, Alex, who is driving, tries to calm the killer, saying that he dreamed everything and screamed in his sleep. The killer begins to believe that it was all just a bad dream and asks where they are going. Alex replies that they are heading to where a maniac belongs, namely straight into a real nightmare. The maniac suddenly notices that the taxi windows are beginning to become covered with bloody prints. The bloody prints begin to come to life and reach out to the killer. Alex tells the killer to make himself at home because this nightmare is now his home. Bloody prints begin to absorb the maniac, dragging him down more and more. The killer was completely consumed and not a trace remained of him. This is exactly how the electric chair Alex received as a reward for the mission works. The maniac opens his eyes and convinces himself that all this was just hallucinations, and he is fine. He just needs to free himself somehow. But Alex pulls the lever, activating the electric chair to full power. A strong discharge of current pierces the maniac throughout his body, causing him to scream loudly. Alex notes that the electric chair is a very interesting thing. The maniac tells the main character that he is the fucking devil and they will meet him in hell. But Alex says he's just an innocent victim and didn't do anything wrong. The main character goes to the taxi driver who was watching all the events taking place on the sidelines. He tells the driver that they are now safe and offers to leave this bad place together. But the taxi driver only becomes very frightened of Alex. Events move to the city police station where Alex lives. Policeman Paul, sleeping after a 24-hour shift, is awakened by his cell phone ringing. Rubbing his eyes, he answers Alex's call because they are old friends. Alex tells his friend that he was kidnapped by a real maniac killer. Paul listens calmly to Alex, but then he fully understands the seriousness of the situation and gathers help for a friend in trouble. An entire police crew responds to the incident, trying to get to Alex as quickly as possible because they think he is in danger. Paul is worried about his friend because he is well aware that there is a real killer in the city who tortures and kills his victims. Having surrounded the building, the police get out of their cars. They see someone coming out of the door. This is a taxi driver. He is very scared and infinitely happy to see the police. Alex comes out behind him, holding his knife in his hand. The police take Alex for a maniac and order him to throw away his weapon and raise his hands up. Paul immediately stops his colleagues and tells them that it is Alex and that he is just a victim who called the police. Standing away from the scene, friends discuss the absurdity of what happened. An examination showed that the killer had been dead for more than 15 hours. This is a big mystery for Alex because the maniac was alive, walked, talked, and carried out the kidnapping. In other words, it is a corpse that lived after death. Alex notices that his friend is lost in thought and asks him what he knows. Paul says that this is actually the 4th such case in 2 months. The 3 previous killers caught were also the Walking Dead. The main character apologizes for his curiosity and immediately notices a new notification from the system. Since the main character managed to obtain valuable information, he received an additional reward. An invisibility cloak that completely hides a person. At the same second, a car drives into the scene at full speed. The door opens and a long female leg with a black shoe appears from the car, to which the main character turns his attention. Then a tall girl with red hair and a microphone in her hand appears from the car. She loudly declares that she is working with breaking news. The girl immediately runs up to Paul and Alex and asks them 150 questions per second. The guys don't have time to utter a single word. The journalist switches to Alex and begins to ask him about what prompted him to commit such a serious crime. The policeman clarifies the situation for the journalist and says that Alex is not a maniac at all, but an ordinary victim who was kidnapped and almost killed. The girl looks at Alex carefully. Absolute confusion is visible in her gaze. She sees a huge bloody knife, as well as other objects sticking out of the protagonist's pockets. The journalist falls into a stupor, not understanding how the victim can look like a terrifying maniac killer. Alex tells the journalist that his outfit is just accessories from work, because he works part-time in a horror room, scaring visitors with a fake image of a killer. The main character asks the journalist to switch to the taxi driver, because he is the same victim as he is, and leaves her. The girl follows Alex and tries to understand who he really is. The next day, Alex is back at work in the panic room. He hears his cell phone ringing and takes it in his hand. The number is unfamiliar to him, but he still decides to answer the call. It's a journalist calling. She tries to say hello to Alex, but he immediately interrupts her. The main character utters his cliched phrase that he doesn't buy or sell anything. He doesn't play computer games and doesn't sleep with women for money. In response to this, he hears that the girl introduces herself to him as yesterday's journalist. She really needs to talk to him. The girl asks Alex for a meeting, because she wants to interview him exclusively about what happened. The main character culturally refuses the lady, since he simply does not have time for this, and the girl is very offended by him. She throws her mobile phone on the table and swears at Alex because he dared to interrupt the call and hung up. The system window opens again and Alex receives a new mission. From the description of the task, the main character understands that a killer is hiding right under his nose at his work, who can commit a crime within the next 2 hours. Suddenly, Alex's colleague enters the locker room. He looks very strange and quickly heads towards him. The friend says that now he needs to go and scare the guests, but his stomach hurts sharply, and he urgently needs to go to the toilet. He asks Alex to replace him for a while. The main character agrees and takes his costume from his colleague in order to change into a different image. He sees that the journalist is calling his phone again, but does not answer the call and decides to turn off the phone. Having changed into a new look, Alex decides to get to work, because there is no one else to scare the clients except him. Today is a special day in the panic room, because a large festival is taking place nearby and many visitors are expected. A young couple became interested in the panic room and decided to visit it. Alex was already lurking around the bend so that he could suddenly jump out from behind it and scare the visitors. In the panic room, the hero notices a suspicious person dressed in a strange costume. Alex cannot recognize the person as one of his colleagues, which means it is someone else, and decides to follow the unknown. At that same second, the strange man disappears and the main character goes in search of him. Looking around, the guy approaches the slightly open doors and realizes that the man most likely came here. Without a drop of fear, the young man decides to follow and enters the room. Alex notices that the panic room has become too quiet and all the visitors have disappeared somewhere. He listens to the darkness, trying to make out strange sounds coming from the other end of the room. At this second, the door behind the main character suddenly closes on its own. The man sitting on the dresser advised Alex not to waste his energy and not try to unlock this door, because they had tried this many times. In addition to the man, there were other people in the room. They all fell into the trap, as happened with Alex. A voice from the speaker greeted the new guest and announced that a game is about to begin, the goal of which is to survive, dear YouTube viewer. And which movie reminded you of this moment? Please write the answer in the comments. Do not forget to subscribe and I tried very hard for you. If you watch this video, you already my hero. The doors are blocked and the only exit from this room is to the old catacombs. But according to rumors, terrible monsters live there, ready to eat anyone who goes down to them. Alex says that he was here by mistake, and that in fact he was just filling in for his colleague who had a stomach ache. The voice from the speaker was confused at first, but then said that it didn't matter and they were all his hostages now. The unknown person orders you to enter, and at this time the door opens, leading to the old catacombs. Suddenly a schoolgirl declares to the whole room that everyone who listens to her advice on survival will come out of here safe and sound. Dear YouTube viewer, this girl's name is Mimi, and she's really crazy. Now try to guess in the comments what her favorite weapon is, without rewinding video. The woman tells the schoolgirl that adults will protect her, and she doesn't have to worry about her health if she listens to them. Mimi absolutely did not take the adults' words seriously, because she had watched more than 1,000 episodes of detective stories and TV series and knows exactly what to do in such situations. The man was very surprised by the girl's manner of speech, because she clearly did not speak for her age. Alex started shouting to the criminals to come after him quickly, because he had just topped up his insurance and they could get a lot of money for him. Others present were very surprised by such a brazen provocation from our main character, considering him mentally ill. Mimi was also surprised by Alex's method and said that if the killers come for him, they will kill all of them too, and advised him to keep quiet. Alex calmed the girl down and told them to leave the room and go right, and he would go left alone. Everyone was surprised. Then the main character took out 2 knives that he had with him, and a woman standing next to him recognized him and started shouting that Alex was the guy from the news headlines about the maniac. People quickly remembered that the maniac eventually died, which means his victim was in front of them. But this did not calm them down, and only created more questions. Meanwhile, Alex had already gone in search of the killers and headed along the corridor. Someone was watching him on the CCTV camera. The unknown man looked at the guy through the screen and wondered how long he could pretend to be a tough guy. The next moment, the unknown person was surprised. Alex disappeared from the CCTV camera screen. But in fact, he did not run away anywhere, but simply activated his invisibility cloak and continued his search. At the same time, other people in their room also started moving, when suddenly they heard a strange sound at the end of the corridor. Everyone ran in the opposite direction. However, Alex, on the contrary, headed exactly in the direction from which strange sounds were heard. The main character opened the room and saw the silhouette of a little girl squatting. She was crying. Literally a moment later, the girl turned around and showed her real face of a terrible monster. Immediately, Alex took out his money and asked the girl to address him as her older brother. The monster girl grabbed her head and fell into a real panic, because she thought that there would be ordinary people here whom she could easily torture. Alex took the girl by the hand and told her not to be afraid of anything, because he was here to help her. Feeling the cold in his hand, the main character realized that in front of him was a walking dead man, as in the previous case with the maniac. This only provoked Alex, and he activated his electric chair. Like a true gentleman, Alex invited the monster girl to sit on his wonderful chair and recite a poem. At this time, a group of people continue to look for a way out, but they hear someone's steps, as if someone is approaching. One of the group said that he had heard an urban legend about an old bomb shelter where a maniac killer with a chainsaw lived. At this time, the guy noticed the door and suggested that there might be an exit behind it, and everyone headed there. As soon as the company approached the door, everyone immediately felt a sharp and specific smell, which seemed to be coming from the room behind this door. As soon as the doors were opened wider, what they immediately saw shocked everyone present. Their eyes froze in horror, and their breathing stopped. There was a mountain of corpses in the room. They were piled up like sausages in a pan, on top of each other, and mixed together. The schoolgirl sat down on her knee, and began to closely examine the animal masks sewn to the heads of the corpses. And suddenly she sensed danger, and turned around. But it was too late. The whole company of fugitives was already lying on the ground unconscious, because the guy injected everyone with sleeping pills, Mimi, that it was a trap, and the guy who was with them from the very beginning was just pretending. In fact, he was a killer. In his hands he had a huge syringe with the remains of a sleeping pill. But does a little girl really need a lot? One movement of the hand and the defenseless body is already lying on the cold tile. I wonder what she was dreaming at that moment. The guy smiled sarcastically because his trap plan worked. Now he is wondering how his partner, nicknamed the pig herder, is doing. But things were not as rosy for the pig herder as for his colleague, who had just injected everyone with sleeping pills. because the masked man watched as Alex, the victim, tortured the monster's girl in his electric chair. The maniac himself has already begun to be afraid to be near the remaining boy. Looking at the working chair, the main character understood that the monster sitting on him did not say anything, because he did not know anything. So we need to find more maniacs, Alex thought, and immediately heard a crash behind him. What good news, he himself came into my hands, said the main character. The swineherd has already begun to run away from his own victim, and is worried that they will catch up with him. The corridor led to a dead end. There was nowhere to run. All that was left was to look fear in the face. "Why are you running away, dear? Why are you afraid of me?" Alex asked the fat man. "Aren't you at one with that little girl who sat in that room and then in the electric chair?" The swineherd screamed in fear because all those who had once looked into that girl's face were dying. But this one didn't die. He was still interrogating her. A few moments passed for the former maniac, but he already found himself without a mask, but with some object on his head. The realization came to him that he was now chained to the electric chair, which caused even more horror. A maniac with a syringe was looking for his partner in all the corridors and rooms. Entering the room from which there was a bright light and a loud scream, I saw an unpleasant picture. He was surprised that everything did not go according to plan, and his partner was sitting on a chair that was not there, and the victim was standing next to him. Alex started asking this guy, who was also allegedly trapped, where the other people were. The maniac began to lie uncertainly that they too separated from the others, and were looking for a way out. The main character understood everything a long time ago, and began to laugh at the inexperience of the guy with the syringe. The escape attempt did not take long, and only the sounds of shoes were heard in the corridor. Alex entered the same room as the maniac, and an achievement screen appeared in front of him. It said that the mission was half completed, but there was still a bonus waiting for him. The screen dissipated, and a huge man with glowing eyes and a chain in his hands appeared in front of the policeman. It's as if Frankenstein from the Gothic novel by writer Mary Shelley is now standing in front of him. Our character was also not left without an ace up his sleeve. Thus, the bonus was a bloody chainsaw, the additional effect of which was to impart incredible beauty to those who use it. "Where did you get it from? Are you also one of Mr. X's people if you have such abilities?" the maniac said in surprise. Alex himself wanted to find out who this Mr. X is and why he hires people to kill. "Since you are so tenacious, then it will be more interesting to watch your death," the maniac said. His secret warrior was defeated literally in a second despite his enormous size. Here he had no choice but to flee from unsuccessful prey again. The building was already surrounded by police and barriers were placed everywhere. The student reported to Paul that the signal had disappeared right here, and the search team was ready to send out. With flashlights and pistols, they explored the bomb shelter under the amusement park. They heard footsteps approaching and saw a man running towards them in front of them. Taking Paul by the leg, the maniac rejoiced at the arrival of the police. "Don't worry, you're safe now. Tell me where the others are," the policeman told him. The maniac immediately began to admit that he was guilty of all the crimes. Paul was surprised that the criminal himself was asking to be arrested and taken to prison. But the maniac kept saying that behind him was a monster with a chainsaw who was in the city 10 years ago. Alex was approaching from behind, step by step, in his work suit for the panic room. And with all his speed, he kicked the man begging the police to take his boyfriend away. The main character told his friend that this was another case with a dead maniac. He led him to a room where there were other people who also fell into this trap. The girl only came to her senses in the hospital, but everyone else is still suffering from panic attacks. Only one person was not in the room, who had gone the other way in the basements. She decided to catch up with him near the hospital. To all questions about coincidences with two crimes, Alex answered that he was simply unlucky. The third grader blamed him for everything she said, that he was the organizer of all crimes. The girl decided to follow him everywhere. Even when Alex tried to move away, she grabbed onto him. Accusations flowed from her mouth like he wanted to come up with the perfect plan, but he would be hindered by the thought that someone knew about his thoughts. The hospital doors opened and a nurse came out who had been looking for the little girl for a long time. Just thinking that the interrogation was over, a woman's heel stepped behind Alex. It was a journalist, and she was unhappy with her unanswered call. He had already forgotten about her existence, and when she reminded him, he said that he had blocked her number. "Alex, you were victims of 2 kidnappings and survived 2 times. How did you manage to do this?" the reporter asked on the recording. To all the questions in such an interview, there was only one answer. How could he know about all this? "Your attempts to hide something are not working in your favor," the reporter said. "You play the role of a journalist too poorly. I saw through you even at the first meeting," Alex said. The red-haired girl smiled because this guy was the first to declassify her. The nurse called her patient in for further examination and said that he had been talking to himself for 5 minutes. All this was observed by a doll that looked like a little boy. Alex said they were rehearsing a skit for their extra work. That same evening, a guy stood at the bus stop and waited for his bus to arrive. The driver picked him up and asked where he was coming from so late, work or girlfriend. The guy was not going to answer questions, but took a knife out of his pants and prepared to attack. The lights on the bus went out. The driver looked for how to improve the situation, but it was already too late. On another street, no less strange things were happening. A black cat was running away from its offenders, covered in blood. Two seemingly sweet and young girls came out from around the corner of the building. At the same place, the main character appeared, who came here at the behest of the red screen. Seeing these two persons, he asked what they were doing here at such a late hour. One of them ran up and said that they were lost, and a friend twisted her ankle. Alex said he would help them, but he needed to get a bandage from his backpack. The maniacs were glad that this was such an easy victim for them, and that they easily fell into a trap. Without being confused, the possible victim also turned into a hunter. The hero took out his chainsaw. "I don't care, let's attack," one shouted and started flying at him with scissors. The partner was already running down the street in fear and did not intend to die so quickly. The girl who was about to attack had already bowed before Alex and begged for mercy. He said that their plan was too stupid and simple, and also demanded to know why they should kill people. The maniac admitted that people's limbs are needed in order to use them as a pass to the party. A screen with a new mission opened in front of the main characters, which is precisely related to this party. The second girl ran and ran, looking back to see if they were chasing her. Sleeping needles flew into her neck, the same ones used in hospitals for treatment. This was all done by the little girl who was watching Alex. The bus driver already saw the knife near his neck, and goosebumps ran throughout his entire body. Seeing people on the road, he stops abruptly, which hits the guy with the knife in the windshield. In front of the bus was Alex along with his hostage, whom he released before entering the bus. The driver of the new passenger was even more frightened because he saw bloody scissors in his backpack. The hero told him not to worry, that he would deal with the maniac, and went in his direction. I sat down next to him. They exchanged a couple of phrases about how another maniac might be the ticket to the party. The sitting maniac invited Alex to play riddles when his life was at stake. To which the hero replied that this guy is another copy of the Reader from Batman, but he didn't like this comparison. The hero suggested playing differently. He would ask a question and wait for an answer. Such a proposal intrigued the maniac. "Then listen, what is 2 minus 1? Alex asked. At first, such a question put me in a stupor, because it was too simple, and he immediately said that there was only one answer. Everything was much more complicated than it seems, because if the edge of the table first has 2 sides, and if you cut it off, there will be 3 sides. The answer is wrong. Let's make sure that the first one was a trial one. Let's do it again," the puzzled maniac asked. The hero agreed, but asked the same question, "What is 2 minus 1? Due to the fact that the questions were repeated, the maniac became even more worried, and with a trembling voice, said answer 3. "What a stupid boy you are for thinking that the answer would remain the same," said Alex. After such impudence, the maniac did not like to endure such mockery, and he simply wanted to kill the passenger sitting next to him. Life is full of disappointments. In this case for the maniac for sure, he immediately elbowed the main character. "Now I'm a mystery man and I set the rules. For the first wrong answer I'll cut out my tongue, for the second hand, and now you'll hear the third question," Alex said. A scream started on the bus, where the former mystery man shouted that he didn't want to play such games anymore. The next stop was a cute-looking girl with an umbrella. The driver told her to hurry up and get on the bus, as if he had become indifferent to life and was ready to accept it. Seeing 2 guys already sitting, she wanted to kill them and replenish her umbrella with new vertebrae. The main character, seeing that she was heading towards them, immediately said, "Grandma, sorry, the seats here are full. You can sit on another one. There are still plenty of seats on the bus." This immediately enraged the girl, and she was already flying to tear off the impudent man's head. Alex took out his chainsaw, with this action to scare her away. She wondered where he got it from, how many people he killed with it, and generally where he got it from his underpants or something. After this, the girl decided not to be insolent and not to try to kill, but simply went to an empty place. The next stop, and again a new passenger entered the transport. Walking around the bus, he shouted phrases that he would kill anyone, even the most brutal killer here. Attention again fell on our hero, and the girl chose him as her opponent. In vain, very in vain, because a minute later he begged not to hit him in the face. The no longer so brave one sat down in the back row and sank from his self-confidence. A new stop, a new passenger getting on the bus, and new bruises from Alex. They all clearly regretted their wrong choice of opponent. The driver sat in shock at what was happening, which he watched through his rearview mirror. The bus was already filled with calmly seated killers. A red screen appeared in front of the hero. A notification came about completing an additional mission called Master of Assassins. And again it was a new stop and a new passenger. A huge man with a scar in his right eye also looked at the hero. Unlike others, he made a smart move and simply walked by. The guy sitting next to him suddenly became happy and said that the executioner passed by them, and no one had ever survived with him until dawn. The bus visitors did not end there. Some strange masked killer came. He immediately began to be indignant that it was quiet on the bus, not as usual, which he was supposedly used to. Alex noticed something familiar in this image, and taking off his mask, saw the same girl from the hospital who promised to keep an eye on him. She told him that he would not get away from her, but the main character simply asked to stop the bus and dropped her off at the nearest stop. The driver calmly continued the ride. But suddenly a silhouette flew in front of him and he stopped. A man in a raincoat entered the car and announced to all passengers that this was, of course, a station for them, and it was time to get out. All passengers got out and followed the unknown man in a raincoat. Alex told the driver not to leave, because in this way he would buy himself a ticket to the next world, because he would pretend to be an ordinary person. Now he needs to stay here and act as if he has mountains of corpses behind him, so that even real murderers would feel scared from his gaze. All the passengers walked along the streets between houses, and did not understand where they were now. After 10 minutes of walking, they began to see a ray of light towards which all the killers were walking. They came out to the stage, near which there were already hundreds of people, and on the stage stood a man in a mask and greeted everyone. This was Mr. X. Before the whole celebration, he offers to have fun and skillfully kill a journalist we know who is tracking down their organization. The crowd cheered. They clearly liked this performance. The person who will do this act will be chosen by the host of the event. Everyone extended their hand and everyone wanted to show themselves on stage, but they chose someone else. They chose Alex, who told everyone that they kill their victims too easily and this is not art at all. The journalist seemed to see her death in this man and looked at him in fear. The main character asked the host to give him something special that is not on the table with scalpels and the like. He asked for a phone, because now all people have their whole lives stored there, explaining that before you kill a person physically, you need to kill him mentally. In front of her, he began to order millions of unnecessary goods, take out loans and give all the money to charity, and install a bunch of unnecessary applications. When he finished, the girl was unconscious and it turned out that she really died morally. It became interesting for Mr. X to first torture the girl's psyche so that she would die of embarrassment. Thus, Alex earned the trust of the chief and protected the girl for some time. A messenger ran into the hall and told the presenter interesting news. The announcement was made to the entire club and it said that there was a traitor among us. Everyone immediately began to shout that death awaited him because he dared to enter their monastery. The main character immediately offered his help and placed an electric chair on the stage. By saying that only a traitor would not want to sit on the chair, he wanted to simultaneously leave several murderers unconscious. Mr. X really liked this simple idea. For him, this guy seemed more and more strange and unusual. If no one admits or wants to prove that he is not an undercover police officer, then Alex himself will choose anyone. One of the audience raises his hand and says that he is a spy and everyone who is involved in murders should not walk quietly on Earth. Another agent joins him and tells everyone that he will not let his professional partner die. There are several more of these guys and each of them is running this business, only from different times and different areas. The presenter says to this all that it is time to carry out a cleanup, thereby giving a signal of an attack. The killers had already taken an attack stance, but they themselves were not entirely experienced killers. Since everything turned out this way, the main character also admitted that he is now an undercover agent. Those whom he managed to scare on the bus were surprised because a student from the police academy dealt with them, which seemed a shame for them. A massacre began. Everyone began to shred everything around, sometimes without discerning whether they were their own or someone else's. Well, since the party was not a success and the ranks of the killers were rotten by the police, then I'm leaving, said Mr. X. He still didn't understand how it happened, how the situation got out of his control. Mr. X ran into the hangar and hoped that while everyone in the club was killing each other, he would escape with the puppet. And here failure awaited him. Alex was already standing in the doorway with his chainsaw. There was still plenty of time, and he was waiting for an explanation from the presenter so that he would tell about everything. Mr. X was also not at a loss and ordered his puppet to attack the enemy. Her eyes turned red and she jumped towards her opponent. And in this case, the presenter was in for a failure, because Alex managed to react to the attack of the puppet and slightly touched its head with a chainsaw. The doll was out of order. Suddenly he disabled the toy and remembered where he saw it. It was near the hospital. A dialogue took place between the two opponents. The following words were said in it: "The puppet can transform into other people." And Mr. X was looking for Alex, who solved the past two crimes. The journalist once deceived Mr. X because she gave him a photograph of another person, not the main character. The presenter was already beginning to think that it was all a setup from the very beginning to catch and kill him. He took the blade out of his sleeve and began to run towards the man who revealed his identity. They met their gazes, and it already seemed that a bloody fight was about to begin. Alex managed to take a special pill out of his pocket and throw it directly into Mr. X's mouth. The tablets were once given to him by a screen. They had a special property. They showed a person all his greatest fears. This is where the torment began for this unknown man, his greatest fear running straight at him. These were big, half-naked men who never left the gym or solarium. For using this type of weapon, Alex was given a new one. It was a Jack the Ripper knife. Its effect was to clot the victim's blood. The pill has a very strong effect, the main character thought, since Mr. X fell unconscious. Alex told the puppet that either he would go with him and his name would be Billy, or he would be sent to the hospital for examination. The two of them went back to the club to deal with the rest of the maniacs. Stop! Just that one word made everyone stop beating. The main character grinned, because everyone was still afraid of him, and if he continued to stall for time, the police would have time to arrive before everyone killed each other. A whole squad arrived with shields and pistols. They ordered everyone to put their weapons on the floor and raise their hands. Paul also came with them. His surprise knew no bounds why his friend was again in the midst of events. Alex immediately began to explain that he was not guilty, and many in the club could prove it. All the murderers, all those involved, and participating in this event were arrested. The journalist was still unconscious, and the police tried to wake her up. When she woke up and saw the main character, she immediately began to panic and scream for this dirty pervert to be arrested. Alex tried to explain that he saved her in this way, but the police still asked her to go with him. He was already sitting in the police station. A bright light from a lamp was directed at him, and an interrogation was taking place. They found out his age and occupation. He was 24 years old, and said that he was a student. "Alex, why are you lying to us? You were expelled from the academy half a month ago," said one of the investigators. "If you continue to lie to us, it will not lead to anything good," the main character said in rage. "All the equipment that looked like a killer's was for working in the panic room," the main character explained. Despite the fact that our hero remained at the crime scene and calmly testified, the policeman did not believe him. Paul came in and said, the other police officer's statement said that Alex was not guilty, and he was on the good side. He was released. A police friend asked him to tell him that if he was investigating something, then let him tell him. Alex said that he was simply unlucky, to which Paul told how the new one who was caught was also killed a long time ago, but for some reason came to life. The journalist also left the policeman's office and screamed when she saw a familiar face. The main character was not thinking about her at all, but about the fact that he did not see any new clues about the murders. Here a screen appeared in front of him with a new task, which said about a murder at that same police academy, and it had to be solved within 24 hours. The phone rings and Paul is told about a new incident. Alex asked to go with him, and his friend didn't mind to be convinced of his innocence. The two were driving in a car. The main character was thinking about the sinister conspiracy connected with the city of Bot. Arriving at the crime scene, they entered a room already sealed with tape. In this room lay a girl with blonde hair covered in dried blood. Alex, wearing medical gloves, examined the dead body and suggested how she was killed. Paul asked his friend what his assumptions were about the whole situation. The victim was strangled before being hit on the head with a blunt object, that they killed her in another place, and only the corpse was brought here, the hero assumed. Alex's friend immediately reacted to the current situation and said to look at all the cameras and close the gate. The main character's gaze fell on no other detail. A reflection flashed in the window of a neighboring building, which Alex noticed. After what he saw, he told Paul that he suddenly wanted to go to the toilet and left after the possible criminal. He watched through binoculars the police who were busy searching for him. The smile grew on his face. He was glad that they could not find him. Here, behind his back, they knocked on the door and asked if there was anyone in the room. "Who is there?" the killer asked the unknown person behind the door. "I'm looking for a person who doesn't exist because I need you," Alex said. "Since you are looking for me, then death awaits you," the maniac thought, and abruptly opened the door, causing the main character to almost fall into the room. The criminal's interest in this only grew. He closed the door from the inside and bared his teeth. The maniac laughed, but his laughter was interrupted by one phrase that he was unlucky. The criminal was surprised because he usually says this phrase to his victims. The phone rang in Alex's pocket. He realized that this could play into his hands and said that he would not tell where they were in exchange for a conversation. The maniac agreed, but if he heard any trick, he would kill him immediately. The main character completed everything and then asked the question why he killed this girl. The question caused the maniac to laugh and say, "Why do I need a reason to kill someone?" He thought the same about Alex, that he would now kill him and calmly leave, but the situation was no longer in his favor. Blood from the ceiling began to drip onto him from above, and it distracted his attention. It was the corpse of his victim. For him, it seemed like that. In fact, it was a puppet that could transform. The maniac, fearing retribution from the girl, began to rush around the room in horror of what was happening. The entire dormitory heard this guy's scream, which was louder than the thunder rumbling on the street. The police were already climbing the stairs to save the maniac's next victim. The door was locked from the inside, so they had to knock it down. Entering the room, at first they saw only Alex in the room. They asked him where the maniac was, and he pointed to the floor, and they looked under the door, where they saw the criminal. The two of them were taken outside, the killer screaming in fear that he was still being chased by the ghost of the girl he had killed. Paul said he was tired of seeing his friend constantly getting into trouble like this. After all the conversations and accusing the maniac of murder, the two of them drove off in Paul's company car. While he was driving, a new clue appeared in front of the main character, hinting at a mental hospital. A friend drove Alex home and told him to rest to recuperate after a difficult day. As soon as Paul drove away, the third grader who had been pursuing the protagonist ran up and kicked her target in the leg. She began to get to the bottom of him and was offended that he abandoned her on the outskirts of the city. And Alex kept saying that in that panic room he saved her and did not want to kill her. Trying to get rid of the girl, he said that he wanted to get some sleep because he had a doctor's appointment tomorrow. She told him that it means he is also conducting an investigation 12 years ago about an incident in a mental hospital where a doctor burned patients with a torch. Alex went home and the detective girl followed him. Lying on the couch at home, he kept wondering how it was all connected and whether this was the right lead. At this time, a girl was washing herself in the shower and singing songs, which caused indignation in the main character. In response, the girl said that if he went into the toilet, he would feel bad. Her attention was drawn to Billy, who was looking out of the balcony window. She became interested in it and asked, "So you also have one?" and asked the name. The main character called the name, after which he asked her to get dressed so that the neighbors would not think something bad about him and call the FBI. The girl couldn't find anything better than to wear Alex's shirt, because all her clothes were in the wash. "Since I let you stay with me, tell me about this thing in the psychiatric hospital," the guy said. The girl reluctantly began to talk about an incident that happened 12 years ago. A fire broke out in the mental hospital and 44 patients died in the incident. Behind all this was a crazy psychiatrist who once worked there. It all happened because his 7-year-old daughter was stabbed to death by a killer who, during the trial, turned out to be mentally ill. "But how is all this connected? Because it burned down," to which the girl replied that 4 years ago it was opened again, as the number of patients increased. Detectives and all sorts of adventurers began to go there, but none of them returned except for one journalist from whom you can find out at least some information. After hearing what he heard, Alex formed an action plan for himself and threw a blanket to the girl so that she would not freeze at night. The next day came, and the main character was packing his things before leaving for the psychiatric hospital. He made sure that the little girl did not follow him and was sleeping soundly, but all this time she was pretending. What a good coincidence. The police assigned Alex a couple of sessions with a psychologist, due to the fact that he had become a victim of several crimes and now had a new assignment, just in a mental hospital. The nurse went into the hospital psychologist's office and said that a client from the police squad would arrive today. He just nodded his head, showing that he remembered him. The doctor recalled what kind of person he was and how to talk to him when recognizing mental disorders. The doctor's assistant entered the office, saying that Alex had arrived, and her boss said that he should come in, just don't scare him. The main character entered the office, and judging by him, he did not have any deviations, because he behaved confidently. At one glance, the doctor began to doubt the chosen technique. The psychologist reasoned that either the guy does not have any disorders, or they are too deep in his soul and will still have to be tinkered with. The doctor invited the main character to sit down on a chair, and also introduced himself to him as Barry Lennon, but asked to call him simply Dr. Lennon. Immediately there were words that this was not an interrogation, but just a friendly conversation so that Alex would feel calmer. And after that there was a question about how he felt when he was next to the maniac. In response, the doctor heard that how would you feel when, having been captured, you seemed powerless to do anything. "Yes, in such situations there is not much choice," Lennon replied. "That's why I had no choice but to scare them all to death," the main character said with a frightening intonation. At first the doctor thought this was funny, because he thought his client was joking. But when Alex talked about the last case, when all the killers in the club were scared to the point of trembling in their legs, the doctor also tensed up and suggested conducting a second experiment, only with a watch. Apparently he wanted to hypnotize the guy who so easily agreed to it. The psychologist himself thus fell into a trap, because while he was conducting a session, a doll came out of his backpack and swung a brick at Lennon. The doctor immediately fell unconscious, clearly not understanding how it happened. Alex understood that if he continued to use physical methods, he would soon end up in a prison cell. He also knew well how to use physical hypnosis, and having pushed the puppet aside, he decided to figure out the rest himself. The main character sat on a chair so that the psychologist would think that he was under hypnosis. And so it happened. When Dr. Lennon woke up, he didn't remember anything. Only the last moment he started hypnosis, and, in his opinion, everything was a success, since the guy was sitting so quietly. Looking at the guy, he saw calmness and equanimity, which gave even more confidence and success to the second experiment. A session of questions began. The very first answer to the question created a state of shock for the doctor, because when asked what he felt when meeting with maniacs and murderers, he heard happiness. The doctor almost choked at this answer and asked why happy, how is it even possible? "All the time I was a respectable citizen, and in the hunt for other killers I found my outlet. It's how to relieve stress. You have to understand me," Alex said. The situation for the doctor became more and more difficult, and he decided to end the session by clapping his palms. The acting of the main character did not disappoint here either. He pretended that he did not remember anything. The tension subsided a little from the doctor. He wrote in the guy's card that he was dangerous and needed to be monitored for a few more weeks. After the words "until the soon session," the main character also added that he liked the hypnosis session. This only frightened the doctor more, and he decided not to hesitate and press the button to call the police. They immediately burst into the office and asked the doctor what had happened to him. He pointed his finger at Alex and shouted, "Tie him up! He has a mental disorder. He should no longer be calm in society." They put a straitjacket on the supposedly sick guy and began to take him out of the office. The main character did not resist. Because his plan was carried out successfully, he would be able to get into the mental hospital from the inside. He was taken to a mental hospital that had once burned down and was placed in one of the rooms for psychos. Sitting in the ward, he kept thinking about what he should do next because there were no new clues. Suddenly, a snake spoke next to him, but not a simple one, but with a human face. He told stories that Alex was now in room number 0, which was rumored to contain several ghosts. Having finished the story, the snake asked the man if he was afraid, if he was trembling with fear. Alex wasn't afraid, because he always has things from the screen with him, which materialize at his request. Which is basically what he did, and he already asked how the snake felt. This incomprehensible creature seemed upset, because he also immediately wondered where the chainsaw came from, and how the guards had not found it. Without allowing the snake to relax, the guy took out his knife and stuck it into the long neck of another patient. The snake, under threat of death, began to beg for mercy and say that he was the same person, just slightly modified. The main character remembered the past face of this snake. He saw her at the police academy, in one of the classes where they were told about a cruel killer who killed innocent children. "I thought you would escape punishment in a mental hospital, but no, and death and torture await you here," Alex said. This something similar to a person began to laugh and say that he was different and no one and nothing could kill him. The main character asked the last question to the maniac. "Have you heard anything about the House of Horrors?" Suddenly, the whole situation changed for the killer. He found himself in a barrel in which he could not even move and began to ask to be released. Alex said that this circle would continue for him again, and each time he would suffer. Fighting for his life, the criminal was ready to hand over other murderers and maniacs who were in the bomb shelter. "Guy, relax. You will meet them yourself very soon, but in a slightly different environment," the hero said, closing the lid of the barrel. This strange-looking man asked not to lock him here because he was very afraid of the dark, but it was too late for him. The barrel in which he was located was sent into the unknown, where the rest of the blonde guy's inventory went. A new task appeared before him, which said that he needed to kill the main maniac in the clinic before many people got hurt. The guard knocked on the door and grumbled at the loud noises coming from the room. Alex said that all these strange sounds and voices were from the next cell. This caused even more dissatisfaction because no one lives in the next room. To implement his further plan, the main character carved a cross on the wall in the ward with his knife. After checking to see if the guard was there, he called him over and asked him for one favor. "Listen, guy, take me to electrotherapy. I can't do this anymore. My own head is tormenting me," Alex said. Again in a straitjacket, he walked along the corridors of the hospital with 2 guards who led him to where he so eagerly asked. He was tied to a table and left to the doctor for further action. Tied to the table, he looked around and saw what the situation was like. The main doctor and owner of this hospital approached the hero, introduced himself as Dr. Robinson, and he was quite surprised that the patient was supposedly prescribed electrotherapy on the very first day. The doctor continued his words that people often disappear here. Many simply cannot stand being here, and because of this, he really hopes for a lot of strength from Alex to endure all this. The head doctor left, and the second doctor was only happy about this, because there was a bad reputation about him that he was the king of lightning in this institution. He boasted that even the most ferocious and big guys who got here knelt before him and begged him to stop torturing them. Only by looking around could one see the people with whom he conducted his therapy, and whom he called his trophies. All this time, while the mad doctor was praising himself, the puppet helped our hero free himself from all the belts. The doctor continued saying that they were alike, and that he too just liked to punish villains, like his new patient. "My favorite melody is the screams and pleas for help, which will not help these pathetic little people. The night is just beginning, which means I can torment you all night, another client and a trophy of my work. Let's start with small tension, which will still begin to slowly kill you." The doctor laughed loudly because now he would hear his favorite melody again. The joy slowly disappeared from his face. His victim still does not scream, but simply lies motionless. "Doctor, your machine isn't working. Apparently you lied about your fame in the hospital, so I'll have to take care of it," Alex said. The situation around the doctor has changed. Now he is chained to the electric chair, and the main character is standing in front of him. Now the patient asked questions and jokingly asked the doctor if he knew what esports was. Having started to apply current to the chair, the patient continued that this was an electrical therapy tournament, but the doctor no longer heard, since he was now screaming in pain. The guards who heard the scream were surprised that the voice was very similar to Dr. Branton, who was in charge of electrotherapy, but were still sure that it was just a new patient. Alex continued the conversation, asking the doctor if his skills were weak, or if he needed more current to improve them. "Well, your torment can end if you tell me everything about this hospital. Otherwise, you are useless," the patient said. The doctor remained silent. The main character said that he was giving the doctor one last chance. Otherwise, this would not end. Dr. Branton denied everything and said that he would not tell about the secrets of the psychiatric hospital, for which he received another dose of shock. And this therapy did not catch on to him. Alex, without bothering too much, asked his puppet to increase the tension. Screams of pain could be heard from the door. The guards could no longer stand still, and their hands were itching because they really wanted to look at what was happening in the room. The main character with a downcast face left the torment chamber, saddened that his interrogation did not work out. The guards who were looking at the door saw him and tried to inform all posts and shifts that the patient had been released. Alex reacted quickly and asked to be handcuffed again so that he could be taken to the room after electrotherapy. The guards were surprised that the patient was not dead, but also behaved more alive than anyone else, although he was after Dr. Brenton's therapy. The main character decided to sit in the cell until tomorrow to find even more clues about the case. When Alex was escorted down the corridor, one of the prisoners heard his joyful exclamation and decided that these sessions were pleasant and asked to be brought there when he got there. The angry Dr. Branton took it out on this guy. Dr. Robinson was reporting to some man in the shadows about our hero and what he had done with their lightning lord, who had been tortured to death. Robinson took all the blame on himself for being so easily taken in by the game and not investigating the case on his own. This unknown person said that Alex had earned the trust of their team and ordered him to be promoted. The mark in the form of a cross that he had made earlier disappeared, or more precisely, he was placed in another cell. At the same time, our hero heard some sounds from the corridor. Some girl visited his room, who expected to see him there, but to her misfortune, it did not happen. At that time, he was walking in a cloak that could make him invisible and was trying to find out where he was taken. Alex walked and did not understand where the hell he was. Coming out onto the balcony, he didn't even recognize the area surrounding the hospital and the city, as if it were completely different. There were some remains of people lying on the street. Perhaps these were the same missing people. Remembering the words of the Lightning King who said that there was no way to get out of here, our hero began to build theories about whose hands it was. Walking down the corridor, wondering whose dream this could be or whose reality this could be, Alex came across a door and immediately opened it. Entering this room, in the middle he saw a round table at which people were sitting and seemed to be waiting for his arrival. On one side of the table there was a blonde guy with a dark-haired girl who was wearing purple lipstick. With the second one sitting there was an old grandfather of Asian appearance and a guy with dark hair. A stranger appeared from behind who said that he was looking for the main character before arriving here in the office. "Well, that means we have time to wait and talk before the boss comes." The blonde guy immediately asked a question about Alex's skills and number of kills in order to understand for what merit he was invited. Our hero did not answer immediately. He was still peering into the faces of possible enemies. As he thought about it, he said that he had not killed anyone and did not understand why he would do it at all. Those sitting at the table just laughed and asked each other when they started recruiting such mediocre killers for their team. The main character told them not to make hasty conclusions about him, because their acquaintance was not over yet. Here Alex stood up and said that he was much tougher than them, because he could scare the killers into trembling, and not just kill. Those around him kept saying that he was not worthy of their team, and the most he could do was little kittens. At that moment, he began to surprise everyone, because he began to tell who they were. The first guy was Michael Birch, who worked as a medic, and amputated the limbs of victims before eating them. Julie Lowe killed her husband with a knife after he cheated on her, and went on to commit a series of murders of married couples. Mr. Collector has 4 corpses in his hands, and 8 in the old man's hands. Alex saw them in the newspapers. The collector decided to say that this morning this guy drove the doctor who works with electricity crazy. Everyone was amazed by this news, because it was one of the most terrible tests. In addition, all the previous failed crimes are on the hands of this guy. But it doesn't matter anymore, because by entering this room he became who he is. The main character became interested in what this means, what kind of place this is, and who these people are gathered here. It was something like a spiritual realm or a dream. But the new guy was told not to worry, because nothing would happen to him if he obeyed the boss. Alex began to really think that he was in a dream. Everyone said that they were experienced killers, but for the hero there were only 2 options. The first is to get rid of everyone here, and the second is to kill those in the room. Michael Birch didn't like this at all, and with the phrase "bastard," he rushed at the guy with a knife. Everything was not as simple as it seemed, and Alex took out the Jack the Ripper scalpel that he had gotten earlier. As soon as he touched the attacker with a knife, his blood clotted and he fell to the floor. The congregation was shocked by the strength and weapons of the newly arrived fighter who fought so easily. The collector tried to calm everyone down, saying that there was only one opponent, and if they worked together, they would win. Michael attacked again, but this time his attack was repelled by a brick, which slammed him into the wall. Julie Lowe was already trembling with fear, looking at the main character from the height of the floor. "Who will be next?" Alex asked with mockery and mockery. The white-haired guy's gaze fell on the old man sitting on a chair and holding a cane. This elderly killer had a seizure and started foaming at the mouth. The main character was even more amused by this, and he asked the collector if this grandfather died of fear. In fact, it didn't matter anymore because Alex's gaze fell on the next victim. This immediately horrified the collector. There were only 2 of them left, but if this black-haired guy told everything, then there would be no casualties. He was confident in his abilities and said that he would not betray his boss. I really wanted to leave this guy alive, but what about that girl? The main character thought. She, as soon as she realized that the matter smelled of her death, explained that she had not said bad words to him, and in general was ready to give herself to him right there. He didn't need it, he was determined and focused. They tried to attack him from behind, but he eliminated this self-confident man with a sharp swing of his chainsaw. Before this, the girl had planned to somehow kill him and wait for the right moment. But now she was simply trembling with fear. Interrogations are not my thing, Alex thought. Still, the main character decided to kill everyone since they didn't want to do it in an amicable way. Julie Lowe was shocked, because she had never seen anyone with the same character and weapons as the Ripper. The main character carried out an attack, but the girl disappeared somewhere, but this was not so important. "So I left you collector for last. Will you have the last words?" Alex said. "Hey bro, let's calm down. I'll tell you everything and show you. I can even start living in a new way," said the frightened black-haired guy. "I lied earlier and hoped that it wouldn't come to this point," the collector said with a trembling voice. "They were just individuals that the boss produces, and if you kill them, new ones will come." The main character found it more and more interesting to listen to what was really going on here. The boss was the one who once burned down this mental hospital, and he is only the creator of various personalities. The survivor continued that a person can only have one personality, however. Whoever can control all the personalities so perfectly, then that person will develop schizophrenia, and the personalities within will fight for control of the mind and body. As for these 4, they used to be his patients. He interfered with personality several times, made serial killers out of these guys who became fans of it. Alex couldn't stand it anymore. He needed to know right now where this monster was hiding. "Isn't he in your mind?" the main character asked. He had to be looked for in his own inner world, which he himself built. Our hometown is the same, only darker, and generally completely different. It was strange to be here, because there were ordinary people and a whole city, but an ordinary person could only create a small space. A taxi-like car drove up to the man, and the driver asked him to get into it. An unknown man asked where we were going, but the taxi driver replied that he was going to a club. The rain in the city never stopped falling. It was like a wall of water covering the entire city. They arrived at a multi-story building that seemed even darker than the city itself. The unknown person opened the doors, and the taxi driver in front of the county seat mockingly wished him good luck. The man entered a huge corridor, the floor of which was decorated with patterns. His first glance fell on the wall, on which there were many photographs and colors, as if a detective lived here. At that moment, the owner of the palace was walking up the stairs, and he was wearing an unusual suit. Something like an Arkham Joker greeted the guest with a smile on his face. The unknown person asked whether this was the respected owner of the body in front of him or not. The Joker answered with a smile, either yes or no. Both men quickly took their weapons out of their pockets and prepared to attack each other. The unknown saw many talented people, and all of them had truly extraordinary abilities. They all challenged him, but for all the special ones it ended the same way. With a sharp attack, there was that same cherished phrase, "They were all dead." Joker managed to dodge such an enemy attack. They looked at each other, already killing with their gaze and deciding on the next attack. The Joker found himself slammed into the wooden wall of his own building. The unknown man again began to approach his victim with small steps. The owner of the house threw smoke grenades to hide and strike, but this did not help him, because the guest had new attacks. The unknown person threw his fishing lines at the Joker and twisted his arm so that he could not move now. Immediately after the capture, he threw the owner of the house into the wall, and he admitted that he had made a mistake in drawing conclusions about the guest. "You are worthy to stand next to me, approaching a possible victim," the man said. "Then begin to obey me, and we will begin to attack the whole world, which will later obey us." The Joker, without saying a word, but saying everything with his action, pointed a pistol at the enemy. The guest said with a smile that his deceptions were useless, and that there were no more bullets in this pistol. There was a loud bang, but no shot, only fire wafting from the barrel of the pistol. As the Joker already said, why is the guest so serious about everything? Because everything is even simpler. Behind the unknown man, Jack the Ripper himself appeared in person, wearing his signature hockey mask. The guest, sensing something was wrong, turned to face the new danger and took an attacking position. This killer that appeared had red blood in his eyes. The unknown person was surprised, because now there are two individuals who are very dangerous in this situation. The Joker just laughed and admired the fact that he had not said before that he was the main person. There were more and more new killers, monsters, and maniacs. They came out from different corners of the building. The guest did not understand how all this was possible. All these people were just fragments of his personality, the unknown man wondered in bewilderment. After all, how can there be so many personalities in such a young mind, which did not even graduate from the police academy? The guest kept wondering. How do you like our show? Now there will be an even more interesting performance. The owner of the house said in a loud voice. Let all the curtains go up and all the candles light, the Joker began to shout. The guest kept bleeding out in a cold sweat and wondered what kind of show it was. Were everyone here actors? And let the show begin, the owner of this high-rise building announced as if from a podium. The collector was already unconscious, and the main character calmly held him by the t-shirt. Alex himself wanted to continue the show, because he was the very presenter and master of the house, in his mind. At this time, Paul proved to other people that his friend was not guilty, and he was not mentally ill. I said the same thing. But have you ever seen an ordinary person drive a psychologist crazy? The man in front of him told Paul. After all, your friend was sent to a mental hospital for a couple of days, and if after the investigation we find out that he is innocent, then we will release him, the man said. A girl approached Paul, who was upset and left the office, and said that someone was waiting for him on the street. It was the same little girl who was with the main character earlier, he thought. They entered Alex's friend's office, where the girl dumped a bunch of papers on the table. All this information was previously found by the main character from a mental hospital when he was working undercover. Everything that happened in the psychiatric hospital over the past few years was written on sheets of paper, including information about missing people. The girl kept asking Paul questions, because how did he allow his friend to go there alone? Because this place is very dangerous. The last letter from Alex to the girl was 12 hours ago. It was written about the happiness room. At this time, the chief doctor was working at the computer and seemed to be in a room with corpses. In the room lay Alex and the bodies of other patients being treated. The doctor was worried, because everything should have been finished a long time ago. What was going on in their heads? This was his headache for this period of time. He decided to take matters into his own hands and took a syringe with an unknown liquid. He pointed this deadly needle directly at the main character and slowly brought it to his temple. Unexpectedly for the doctor, Alex opens his eyes and sees what is happening to him now. He immediately grabs the doctor's hand, which contains the syringe, and knocks it out of his hands. The doctor is amazed by this action. He is now in bewilderment and a little shock. How could it be that the patient was conscious? The head doctor could not believe his eyes. Are you surprised, old man? Our main character asked the doctor a question. All this time, Alex was killing the man's personality in his mind, which was not something difficult. How did he do this? Because the subconscious of that person was the strongest. The doctor was surprised and surprised. Then he glanced at the heart rhythm of the second patient, which was already showing a horizontal line, meaning death. After this, the doctor himself broke out in a cold sweat and began to tremble with fear, and also trying not to fall, leaning against the wall. Now do you believe me, weakling? Alex asked with his shining smile. Several squads of police cars had already arrived at the mental hospital building and surrounded it. The head doctor had questions in his head. What else had he done that the police came here? While the doctor was distracted by the protagonist's body, Billy stole all the evidence of the doctor's involvement in the death of many people. The end has come for you, the self-confident and pompous doctor, Alex said with confidence in his head. Even if I lost this time, do you think this is the end for me? The head physician barked in response. He arranged it all. It's his doing. I have nothing to do with it. That's exactly what the doc was going to say, pointing at another patient. After all, in order to drag him behind bars, more material evidence is needed. Otherwise, he will be detained for a maximum of a couple of days. At this time, the main character picked up the syringe and the doc asked him what he was going to do now. Alex calmly approached the doctor and gave him a syringe with liquid, and also said thank you for the doc reminding him of this. The head doctor did not understand what this patient was up to. This means that it will help you when trying to avoid arrest or defend yourself from police officers. This way I can avoid the consequences if I don't do anything you're trying to do, the doc asked. Alex abruptly grabbed the doctor's hand, which contained the syringe, and pointed it towards himself. The doc no longer had a choice because after the syringe was in the hero's neck, All suspicion would be only on the doctor. People standing on the street tried to take control of the situation, but one of them noticed something unusual. The head doctor came out of the doors of the hospital for mentally ill people with his hostage. Paul believed that the worst possible scenario had now happened. The doctor demanded a car to safely get away from this place and demanded that it be done faster. Alex continued to play the victim and asked everyone to save him because he was supposedly scared. Paul ordered no sudden movements. "Hey, Doc, maybe you'll take the role of a maniac more seriously," said the main character.
"You are all crazy! Each of you is abnormal. One cannot distinguish the victim from the attacker. The other is completely inadequate," the doctor shouted.
Paul thought the situation was getting out of control. All the actions that the doc performed were actually performed by Billy, controlling his body in ghost form. Alex pushes the carried-away doctor away to gain distance from him. The hero's friend, without manners, shoots in the shoulder of the maniac who was holding Alex hostage. The bullet remained in the doctor's shoulder, and blood scattered on the glass of the mental hospital building. The freed protagonist waved his hand to his and his friend, saying words of gratitude for the rescue. Paul hated that his friend was constantly getting into such situations, and said that he would be better off living in a police station. The entire building of the mental hospital was on fire. It was blazing with a bright flame. All previously imprisoned patients were free and rejoiced at this, walking and running along the street. For the police, it only became more work. They decided to use tranquilizers. Alex, who was in prison, proved to his friend that he had nothing to do with all this and that he was just a victim. A subordinate ran up to Paul and reported that suppressing the riot of psychos was already becoming an impossible task. The entire crowd of freed people ran straight towards our heroes, shouting that they were not sick. "Take cover. It is no longer possible to hold them back. If necessary, then shoot," Paul ordered. The crowd ran without stopping and was even more agitated by the situation. Alex looked around the entire crowd with his eyes as if telling them something. The previously rushing crowd stopped as if they were paralyzed. After such sudden braking, the police had one question for everyone: how and why they stopped. All those who were previously subordinate to the doctor became free, and because of this, went mad. Only fear was visible on their faces, and trembling appeared on their bodies. Alex left an indelible fear in their minds. Mad people ran away screaming and saying that the main character was crazy. Alex pretended that he had nothing more to add to the statements of the distraught people. The police are sure that the main character is an innocent victim because he helped put down the riot. But the policeman is not sure of his innocence, since he is an experienced detective and will find evidence against him. Alex did not want to answer the detective's words and asked if he could go. The police did not detain him and thanked him for his cooperation. Alex was glad that he came out of the water clean and managed to successfully complete the mission. And then the guy noticed. A window appeared in front of him with the words "continue." But he didn't understand that he needed to continue. Alex began to think about all the options that he could miss. Police station office door. Law enforcement officials were surprised by another incident in the east of the city, one case of a missing person. This frightened them because they needed to increase the number of patrols. Paul met Alex in the hallway, calling him Mr. Worst Victim, so they could recognize him in the archives. Paul tells him to stay away from all incidents as the cops are ashamed that they can't handle as many crimes as their victim. A third grader approaches the police station. A friend asks the main character not to leave the house in the coming days. They want peace and quiet. The girl turned to Alex. She was surprised that people come out of such situations with injuries, but he was fine. They walked calmly towards the house, but suddenly they saw what happened around the corner of the house. Around the corner of the house, there was a corpse, which was surrounded by police. The main character grinned loudly. The girl added that his laughter was loud and people might be scared to death of him. He added that he is glad that he is now out of the murder case. Passers-by walked by and stopped to take a closer look at the incident. After a while, they approached the door of the house. The girl was happy, but Alex told her not to forget that this was his house. Suddenly, he realizes that there is someone in his house. The main character slowly presses the door handle and looks in. He tells the girl to wait for him outside the door, but she thought he wanted to lock her. Entering the room, it was empty. Alex looked around cautiously. Suddenly, a knife appeared in the man's hand, pointing it into the abdominal cavity. The unfamiliar man demanded not to move. He also threatened the little girl to do it too. Then the stranger, slightly frightened, asked Alex if he had seen the police on the way here. The main character carefully asks the stranger that he's clarifying this because he killed someone. The uninvited guest was unpleasant to hear this. Alex didn't believe him. Once again, the stranger stands with a knife towards Alex and tells him not to move. The main character offers the newly minted maniac his phone as a guarantee. Alex will not be able to call the police. And what's more, the uninvited guest was very nervous and sweaty. The main character noted that this state betrays him and his involvement in the murder case is immediately clear. The killer was confused that he was discovered so quickly. Alex offers to help him. The maniac did not expect support from the enemy. And then he lost his temper. Doesn't understand what Alex wants. Suddenly, a red mission window pops up between them, which tells Alex that he must find out from him additional information about the organization of moneylenders, and find out the connection between this association and the psychiatric hospital. The maniac did not see this window. The stranger, burning with fear, demands attention to his personality and explanation. Alex wonders why he is distracted by threatening him if he wants to help him. The maniac is in fear, trembles all over and orders not to move. Suddenly, Alex wants to change the situation, offers the killer a drink of cola, and he kindly agrees. And the maniac abruptly throws the bottle and does not understand why he agreed, if he was supposed to make the main character afraid and asked him to be more serious. Alex addresses him as an inexperienced maniac, convincing him that there is a first time for everything and his mistakes are not scary. Invites him to get comfortable and tell him how he is connected to the murdered man. The student turns on the light in the room. They sit down at the table. The killer begins a frank dialogue with the main character. Saying that he had borrowed money from a moneylender and could not pay it back, a man was sent to threaten him. He also noted that he had driven him into a corner and the look of the bandit was strange. The maniac opens a tin can of carbonated drink, and he jumps in fear. The killer loudly justifies himself. He did not want to kill him, but only to scare him, but he assured him that this would not happen again. The little girl picked up why murderers always say that after such actions, and it wasn't easier for them to be honest with themselves and admit that he killed a person. The atmosphere for the guest is heating up. He is already beside himself with anger, as if they think about him that he is guilty, and that says it all, adding why the third grader is getting into the dialogue of two adults. Suddenly he realizes that he killed someone. The girl decisively says that yes, he killed one person, and behaves arrogantly when you do bad things. You don't need to try to justify yourself, citing your own situation as an example. She questions why he hides his disgusting smile. Confirming her question, she argues that the maniac is happy that he killed his victim. There was a silent pause in the room. Alex explains why he is new to this case. He cannot hide his emotions, adding that wandering around where the police are looking is a stupid move. He points his finger at the maniac and explains that he needs to hide, get rid of the dirt of murder, change his appearance and rest. Alex tells him what to do. The police will begin to dig into the interpersonal relationships of the murdered man. Then he recommends that he borrow money, disguise himself as an ordinary worker before leaving the city. Explaining further, use your employee ID and buy a ticket for an inner-city bus towards the north of the country. Go to the toilet, change clothes, find a non-standard bus, choose a different route, and leave. The main character brings the idea to the end that they would have punched a ticket along the purchased route of the killer who went there. But he will turn out to be more cunning and will escape to Southeast Asia. The maniac is shocked. He has nothing to say. Alex boasts about the success of his invented plan. The killer falls into shock and asks who he really is. Alex claims with a smile that he is an innocent and law-abiding citizen. The maniac thanks him for his thoughtful plan and gets ready to leave. Alex abruptly blocks his path, placing his hand on the wall. And with a menacing face, he says that he wants to hear information about moneylenders. The killer hesitated and only uttered incomprehensible sounds. Alex pretends that he spent so much effort on his escape plan. The main character continues the idea that he does not know how to interrogate people, but has to find out information by resorting to being put in the electric chair, and he will torture him to death. A third grader approached him and pulled his clothes. Alex looked at her. She suggests using a prosthetic penis to torture a maniac. Alex picks it up and doesn't understand what it is. He instantly realized and was perplexed. The student didn't expect this. She reminds him that he needed a torture device. But if Alex doesn't like it, then she has love poison and some beads. The killer is shocked by what is happening. He interrupted her. The maniac is not surprised by such kindness, as he suspected that Alex is gay with BDSM inclinations. The girl and the main character were perplexed by his words, but they had an insidious plan against him. The maniac prays that they do not come near him. The torture is over. Alex and the girl tortured the maniac into a vegetable. The main character calls loan sharks. The student introduces himself to the main loan shark, talking about owing him money, and that he killed one of their debt collectors. The moneylender was angry and said that Alex considered himself brave. At most, if they are injured, it can cover their treatment in the intensive care unit. But he won't give them their money back. The moneylender in anger sends him to hell. Commands are heard on the phone to check the phone number. Then he continues that if he doesn't beat it to the point of intensive care, he will change his last name to X. Alex said that he would wait for them on Zinka Street. If they did not manage to come in 20 minutes, then he would leave. He hung up the call. The girl touches the unconscious victim. The main character declares that he is leaving. The third grader is surprised that he is leaving. Also asking what to do with him, the main character says to tie him up and call the police. But the girl goes out the door with him, reluctant to stay here with him. The student sensed that she was following him. He put her outside the door in the room. She fell outside the door. Alex told her to keep an eye on the killer.
The girl was loudly indignant outside the door that once again the main character did not take her with him. And so he walked up to the street he had indicated to meet the moneylender. Alex looked around. And to his left there was a car driving at fast speed. The white van drove so fast past the student and just as quickly stopped next to him. And then many of the moneylender's subordinates began to get out of the small bus, as if by their appearance they were showing that they would deal with him. This did not frighten the student. He stood calmly and unshakably. A few seconds passed as so many people stood around Alex, wanting to beat everything he had out of him. But the main character is determined. He is not afraid of so many people and the situation. One of the main people who leads this group came out. He thought that Alex was the same debtor of Haveng. He gave the order to take him, and the whole group of people ran towards the main character with the words, "Boss Jack ordered to take him alive." Alex is amused by the situation. He likes this excitement for his personality. They put a bag on the main character, and everyone dragged him quickly into the van. The car started moving the second Alex was thrown into the sack onto the floor of the van, the group proud of the task they had completed. A few minutes later, the main character was taken to the main headquarters of the loan sharks and sat in front of the boss. Boss Jack was pleased that the debtor was right in front of him and was smoking a cigarette, and he asked to pay his bills. Alex revealed his identity to the loan shark. He explained to him that he is not Haveng, and he offers to pay off his debtor friend. The boss was puzzled, because he thought that he would get the debt out of him, give him interest, but he immediately brought the entire amount and was ready to pay. The main character dumps large wads of green dollars onto the table. The moneylender, who did not expect this, changed his face. Alex said that this was the entire debt along with interest and offered more money as a gift. The subordinates were shocked. They stood over the money looking at it, and the boss was thinking about it too. And then one of the subordinates does not understand what currency Alex is offering them and turns to Boss Jack. The subordinate looked at the dollars for a long time, whether they were fake or not. The boss is furious that the money is not in the currency he expected. Alex calmly explains that these are American dollars, arguing that such a person as Boss Jack is simply obliged to know this. The boss becomes embarrassed by his aggression and ignorance, and the subordinate who looked at them was also at a loss. Instantly, Jack takes out his anger on his subordinate and expresses his dissatisfaction with him about how he doesn't know what a dollar looks like. But the subordinate was not at a loss, talking about what kind of currency this was. The main character was still unshakable, explaining that this is a rare dollar from Zimbabwe, and there are 200 million of them there. This plunged the moneylenders into even greater shock. Boss Jack sits down with him with a smile, explaining and asking that he was offering a lot of money. Haveng didn't owe that much. And then Alex hints to him that he can get even more if he answers a couple of questions. Boss Jack looks at Alex carefully. The main character asks a question that he needs to find out for the mission, that the moneylender is somehow connected with the psychiatric hospital. The boss grins and lights a cigarette, demonstrating his superiority, saying that he will not easily leak information since his organization respects its clients. But at the same time, his face changes, saying that for a large fee, he will tell everything. Alex is furiously waiting for an answer to his question, demanding an answer. The moneylender rejoices at his monetary gain. Boss Jack stands up defiantly and tells and asks the first question why they live in such a disgusting room. He continues, "The important thing is that this is a remote location, and that is why it is an excellent transit route for corpses from a mental hospital." Alex watches and listens carefully. Boss Jack said that someone pays a lot of money from a mental hospital to deliver the corpses of people who accidentally died to this point. Then they send the corpses to another place. He clarified that the dead were tortured, and about 10 corpses passed through the point. The moneylender asked Alex. He is asking this in order to investigate a case related to a psychiatric hospital. Hoping to get more money, Boss Jack offers more information. But Alex found out that his relationship with the psychiatric hospital and his services were no longer required. He gave him a backpack with money. Jack is happy with the new profit and thanks Alex, catches the backpack, and he opens the backpack, discovering that it is not what he expected in the backpack. There are various things, knives, ropes, scissors, and then the moneylender realizes that he is in danger. Instantly, Alex grabs him by the collar and nails him with all his might to the wall. Alex explains to him that he seems to know more about this question and is not satisfied with his answer. Subordinates rush to help the owner. They demanded his release. But Jack shouts to them to stand, not to interfere, since Alex brought the knife to his throat. The moneylender speaks further. He can show that he was sent from the psychiatric hospital. He is in the next room. Alex is determined. The main character kicks the boss forward so that he shows. Alex is behind him, holding the knife behind his back. The student promised to stab him if he got it wrong. The moneylender leans against the door, showing what is here, what was sent. And he opens the door. Jack says this is the place. And he let Alex go ahead so he could take a look. Alex looks at the last batch that arrived yesterday from the psychiatric hospital. Various canisters with liquids, boxes. The main character draws attention to the empty black bag for corpses and asks Jack a question about the fact that there are ghosts here. The boss did not misunderstand his question, since it is impossible for there to be ghosts. And then he notices that there is no corpse in the black bag, but he was lying on the bed. But Alex saw that a man was hiding under the bed, and knocks him out from under the bed. The person is very scared, and he asks not to be touched because it hurts. A man in a white robe fell to his knees on the floor and covered himself with his hands from blows, protecting his face. The man asked not to touch him, since he was not a corpse, but a living person. The moneylender did not expect that they could bring him a living person into the organization. The guy shook himself off, explained that his place of residence was a shelter, no longer there, since it was destroyed by a maniac, and he added that he managed to hide among the corpses in order to escape from the police. Boss Jack demanded payment from him for staying on his territory. The guy in the white coat explained that there would be no payment because the entire team of doctors had been killed, and then he realizes his situation, that he needs to send a letter to someone important, but he is worried that he will die. Suddenly, Alex offers his service to help you send a letter. The man in the white coat was glad that he was being offered help, and he ran up to Alex and gratefully took his hands. The doctor turns around sharply at the moneylender's words that he supposedly does not understand the situation. The guy in white explains that Dr. Branton has gone crazy because of the patient. The guy talks about his concern that he needs to be more careful with this Alex. The boss had a great insight, because Alex was in the same room with them. The doctor said that it was Alex who scared all the patients with just his appearance. And then it dawns on the doctor that he's standing next to someone who was such a terrifying patient. But Alex shows his sweet side, considering it polite to introduce himself again. And he expects their reaction. And this shocks the two men. They shouted that Alex was a ghost. Out of fear, the doctor and Boss Jack hugged each other and were terribly afraid of Alex. But the main character added that he was not a ghost, but a man. The student pays attention to the letter, reads who it is addressed to, Barry Lennon, and it dawns on him that the psychiatrist he went to see and who wanted to hypnotize him then considered him dangerous and sent him to a mental prison. And just as time passes, Dr. Lennon is also doing work, sitting at his desk. Lennon dismisses the nurse and Alex enters the office. The doctor looks at his watch with a heavy exhalation, because he understands that he needs to stay late at work. Clutching his head with his hand from the amount of work, he thinks about when he will come home. And then the doctor feels the presence of a person next to him. He gets scared, and even more so, because in front of him stood the man whom he sent to the psychiatric hospital. Alex asks him not to be scared, as he came on business. The main character gives him the letter. The doctor sincerely did not understand what kind of letter this was. Alex began to put pressure on him that how could he not know. But the doctor looked at Alex with a terrifying look, justifying how he could have anything to do with this. But the student insisted that he look at the letter, because it was addressed to him in any case. Dr. Lennon opens the letter with interest, and Alex speculates about his reaction and suggests that the doctor is not aware of the events. The doctor gets up from the table, and Alex thinks that maybe he looks so innocent. Suddenly, the main character realized that he was distracted, but Lennon decidedly quickly realized that Alex was dangerous and attacked him first and hypnotized him. The student succumbed to hypnosis. He could not avoid it, and his consciousness became clouded. He looked lost and began to sway slightly. He did not fully perceive the situation. The doctor expects that Alex will not be hypnotizable, as was the case in the last session. Drops his watch, which breaks his hypnosis, which hid his true consciousness. Lennon admitted that he was surprised by his exposure. He was surprised that he was given out. He hastily added that he didn't wish Alex any harm, but he was asking for trouble. And he cannot kill the main character because he will get into trouble, and he squatted down to pick up his watch, wondering what to do. He voices his final decision out loud, that he will drive Alex into the state of a psychopath. But in a state of hypnosis, the main character did not allow himself to be offended, sharply grabbing the doctor's hand with the watch. Lennon did not expect such a reaction, because hypnosis makes people slower and more vulnerable. Alex put his index finger to his mouth, indicating a gesture that he needed to be quieter, shut up, and thus calm the doctor. And to thank that guy, Alex's other personality, for the hypnosis. The protagonist's face takes on a Joker's grimace, and he laughs maliciously. And then, Alex found himself in another place in his mind, where marble floors, walls, and everything were very expensive and beautiful. The main character senses danger, suddenly sits down and looks around. The student conveys his idea after hypnosis, that the doctor was hiding disgusting actions behind this hypnosis, guessed why he looked so innocent, noticed for himself that he was careless with him, because he can easily come out of hypnosis. Alex is surrounded by strong opponents whom he did not see they were armed. Alex's second personality is located in his physical body, which confronts Lennon. The cheeky Alex thanks him for the opportunity to use the body and for awakening. Cheeky Alex explained that his other personality was being pursued by his partners. From this seemingly nonsense, The doctor became more and more at a loss as to who was standing in front of him. Alex's other personality solemnly declared that he was like no other, like everyone's favorite Uncle Joker. Lennon was in an indescribable shock. He did not understand what kind of Uncle Joker he was. But Joker added that he can do something too. Lennon, in fear, hypothesizes that he pulled some kind of trick to avoid hypnosis. The Joker notices the family photo on the doctor's desk. Lennon, fearful for the fate of his family, asks what he wants to do. As an example, the Joker says that let's say the doctor's wife falls down the stairs, and he symbolically throws the photo down. It's as if the doctor's whole life is flashing before his eyes, the face of his dear wife and daughter. The photo breaks. Red spots appear under the photo, possibly blood, and Barry Lennon begins to cry because his wife has died. Uncle Joker finishes off the man, how terrible it is. She shattered into small pieces. She died. The man begins to have a serious panic attack, gets lost and starts screaming loudly. Barry Lennon doesn't have time to recover from one thing. But the Joker doesn't stop there and switches to his daughter. He takes a precious music box with a compass, winding it up. And cheeky Alex puts the box on the table, adding with ease and harshness that as soon as the music ends, his daughter will jump from the roof. Alex's other personality immediately says goodbye to the psychotherapist, and Lennon cannot think of anyone other than his daughter. The doctor realizes that because of his bad actions, to put it mildly, his entire family died. And he finds nothing better than to commit suicide. And now his foot hesitantly steps on the edge of the open window frame, just a second before the jump, and this is the best time to wonder how his life went. At this very moment, but already on the other side of reality, in his subconscious, Alex makes exactly the same decision. He needs to get out of hypnosis, and falling from a height is what he needs. Because in order to wake up, you can also jump in a dream. The hero confidently climbed onto the stair railing and prepared to jump. Alex apologizes to his many personalities for not being able to spend more time with them today. But he doesn't want to give his body to them either, so he boldly falls off the railing, flying headfirst straight into the cold floor. At that moment, while his mind was awakening from hypnosis, the hero thought that he definitely shouldn't die yet, at least not before his time. On the street, under the windows of the hospital, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered, who noticed a man in the window about to jump down. But not today. Alex pushes him away from the edge of the cornice, and the body of a plump man falls to the floor like a loaf of bread. The doctor can hardly come to his senses. His heart was beating so fast as if it were the rhythm of Skrillex. Alex asks the doctor if he liked the hypnosis session, and if he still wants to tell him about the invitation letter. The doctor was sweating with fear, and the hero added to him that if he did not speak, then Alex would have to hypnotize him again and delve into his head. A strong wind rose outside the hospital window, and the weather noticeably worsened. The doctor finally made contact and spoke. To begin with, the doctor asked whether Alex had read the contents of that same envelope. The guy replied that he was not impudent or rude at all and would not bother and rummage through other people's things. But yes, he read the contents of the envelope. Doc explains that the letter is an invitation to participate in a detective show prepared by Joe TV, and at first glance there is nothing unusual in it. This show usually takes guests to places where unsolved crimes have occurred. The letter stated that the person the doctor was supposed to meet would be a guest on the show. Alex asked who this mysterious person was, whom the doctor was supposed to meet. But the doctor only grinned and shrugged his shoulders in response, making it clear that he had absolutely no idea. Then Alex suddenly jumped up to the man and said that if he was going to play riddles with him, then he was a very impatient person. So it's better not to force him to repeat it. Alex put a huge chainsaw right next to the man's head. It hummed so loudly that it seemed like the doctor was deaf in one ear. And yet, he insisted on one thing. He had no idea who that mysterious man was, because this organization very rarely allowed the exchange of unnecessary information between participants. Alex was clearly unhappy, but the doc only added that he had no idea where this mysterious organization came from. He only heard that the organization is indeed secretive, but powerful, and they have committed many crimes. It can be said that they have shrouded this city for a long time, such as the incident 10 years ago. The doctor continued, for example, the case of the high school poisoning. Alex froze abruptly, as if a multi-thousand-dollar discharge of electricity ran through his body, stopping not only his heart, but also time itself. Twice as fast as a human eye can blink, the doctor felt a sharp grip around his neck. Alex grabbed the doctor by the neck and lifted him off the floor a few centimeters as an ordinary person capable of such a thing. The man grabbed Alex's hand, but his grip was so strong that it was impossible to get rid of it. Alex looked straight at the doctor with eyes of real horror. But wait a minute, Alex is just a victim. The Joker, one of Alex's personalities, watched what was happening with a smile, of course. He was eager to kill. Apart from the Joker, all of Alex's personalities inside rejoiced. They felt that he was getting closer to the solution, and one of the most brutal massacres of this decade was moving closer and closer. The Joker egged Alex on to kill the doctor right now, because there's no sweeter feeling in this world than real revenge. The clown put more and more pressure on Alex, but he told him to shut up because he himself decides what to do. Alex threw the doctor straight into the wall. The man grabbed his neck and began to greedily swallow air. Alex lowered the chainsaw and told the doctor that he would not kill him. Outside the windows, you could hear the sound of police sirens and the voices of a crowd of onlookers who crowded downstairs at the entrance. The doctor said that he would surrender to the police himself if Alex promised him not to touch his family. Alex had no intention of doing this. He headed towards the exit and was almost leaving the room when the doc stopped him. Finally, the man with glasses asked the question that was tormenting him so much, as if there was a tickling cough lurking inside him. He exclaimed who Alex was. Alex looked at his palm, which had just been illuminated by the ray of the sun peeking out from behind the clouds, took a breath, and quietly answered, "He is just an ordinary innocent victim. What do you think, dear viewer, whom the doctor sees in front of him now? Please write the answer in the comments." With his head down, Alex walked out of the hospital and just walked straight, not paying attention to anyone. Paul said that he wasn't surprised at all that his friend was here. Paul turned to Alex, but he interrupted him mid-sentence and said that he was sorry, but he had to go. Paul could only watch his friend go. He had not seen Alex like this for a long time. There must be a good reason for this. Alex's gaze is directed forward. He endlessly replays the doctor's words in his head regarding the fact that a mysterious organization is involved in a crime that left a mark on the hero for life. Alex crosses the road. It's raining outside, but the guy is in no hurry because he's still thinking about his future plan. A schoolgirl with a pink umbrella catches his eye. It seems she was looking for him throughout the city. Almost immediately, she also notices Alex and directs her gaze to him. She likes this weather. She laughs and sticks her hand out from under the umbrella so that the cold drops tickle her soft skin. But Alex doesn't like this fun. He's not in the mood at all right now. This does not please the schoolgirl at all, and she made a grimace at Alex. But he did not pay any attention to this either and continued on his way as if he were a ghost. The little girl noticed the expression on Alex's face and his gaze. It was as if in a second she was deprived of her playful mood and she became serious. The schoolgirl followed Alex. She had no idea where he was going, but did not want to leave him alone in this state. She tried to reach the guy with her umbrella, but the huge difference in height did not allow her to do so, and they continued on their way. Half an hour later, the two of them found themselves in the city cemetery about a dark gravestone. Alex brought flowers. The girl stopped a few steps from the guy and stood silently to the side, letting Alex be alone for a few moments. The hero sat down on his knee and bowed his head. For the first time, the schoolgirl understood what real melancholy is and how much it can weigh on a person. The name Liu Yuti was written on the grave. The girl saw that the difference in the date of birth and death was only 12 years. She silently walked up to the guy and extended the umbrella over his head. Suddenly, Alex quietly whispered that 10 years ago a terrible tragedy happened in their city. The whole school was poisoned by some scumbag. The girl immediately replied that she knew. She also continued that 60 people, including teachers, died that day. There was even one class where there was not a single survivor. Alex immediately interrupted her and said that this was not true. Deathly silence hung in the air. After that, Alex, sighing heavily, said that he was the only survivor of that same fatal class. Alexa said that on that ill-fated day of poisoning, before losing consciousness, he saw the face of the criminal, but could not find it. Either his eyes deceived him, or he disappeared into thin air. It was after this that Alex decided to start studying at the police academy. He conducted countless simulations and studies of criminal profiles. He did everything to catch the reptile. His hand reached towards the opening system window. The notification stated that he had received a truth serum in his inventory that would force anyone, even the most reticent person, to lay out the whole truth as it is. Alex said out loud that he would never lose this time. The system window has been updated. A new mission for Alex, it's called Guess Who I Am. After this, the window dissolves into thin air, and although only Alex can see it, the schoolgirl did not ask unnecessary questions, attributing everything to the hero's stress. Alex reached into his pocket for his cell phone. He quickly dialed the number, said hello, and checked whether he was at the right address. When the person on the other side of the call confirmed, Alex, with a pleased face, said that he would like to sign up for their detective show. The next day, Alice and Mimi were already sitting in the office of the TV show manager, who was surprised to recognize the guy as the same victim who had survived several attacks, even a recent case in a psychiatric hospital. But the manager added that recruitment for the show has already been completed, and if they add one more person to it, then their finances may not be justified. However, Alex immediately calms him down, saying that he doesn't need a salary, and he wants to get on the show just for his own entertainment. This makes the man very happy. After this, Alex asks the employee to share with him information about the participants in the show because he is a collective person. The manager agrees without any problems, but immediately warns that these are completely ordinary people and Alex will not find any interesting information. Mimi abruptly enters into the conversation between the adults and asks if she can get into the show with Alex, adding that she's a very talented person. She even knows how to make an electric detonator, and she's only 14 years old. The manager is surprised by what he heard and asks the schoolgirl not to joke like that, because this is not a place for fun. At this time, his colleague puts his hand on his shoulder. He tells Mimi that at first glance, he knew that she was exactly the person they needed. This pleases the girl and greatly surprises the manager. A long-haired man asks Mimi if she can sing. The girl nods her head non-stop, because she is confident in her abilities. The man invites her to demonstrate her skills. Alex immediately covers her ears with her hands. Mimi takes a deep breath and sings her favorite song with all her might about how she loves to swing from the chandelier. Such a concert makes the manager fall to the floor, but his colleague listens very carefully to every note. After the end of her performance, Mimi, with a satisfied face, asks those present what they think of her talents. The manager's colleague thought for a couple of moments and then answered, "He definitely made the right choice and she is perfect. He is sure that tomorrow she will become a star." Alex and Mimi discussed the details and said goodbye to the show staff, agreeing not to be late tomorrow. Immediately after the main character left, the manager attacked his colleague and began asking him what he was thinking about inviting a schoolgirl to a TV show. But the man is confident in his choice. He reminds the manager that Mimi confessed a couple of minutes ago. She admitted that she was only 14 years old, but she already knew how to make an electric detonator. The manager is again shocked by such a crazy girl. They both agree that it might be a sensation. An unknown guy meets Alex and Mimi in the hallway and asks them to stop for a minute. The man says that he is Bob and he is one of the staff, handing Alex a large envelope with information about the participants that the main character asked from the manager. Alex thanks Bob and leaves the company office with Mimi. The next day, at the exact agreed time, Alex and Mimi already took their places on the bus for the TV show participants. Alex carefully studies information about the people they will meet on the set. Mimi is sleeping deeply. The guy notices that people are really ordinary and so far he has no clues. All reserved seats are occupied and the bus sets off. Sunny and clear weather. What could be more beautiful than the fact that criminals are hunting for a victim? Or, wait, maybe it's the other way around. An office employee stands in the bus aisle and loudly asks if everyone has received the script for the show. But he immediately corrects himself, saying to throw the script away. He then continued that the show starts right now, and it will be built solely on improvisation, and the main task will be to find the criminal among the participants. Alex raised his head and began to listen to every word of the employee. A murder reporter sitting nearby said that if they had a criminal, something interesting was on the way. Another participant in the program, a famous mystery author, thought it was boring because it was just a TV show. The next participant, a real private detective, seriously thought about the employee's words. And finally, the last participant, the magician, wondered whether the criminal himself knew that he was a criminal. The TV show employee cheered himself up because he put a lot of effort into assembling such a team of participants for the new season of the show. He drew attention to the most interesting couple, a crazy schoolgirl and an unfortunate victim in the form of Alex. The employee wished everyone good luck, and in his head, he was already imagining the huge bonus he would receive for the show. Mimi woke up. She was sleeping so soundly that she didn't immediately realize where she was. The bus had already arrived at the right place and parked next to a huge country mansion, which looked more like a castle than a house. A reporter passing by Alex said out loud that this was exactly the place. The guy asked him if he had been here before. The reporter said that several years ago there was a family tragedy here in which everyone died and showed a photograph. This house belonged to a millionaire who was found dead in his bedroom, along with his wife and children. But, interestingly, their heads mysteriously disappeared. After this, the man who bought this mansion, shortly before his death, told everyone that every night he heard a child playing with a ball. A detective joined the conversation and clarified that there was an unclear detail in the case. The symbols on the victims' backs very much resembled the doctor's handwriting. Alex makes fun of the detective, saying that if he knows so many details, maybe he's the uncaught criminal. The detective was a little confused by this phrase, because he had never in his life heard anyone accuse him of something illegal. The reporter laughed and said that Alex was an interesting character, and that he was most interested in who the killer really was. The writer was unfamiliar with such a noisy atmosphere and was not very positive towards those around him. Suddenly, Alex felt someone's gaze on him. He sharply turned his head out the bus window, which looked out towards the mansion. The guy has excellent eyesight, and he could easily see the observer from a great distance. In one window, he saw the sticking head of a boy who was closely watching the bus of uninvited guests that had just arrived. There are many questions, few answers, passions begin to heat up, but this only makes Alex happy, and he is all in anticipation. A group of participants enter the mansion through the front entrance, of course. Mimi goes first. Everything here is arranged the same as it was on the day of the murder. Participants need to understand how the crime was committed. There is one traitor among the participants. He can interfere with the others in any way he wants so that they do not find out the truth, but if he is discovered, he will lose. The writer demanded that the guy stop spoiling the crime scene because with his actions he could deprive them of important evidence. The reporter noted that usually those who look for trouble turn out to be criminals, but the detective corrected him, saying that it was better not to quarrel from the very beginning because they had to work as a team. The magician noticed that all of their teams were located next to each other on the first floor, and it was better to lock themselves in at night, because to win, the criminal was allowed to do whatever he wanted. He continued, which means murder is also allowed. The pleasant, homely environment no longer seemed the same. The atmosphere continued to heat up with every minute the participants were present. Alex's gaze focused on emptiness, but this was for others because he himself observed the appearance of a new notification in the system window. The notice said that although this was a regular TV show, there was actually a real killer, and the mission difficulty was 3 stars. Mimi crept up to Alex and asked what he was staring at and what he was muttering under his breath. Alex replied that he believed that the criminal who killed a family here several years ago could return to the scene of the crime and could now be in the house. Mimi took out a card from the TV show and said that she was the criminal. She was chosen as this role for the filming. Damn, damn, damn! The manager started shouting at his colleague. Why did he give such an important role to the girl? They watched what was happening through CCTV cameras located throughout the house. The manager hit the table with both fists and said that it was all over, and this was their last day of work, because they had allowed such a failure. But his colleague was not at all embarrassed by this. He assumed that this would happen, and this is his plan. Because since Alex and Mimi know each other, now, according to the gentleman's code, the guy must help the girl and become her accomplice, which will only add interest and colorful plots to the show turns. A guy faced with a choice between justice and his close girlfriend, which path he will take, a victim or a criminal. The employee is looking forward to the success of this show. Suddenly, the employee receives a call on his mobile phone, and he falls to the floor from what he hears. His hand still can't let go of the mobile phone, and a phrase is heard from the speaker that the show needs to be stopped immediately because it stars a real criminal. It is unknown who called. The action moves to the mansion, where while the show is going on, Alex noticed some movement on the stairs and turned around sharply. He and Mimi heard someone's movements and both paid attention to direct signs of the presence of someone else. Suddenly, a boy's head appeared around the corner. He was floating in the air, and this could only mean one thing. He was a ghost. Within a moment, Alex grabbed the ghost tightly by the head. He did not expect that the guy was not afraid, but on the contrary, attacked him. But Alex, as always, remained confident and said that he had no reason to be afraid of some ghost, especially since he only had a head. From the outside, the situation looked very strange, because an ordinary person was holding the head of a ghost in his hands, and an ordinary schoolgirl stood next to him. After that, Alex released the ghost and tried to get in touch with him. Mimi did not understand anything about this. The ghostly head said that she wanted to scare them so that they would quickly escape from this mansion, because it was very dangerous here. The thing is that the ghost recognized his killer in one of the participants in the show. All the guesses were confirmed. Now the show actually stars a real killer. Moreover, it was this killer who dealt with the victims right in this mansion. Alex promised the ghost that he would extract all the valuable information from the criminal, and he only had one question left. The guy asked the flying head where their heads were hidden in the house. The ghost asked to follow him and flew down the corridor. Mimi and Alex followed him. A flying head flew right through the door of one of the rooms. It seems that this was exactly the same place. Alex and the schoolgirl stopped at the entrance. Mimi warned Alex that she had already taken care of the nearby cameras and now no one could see them, which meant it was time to deal with the killer. Suddenly, the guys noticed someone spying on them from the inside from the doorway. 0 seconds to think. Alex instantly blows the door off its hinges with one powerful kick. The door flies into the room and crushes someone to the floor. Alex enters the room. Alex puts his fingers to the woman's nose and makes sure that she is breathing. Mimi states the fact. It looks like the woman is one of the staff, and fortunately, the silicone in her chest softened the blow. Alex sighs with relief. Mimi notices that a guy may still be afraid of something in life, but not ghosts, but innocent victims. Participants of the show burst into the room. They came running to the loud noise, and they can't wait to find out what happened here. The guy says that they are just in time, and now he will be happy to show them something. Alex pushes an inconspicuous ledge in the wall with his hand, and an incomprehensible sound is heard in the room. The wall begins to rise, and it becomes clear that there is a secret passage to a room that no one knew about, and all this time it was right under everyone's nose. Alex is the first to take a step towards the opening secret door. But it was not only a step in space, it was a step towards something terrible. Horrible. Because in the room lay the heads of a long-murdered family. They had been right in the mansion all this time, and had not left the house all these years. The reporter was surprised. He could not believe what had just happened, and said that this was an ordinary prop from a TV show. But Alex immediately said that this was not a prop. The heads were real, and he also added that right now in this room among the participants, there was a killer who committed this terrible crime. The detective thought about it for a second and then said that Alex sucked. Absolute misunderstanding and silence reigned in the group, although dozens of thoughts were literally boiling in everyone's heads. The detective finished his performance. He was no longer able to pretend and began to laugh hard. Now we see the manager, and in a panic he dialed the police phone number. He asked that a special police unit be sent to the filming location right now. After all, it so happens that 4 killers take part in the filming at once. All except Alex and Mimi are real damn killers. The detective continued to laugh, but finally calmed down and confirmed everyone's guesses. Yes, it was he who killed this family in the mansion several years ago. However, to his surprise, no one in the room said a word. Moreover, no one showed that they were afraid of him. Suddenly, the 3 other participants started muttering to themselves how unlucky they were, because they came here to have fun, but they met another killer. Everything became clear to everyone. They were all killers and knew nothing about each other. Now the puzzle is complete, but what will happen next? The killers realized that they were colleagues and were about to kill someone. Their gaze sharply rushed to the end of the room. After all, they completely forgot that despite the fact that the 4 of them turned out to be murderers, among the participants there were 2 innocent victims who looked very appetizing and defenseless. Alex did not feel fear. The current situation seriously provoked the guy. He was all in anticipation. The manager continued to communicate with the police on his mobile phone. They assured that they had already sent a detachment to the mansion and asked to contact anyone who was there. The man replied that someone had turned off all the cameras in the mansion, and he was afraid to call any of them on the phone, because he might provoke the killer, and something terrible would happen. The manager continued and revealed that someone had sent them hidden information about the members, all of whom were real killers and were involved in major criminal cases. The police officer on the other side of the phone wrote down all the information from the manager, but she still had an equally important question. In a wary voice, she asked the man if there was a guy named Alex among the participants in the TV show. The television company employee, in a state of near fainting, answered yes. The police girl understood everything. She looked at her colleague Paul, who had sweat running down his temple. The policewoman shouted into the phone to the man that everyone should hurry up and arrive at the mansion as quickly as possible, because if they don't make it, the criminals could be dead. In the meantime, we will again be transported to a terrifying mansion, where Alex and Mimi are standing in a secret room. They are surrounded by 4 killers. Obviously, our guys are in the minority. But is this really so? The killers begin to talk out loud about how they will divide the loot, because there are only 2 potential victims, and now there are 4 of them. One of them expressed his right to the victims, because he was the first to reveal himself. Suddenly the men turned around, because Alex chuckled a little, making a barely noticeable sound. He covered Mimi's mouth because she began to use obscene language, and he asked the killers if they really believed that he alone would not be enough for them. Alex remembered that his system was updated a couple of days ago, and he just needed some lab rats to test it out. Suddenly, the magician released special playing cards at Alex. Most likely they were saturated with poison, or with a sharpened blade. In any case, they did not achieve their goal, because the guy disappeared in an instant. The magician immediately began to make excuses to his fellow killers that it was not he who made the guy disappear, and he did not understand what had just happened. The 3 remaining killers saw behind the magician a huge man in a mask. In his hand, he had a club the size of an adult's leg. It seems that now they have completely lost control over what is happening. Of course, this was one of Alex's personalities. He materialized it with the help of his horror system. The thug stood behind the magician and did not make a single sound. A drop of sweat ran down the magician's face, because he saw the expression on the faces of his fellow killers and could not understand why they were frozen in horror. He turned around and saw the big guy. At the same moment, the big man swung his pole and hit the killer. But at the last second, the reporter pushed him by the collar and he miraculously avoided a powerful blow from which, most likely, he would never recover in his life. After this, the reporter regrouped and immediately went on the attack. He acted clearly and thoughtfully. It was noticeable that he was a professional in his field. The reporter jumped several meters into the air. He already had sharpened blades in his hands, and he was choosing a vulnerable point on the body of Alex's alter personality. Turning out to be a very dexterous man, he managed to strike the big man from behind directly in the neck. This place was not protected in any way, and the blow landed right on the bullseye. The big man pushed the reporter away and grabbed the wound he had just received with his hand, from which blood began to ooze. Literally a moment later, the masked person broke through the window in front of him with his head and jumped down. In the wake of the falling huge body, the reporter shouted that if you just put on the costume of a terrible monster, you still won't gain strength, because he thought that it was Alex, and that he just quickly changed his clothes. The magician was still in shock. He began to doubt that Alex was even a person, and he could not shake the feeling that this was not the end. The reporter took out a cigarette and lit it. He called the magician a worthless killer, because he was afraid of some kind of pretender. The guy still did not understand how much he was mistaken. The reporter barely had time to finish his sentence when his leg was grabbed by someone's extremely strong hand. Out of surprise, the reporter's cigarette fell out of his mouth, and he immediately turned towards the window through which a huge man had jumped out half a minute ago. He saw that it was the same masked monster who, in a rough, deep voice, asked if the reporter knew that Jason could not be killed. With a powerful jerk, he pulled the reporter along with him, causing him to immediately fall to the floor and quickly begin to slide into the abyss. The last thing the guy managed to shout was the word, "Help." The remaining killers could only watch what was happening. They had only just felt safe when the situation changed dramatically again. Suddenly, the magician noticed that the body under the broken door began to move. He thought that it was Alex who hid under the door during the commotion and decided to punish him for this whole performance. He lifted the door with his hand. However, this was just a trap. As soon as the door lifted, a woman with ample breasts and a bandaged face burst out from under it, dear YouTube viewer. And who did this woman remind you of? Write your answer in the comments indicating the current time code. She attacked the magician so quickly that he did not have time to react and fell to the floor. The woman sat on him. The magician called for help, but his fellow killers rushed out. I don't even think about helping him. The remaining couple of maniacs quickly went down the stairs when suddenly they heard Alex's voice, sounding literally out of nowhere. He asked why they were running, because they wanted to play with him. At the end of the corridor, the light of the street was already visible. It seemed that safety was very close. There were only a couple of steps left, but another ghost appeared from around the corner. He blocked their exit. Attacking him was absolutely not an option, because in his hands he had a huge chainsaw that could cut even a 100-meter sequoia. Suddenly, the men heard a voice behind them, coming from the dark side of the corridor. They both turned around. On the stairs stood another personality of Alex, also wearing a mask, but with a long knife in his hand. The personality asked in surprise why there was only one killer left. The killer writer asked what he was talking about because now there are two of them. At that same second, the writer received a push in the back from his fellow killer. Of course it was a detective, and he pushed him straight into the monster with a chainsaw. It seems that this killer has come to an end. These are his last seconds. Falling forward, right at the man with the chainsaw, the writer managed to turn around and curse the detective for his vile act. But is it surprising that one killer sacrificed another killer to save himself? At this time, he managed to show his middle finger to the detective, but he didn't seem to care, because all he was thinking about was running out of the mansion as quickly as possible. He ran towards the exit and shouted that he didn't want to die, didn't want to die, didn't want to die. Ha ha ha, what a shame. The detective really believed that he would be able to escape from this place so easily. This is exactly what Alex's alter personality was thinking now, holding a knife in his hand and not holding back a smile. The murderer detective finally ran out into the street. He began to look around, looking for a bus, or at least someone alive who could help him. But there was nothing nearby, and the sky had a very strange color. A moment later, Alex was behind him and asked if the detective had found a playmate. The detective pulled out his ace in the hole, a huge knife, and pointed it straight at Alex, suggesting out loud that if he killed the guy, then this whole madhouse would stop. Of course, this didn't scare Alex. A whole crowd of his materialized personalities began to appear behind him. Monsters, movie characters, huge big men, and simply dangerous hunters. It seems that this crowd could even take over the country. For it, the detective's knife was just like a fly in front of a huge horse. But Alex said that in fact the detective was not his target. The guy looked somewhere to the side, and the killer followed his example and turned around, continuing to hold the knife tightly with both hands. The main character continued that they want to take revenge on the detective, not he. This was the same family that the killer once brutally dealt with. Now they are ghosts, thirsting for only one thing: revenge. Alex, with all his heart, wishes the detective a pleasant time, because he has a wonderful show ahead of him, which is just beginning. The detective only had time to blink when he was suddenly transported to another place. Now he was lying on a cold floor and some furniture. A little light illuminated his frightened expression. The man immediately turned over on his back and tried to understand what happened. The last thing he remembered was that he was attacked by ghosts. And now he was lying on the floor. Then he saw the legs of a man and a woman. They were talking about something among themselves. The detective began to understand that he was lying in someone's bedroom under the bed. And then he recognized the voice. It was the millionaire whom he killed in the mansion with his family several years ago. The detective suggested that perhaps he was just dreaming all this. Then he saw a guy come into the room and said that he was scared and he would like to sleep in his parents' room that night because it would be calmer for him. The woman asked the guy where his sister was. The detective finally convinced himself that this was all a dream, and since he had killed them once in his life, he could easily do it now. At this time, the guy approached the bed and answered his mother that his sister did not want to sleep in her parents' room because there was someone under their bed. This turn of events greatly surprised the killer. He unexpectedly closed his mouth so as not to completely give away his location. Suddenly, from behind the man, a woman's voice was heard who said that the boy was imagining all this for one simple reason: the absence of a head. The killer turned around and saw headless bodies crawling under his bed. The detective's scream could be heard even outside the mansion. In reality, he was already chained to Alex's electric chair, and the process of tortured immersion into the killer's nightmare was in full swing. Alex was sitting in front of him. He calmly watched what was happening in a comfortable position, by the way. For a second, he thought that the sofa was very soft and pleasant. I wonder if this is expensive furniture. Maybe it's worth looking through catalogs on the internet. Alex pressed the electricity supply lever to the table, and when the killer returned to reality, he asked him if he liked this show. The detective immediately started screaming. He asked who Alex really was, a Superman, a psychic, or a ghost, what he wanted from him. The guy took the envelope out of his pocket and showed it to the detective. Alex said that the detective should have already understood everything. Initially, the main character thought that all the killers were at the same time and involved in this case together. But it turned out that only the detective was involved in what Alex is now trying to figure out. All the remaining killers were tied up in the corner. They resembled innocent little boys. But the detective pretended that he had absolutely no idea what Alex was asking him. The guy asks the detective not to act like he doesn't understand, but the killer continued to insist that he doesn't know anything. Then Alex pulled out a huge chainsaw from the air and asked the detective to think again. Only this time carefully, the killer immediately began to remember something and asked him to collect his thoughts for a couple of seconds. Chained to a chair, the detective began to say that he had glimpsed the man who was sending the letters. But that was all the information he had. Alex thanked the killer for his cooperation and said that the detective would now receive his reward for his efforts and snapped his finger. At that same second, a powerful discharge of electricity struck the killer, who howled in pain and called Alex a real bastard. Mimi was unhappy with the outcome. She hoped that the showdown would end with a severe beating of the criminals, but Alex decided otherwise. He tied up the killers. They still could not come to their senses, because for the first time in their lives, they were faced with such a victim. Although wait, who is the victim now? Alex shakes the dust off his palms and tells the schoolgirl that they are done here and need to leave. Mimi and Alex calmly leave the mansion. The police have just arrived and cordoned off the perimeter around the building, because the message spoke of a whole group of brutal killers, but only 2 victims came out. Alex awkwardly greeted the police and thanked them for their work, but they had just arrived and had not done anything yet. Paul and the manager stood aside. The man pointed his finger in the direction of the killers. Their behavior was extremely strange. Paul asks the manager rhetorically whether he knows where the nearest psychiatric hospitals are. The arriving police officers had to assist the killers because their mental health was in critical condition. They were scared to death. They were tormented by paranoia, and none of them understood what to do next in this life. No one except one. The detective's gaze could no longer focus on anything specific. He had forgotten how to look anywhere, and repeated to himself that he was a murderer. He needed to be executed. He was a murderer. Someone should execute him. Paul put his hand to his forehead. He had mixed feelings from the fact that his friend Alex becomes a victim in absolutely every latest high-profile case. Besides, after it, the criminals either die or turn into vegetables. At the same time, he feels some kind of the uselessness of the police. The policeman hears some strange noise that is getting stronger every second. It was a black-tinted Mercedes-Benz Jeep, which flew into the scene at full speed, as if not paying any attention to the police cordon. At the turn, the car skidded and flew straight into the front entrance of the mansion, demolishing the huge doors in front of it, as if they were made of cardboard paper. The doors opened, revealing a long female leg and dark translucent stockings that perfectly matched the hard and massive army boots. Then a red-haired girl came out of the car in a meek skirt, full breasts, and an extremely serious face. The inscription on the car was visible: the Operational Unit for Combating Organized Crime. Of course, Paul immediately recognized the girl because she was his commander, but he was extremely surprised that she personally came to the scene of the crime. Paul reported to the boss that they had already settled this matter and caught the criminals, but Lisa, that was her name, asked the subordinate if he was sure of his words. Lisa was aware that it was an unknown person who called the show manager and told who was actually participating in the filming. She knew that this was not the work of the police. The commander told the floor that they never found out who actually called the manager and where he got such information from. Then Paul added that the criminals were detained with the help of one of his friends. This information interested Lisa because she always respected determined and capable guys. This was her weakness, which she hid from everyone. In all this confusion, one of the criminals, the one who was able to maintain his sanity, escaped from the cordon and mixed with the crowd of people, additionally disguised with a cap. However, suddenly he met a terribly familiar silhouette. It was Alex. He praised the criminal's camouflage skills and was surprised that he decided to linger here rather than flee at the first opportunity. The criminal awkwardly adjusted his cap and answered Alex that he didn't understand what he was talking about, because he was just a reporter who had just arrived at the crime scene along with everyone else. But Alex took an envelope from his pocket and showed it to the killer. This was the last chance to get some more useful information. The criminal happily grabbed Alex's hands and exclaimed that he had finally found the person he was supposed to meet. The killer reporter immediately began to address Alex as a brother. He praised him and said that he seriously believed that Alex was a victim. But it turned out that the guy was a criminal like himself. Of course, he was very mistaken, but the criminal's delusion only played into Alex's hands. He tried not to show it and listened carefully to the reporter. The killer moved the guy away from the police and took out a large brown envelope from his jacket. Alex seemed to be about to say something, but he stopped himself in time. The maniac reporter handed Alex an envelope and told him not to worry, because the organization had already prepared everything, and he hoped that the guy would easily pass the test. Immediately after this, the killer said that his mission was over and quickly began to move away from the crime scene. Of course, the reporter won't run away, because Alex immediately called the police, although he decided not to tell anyone about the envelope yet. Several hours passed, and Alex and Mimi were finally returning home after a very hard day, when suddenly the guy's cell phone rang. It was his friend Paul, but what did he need? Because Alex had already told both the police officers and Paul everything, and even signed all the reports. However, this was not what interested Paul. He asked Alex where he was now. Paul immediately warned his friend that he was now in great danger, because a very dangerous person was following him. This confused Alex, because he was talking to a policeman. But the problem was not at all what he imagined it to be. The problem was with a large police rank, the same as her bust. Lisa followed on Alex's heels with her squad of special police officers. She really needed to interrogate the guy, because she guessed that Alex had some information that he was not telling anyone. Alex said that he has not committed any crimes, and in fact he has no reason to fear law enforcement. Then the guy realized that in his hands he was holding a very valuable clue, which he had not yet studied himself, and if he caught Lisa's eye with it, the evidence would be taken away and deprive him of the opportunity to continue to unravel these strange cases. Paul recommended that Alex immediately get out of the place where he is now, because Lisa may already be tracking his location through his mobile phone. Alex turned off the call and took a deep breath, because now he will have to deal not only with criminals, but also somehow need to pretend to the police that he knows nothing. He opened the envelope and looked inside. No, Alex should keep this information for himself. Lisa was approaching Alex's location closer and closer. Her gaze was, as always, stern and directed only forward. She never retreated and is now very serious, because she is determined to understand a whole series of recent attacks. On the street, Lisa noticed a guy and immediately went to him. However, this is not Alex, because the guy was already hiding and watching what was happening from the side. Lisa took out her police badge and showed it to a passerby on the street. After that, she began asking the man if he had seen anyone matching Alex's description. Luck or professionalism, but the passerby immediately pointed in the right direction, where he had recently seen Alex. It was a street toilet, since it was already late, and there were few people on the street. There was a high probability that it was really Alex. Without hesitation, Lisa headed towards the doors for men. Alex, standing in the toilet stall, was already throwing the contents of the envelope, torn into small pieces, directly into the toilet. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a strong blow on the door. It was Lisa, and she decided not to stand on ceremony, and with the very first blow of her long leg, shrouded in stockings, she demolished the entrance doors of the toilet. Her gaze immediately scanned the entire room. It seemed that not a single detail, even the smallest one, would escape her gaze. A sound was heard in the only closed booth. Lisa and her employees, of course, paid attention to it. Then Alex pressed the flush valve, and a characteristic sound was heard throughout the room. The guy held his breath. It was a very tense moment. You could hear his heartbeat. Lisa approached the closed door, accompanied by her employees. She grabbed the door handle and could already imagine the surprised expression on Alex's face that was about to appear right in front of her. With a sharp movement of her hand, Lisa opens the doors. But to everyone's surprise, they find Mimi in the booth, who also seems shocked by what is happening. Lisa told the girl that she was confused, and this was the men's room. Her look looked upset. She expected to see Alex, but she was mistaken, and she doesn't like to be wrong. A second later, Lisa slammed the door and closed the booth back. She headed out and ordered the other police officers to follow her, and they all did so, because she was their boss, and no one risked disobeying. Alex stood in the next booth, hiding behind the open door, his plan working. Mimi also came out of the booth and asked Alex if he wanted to thank her for such excellent assistance at such a crucial moment. Alex agreed with this and began to say that the plan worked perfectly only thanks to Mimi, who naturally was not satisfied with the level of sincerity in the guy's words. A system window opened in front of Alex again, which informed him that tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there would be a bank robbery, and he needed to stop the criminals, because this would be his test task to penetrate the organization of killers. This task intrigued Alex very much, because the business is gaining momentum and now he will have to try harder. He tells Mimi that tomorrow he will need to go to the bank and cash out some money. Alex adds that they have a big deal coming up, so she needs to go home and get the props ready while he sorts out the cash. Naturally, he didn't need any props, so he decided to leave Mimi at home and go alone. Mimi told the guy with full responsibility that he could completely rely on her. The next day, Alex was already near the alleged crime scene, the largest bank in the city. There are rumors that there is a whole ton of gold in its safe. Alex headed to a small cafe located directly opposite the bank. There was an excellent overview, and a large number of people would help him go unnoticed. The guy took a seat by the window and began to wait. When suddenly the waiter asked him if he wanted to have a snack, Alex refused. Then the waiter replied that Alex should be more talkative before his test task. The guy was very surprised, because he would never have thought that now in front of him was a representative of a secret organization of killers. The male waiter was pleased, because he had been working undercover for a long time, and while no one found out that he was a killer, his disguise skills were at the highest level. Alex states a fact. This was really unexpected for him because he used to regularly buy herbal tea and chicken eggs from this shop. The representative of the organization began to list people from the street, who at first glance were ordinary people, noodle sellers, taxi drivers, bus drivers, but in fact, this was just their cover, because they were real killers and were members of the organization. He was so carried away that he forgot that a guy had come to him. Alex reminded him that he had actually come on a test mission and the killer came to his senses. A representative of the organization showed 3 smoking men on the street and said that in 3 minutes they broke into the bank and would rob it. Alex's task was to stop them until the police arrived. This would be his exam. The man lists options: murder, tying up, or anything else, generally at the discretion of Alex. But if he gets caught by the police, he will fail the exam for the organization of murderers. The examiner continued, adding that the criminals would have firearms with them, and also wanted to do something else. The man said that they were going to kill 2 hostages right at the crime scene, so that the police wouldn't even think about bothering them. Based on the information, the examiner advised the guy not to pretend to be a hostage, because in this case, he could be shot on the spot. Before he could finish speaking, Alex stood up and headed towards the exit. The man shouted after him that this was not all the information. The robbers stood around the corner. They were already ready to attack, and pulled black masks over their faces. One of them raised his hand up, indicating the command to get ready. A second later, he threw his hand up and shouted forward. The robbers rushed towards the bank, sweeping away passers-by in their path, like pins in a bowling alley. Rushing through the front entrance of the bank, one of the robbers loudly shouted to the entire room that this was a robbery and everyone should stay in their places. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. It seems that people didn't understand anything at first. Some even thought it was some kind of prank. All the bank visitors just silently looked at the robbers, waiting for some kind of reaction. This was expected, and the robber in a white jacket fired a pistol at the ceiling, adding confidence and maximum seriousness to the event. One of the robbers drew attention to the bank manager who was behind the reception desk. She somehow behaved suspiciously, as if she was going to do something. The robber ordered her not to move. At that same second, the alarm sounded. Yes, the girl pressed the panic button, and this meant only one thing. The police were already on the way and could arrive at the crime scene any minute. The robber pointed the gun at the girl and began to think out loud that if he killed a couple of people now, he could buy time so that the police would not launch an assault ahead of time. The girl was very frightened. She immediately regretted that she pressed the panic button. But what could she do? After all, it was her job description. Suddenly, she drew attention to the approaching silhouette. It was Alex in a mask. He went behind the robbers, and in his hands he had a huge knife. He crept up so quietly that no one simply paid attention to him. When they spotted him, the robbers immediately pointed guns at him and asked who the hell he was and where he came from. Alex, carefully removing the mask from his face, introduced himself. He is a robber, and he also came here for money. The robbers froze, waiting for the reaction of the main one, because no one had ever encountered the fact that a bank was robbed by two groups of criminals at the same time. Is this some kind of coincidence or something? The main robber did not foresee such a scenario in his head. He was trying to come up with some kind of plan. The man collected his thoughts and moved towards Alex, pushing aside his fellow criminals. It seemed that he had come up with something. The leader began to whisper in Alex's ear whether he had really come to rob the bank too. Maybe the guy wanted to choose the one next door, on the opposite side of the street, since they were the first to come here. After that, the robber ordered his friends not to stand there like a pillar, but to take the girl from the reception hostage immediately. Then the bandit ordered that that pregnant woman be brought to him. 1 corpse, 2 lives. The police would not dare. At this time, Alex stood behind and prepared a hefty surprise. Before he can finish his sentence, Alex knocks out the robber with a quick blow of a brick to his head. From the blow, the leader flew straight under the reception desk and hit his head again, after which they usually don't get up on their own for at least a couple of weeks from a hospital bed. The girl was very scared. She covered her mouth with her hands so as not to cry loudly and not attract unnecessary attention to herself. Other visitors also panicked. They did not understand what was happening, because now the bank was being robbed by 2 groups of robbers, and one of them hit the other on the head with a brick. The examiner watched what was happening from the side. He thought that the guy would fail the exam, because he chose a very reckless and arrogant plan to immediately get into trouble, but he didn't know Alex well. The man took the form to fill out the report and gave Alex a grade of D, which was equivalent to failing the exam. He muttered in a quiet voice that he was upset by this choice of the organization. After that, he turned his head and was very surprised at what he saw, or rather at what he did not see. Alex disappeared from the robber's field of view. He literally disappeared into thin air, which made them think that he was not a person at all, but a real ghost. They pressed themselves against each other's backs to try to take the situation into their own hands. However, Alex was very close. He just put on his invisibility cloak and calmly watched what was happening. The robbers would never take control of this situation. Of course, such a raincoat has large pockets, of course. Such a large pocket can hold many wonderful objects, such as the large, hard, and heavy brick that Alex uses. The examiner watched the situation in complete shock at one moment. He even thought how good it was that he was in his cafe and not inside the bank. Alex, wearing a mask with a knife in his hands, dragged the robber by the leg straight towards the examiner. He throws the man's soulless body right in front of the organization's representative, who, to put it mildly, is still in shock from this turn of events. Alex took the exam form from the man's hands and looked at it carefully. Then he asked the man if his grade was really D. The examiner said that Alex was too naive. He may have subdued the robbers, but the method he used was too risky, and he didn't get the money, so his maximum grade is C. Alex's response was not long in coming. An object flashed right in front of the examiner's nose. It was a knife, and Alex stuck it right into the table, after which he said that solved the problem in less than 3 minutes, without unnecessary sacrifices, and they only want to give him some kind of D. The man immediately corrected the grade to A+ and gave the form to Alex. The guy asked if he had made it to the next round. The man said yes, and added that he would tell his superiors to contact him quickly. Alex heard the siren of approaching police crews and turned around. A couple of seconds later, several police cars had already arrived at the cafe, from which officers began to get out since the matter was serious. Many crews had gathered. Of course, Alex's friend Paul also came to the crime scene. But this time, his boss, Lisa, was also involved in the special operation from the very beginning, but she was not alone. As always, her magnificent breasts arrived at the scene with her. Policemen in uniform cordoned off the area. Paul and Lisa stood in front of the cafe. In his hands, he had a loudspeaker already turned on. Paul appeals to the hostage with a request not to do anything rash, remain calm, and overpower the robbers as soon as possible. After all, the policeman, of course, recognized his friend and understood perfectly well that if Alex was a victim, then most likely the criminals were already either dead or unconscious. Alex went outside to the police. With one hand, he held his backpack, and with the other, he dragged the leader of the robbers, who was unconscious, along the ground. The guy threw the robber right at the feet of the police. It was a little awkward moment, because usually the police themselves carry out the arrest. But for some reason, Alex always has a different scenario. The police immediately began to check the physical and psychological condition of the criminal, because usually after Alex, people are in a critical condition. Alex stopped opposite Paul and Lisa and looked at them silently, waiting for instructions. However, the guy clearly understood that now he could not go to the police station, where people are usually immediately searched at the entrance. All because in his backpack he had an exam form with successful completion of a test task for admission to the murder organization. Lisa looked straight at the guy and looked very pleased. She understood that the situation was not as simple as it seemed, and everything needed to be dug out. The officer's girlfriend is delighted by such things, so she licked her upper lip with pleasure, anticipating the upcoming interrogation of Alex. The guy began to address Paul, but Lisa abruptly interrupted him, saying that Alex would now go with her. She headed towards the tinted Jeep, hinting that the guy should come with her. Paul apologized to his friend, because he could not do anything, because Lisa was older than him in rank and position, and besides, she was his immediate supervisor. Paul could only watch as Alex followed Lisa into the car. He hopes that everything will be okay with his friend. Without further ado, Alex got into the car and closed the door behind him. He looked at Lisa. The red-haired girl sat with a satisfied face and held handcuffs in her hands. Lisa introduced herself as the head of the department for combating organized crime. She was glad to meet Alex for the second time. But the guy asked if it wasn't the first time they had seen each other. His gaze involuntarily fell on Lisa's chest, and she, in turn, caustically noticed that if he thinks that she has big breasts but a small brain, then he is very mistaken, because she remembers him from mansion and beheading cases. Lisa abruptly changed her tone and said that they were now investigating a secret criminal organization. Their latest evidence was connected to this robbery. However, Alex interrupted her, saying that he had absolutely no use for this information. He was just an ordinary victim. The girl stood up abruptly and told Alex that if he interrupted her again, she would crush him with her chest. She continued. Her department had just received information that the organization was conducting an interview. They had always been very cautious, but now they decided to take a chance and show up. Even if it turned out to be the simplest of traps, it was still a great opportunity to send spies there, she said. She gently grabbed Alex's chin and continued, confident, smart, with excellent intelligence. Who knows how to deal with criminals? Exactly the kind of guy she is looking for to spy on. The girl told the guy that he was an ideal candidate for this operation and should help her, of course. For this, he can count on a good reward. Her fingers somehow came close to Alex's lips, whatever that meant. However, Alex said that there is no need for this because the person who will be at the interview is he. He has already passed their test task. At that second, Lisa jumped out of her seat, grabbed Alex's hand, and, with clear movements, instantly buckled Alex into the car seat. From such a movement, her body moved closer to Alex by inertia, and they met their gazes. Their faces were literally a few centimeters from each other. Lisa said that she was not particularly surprised. She suspected him, because the guy's look was always so arrogant, as if he was looking down on her. She raised her voice at the guy and ordered him to answer why he joined the killer organization, what his goal was. Alex replied that if Paul had introduced them earlier, she would have realized that he was just an ordinary victim. Lisa said that she knows who he is. He subdued the killers twice, but can Mr. Victim explain how such a wonderful coincidence happened? Besides, today's bank robbers were no exception. The guy told her that all this was for the same reason she found him today. At that moment, Alex activated his system and Lisa's iron handcuffs, which had never failed her before, broke as if they were a child's plastic toy. Then the girl was led somewhere. Her head seemed to be very dizzy, and her body stopped obeying. For a couple of seconds, she lost control of herself. One click and she is now chained to the car, not Alex. It was truly amazing, as if she were at a magic show. He couldn't help but ask out loud how the hell Alex did it. The guy rubbed his hand and asked Lisa to calm down because, according to him, he had not done anything illegal and was indeed a simple victim. Although in his head he seriously thought that Lisa was not so easy to discuss, she was much smarter than his friend Paul and had much more information than her subordinate. Yes, Lisa definitely deserved her high position, not because of the short skirt. She tore the handcuffs with her hand and was furious at how arrogantly Alex behaved with her. Paul stood outside and waited for Lisa to finish with his friend Alex. He heard strange sounds coming from the car and decided to check if everything was okay. He reached to the back door and opened it. A strange picture appeared in front of the employees. Alex was lying on the floor. Lisa was on him. She pressed him with both hands and looked straight into his eyes. To put it mildly, the sight was unusual. Paul pretended he didn't see anything and carefully closed the car doors. Alex was also surprised by what happened, because Lisa was definitely an ordinary person, but she managed to break the handcuffs with her bare hands. Afterwards, he said that he had had enough of this performance and would tell the truth. His true reason for getting into the murder organization was revenge. Lisa asked what kind of revenge Alex was pursuing so much. The guy replied that all these years he had been following this organization, the affairs of which, by a lucky chance, Lisa was investigating. Alex added that this organization killed one of his friends a long time ago. Now all he needs in this life is revenge. Lisa stood up. She finally loosened the guy's grip. Now it dawned on her why he always appeared at crime scenes. She concluded that espionage would be an excellent opportunity for him to collect additional information on his issue, and at the same time help the police in the investigation. Lisa drew herself up to her full height and said that from now on, Alex would be their official spy. The guy asked if she really believed him, but Lisa was surprised because otherwise she would have arrested him long ago. But if he has masochist tendencies, then she can do it later. The guy asked the girl whether the police now have such a big shortage of employees that they recruit ordinary civilians to become spies. However, Lisa concluded that they had already sent several of their best spies there. One of them even received the right to join the organization. But because he could not control his good deeds, he helped one grandmother fulfill her old dream of riding a high roller coaster. This was against the culture of killers, and he was immediately expelled. But Alex, the worst victim, the enemy of all killers, with them as support, he does not have to worry about his life. Everything should go according to plan, and the organization will finally pay for its actions. This time no one will escape justice, and everyone involved in the organization will be caught. And then Alex asked if he had any right to vote, of course. It was a rhetorical question because he had no choice. The car door opened. Lisa got out first. Paul was still waiting for his friend outside. Lisa hugged Paul and said that his friend Alex was a very nice guy, and she was glad to finally meet him. She liked him. When leaving, Lisa asked the guy to remember their conversation and try not to disappoint her. Paul carefully approached Alex and quietly asked in his ear what the two of them had been doing in the car all this time. The guy replied that there was nothing special. Allegedly, Lisa told him to go home and they should meet again later. Alex added that she seems like Barbie King Kong. After that, Paul asked Alex if he had lunch today and offered to treat him to a barbecue. So the guys went there. A few hours later, Alex returned to the house. A peach-colored sunset could be seen outside. The guy opened the doors of his apartment and went inside. Mimi immediately welcomed him with open arms. In just a second, she felt the aroma of women's perfume and his gaze changed greatly. She thought for a couple of seconds, not taking her eyes off Alex. Then she exclaimed to Alex what kind of woman he had been hanging around with all this time, but the guy did not pay any attention to it. While Mimi was trying to sort things out with Alex, someone came to visit them and knocked on the door. Lisa stood behind the door. It seemed that if no one had opened the doors for her, she would have taken them off their hinges and gone in herself. Mimi opened the doors and was literally stunned, because the red-haired beauty was 3 times the size of the schoolgirl. Of course, the first thing that caught the little girl's eye was Lisa's huge breasts, which she didn't try to hide at all. As they say, what is given by nature cannot be hidden. Most likely Mimi had never seen more attractive breasts before in her life, so her gaze was frozen in horror. In its own way, such a sight plunged Mimi into a slight hypnosis. She herself did not understand what she wanted to do. Cover them faster or touch them. Alex noticed Lisa and was surprised by her presence, because she promised to come to him at night, but showed up right now. Lisa said that she couldn't wait any longer. She wanted them to choose a suitable place first. She approached the guy, took his chin and whispered that she was counting on him and expected him to do his best tonight. Not understanding what they were talking about, Mimi could not stand it and shouted at Lisa to get to hell. Lisa winked at Mimi as she put one knee between Alex's legs, but we know she was just fooling around. A couple of minutes later, the police officer laid out a map on the table, on which a small plan had already been prepared. Lisa reported that they had already sent 3 police experts to the marked places. But the guy was skeptical about this, because lately he had always done without the help of the police and dealt with all the criminals alone. The girl noticed this, but assured the guy that these people were real professionals in their field. They had years of experience and training behind them. They were real masters of camouflage. Alex wondered how she was going to infiltrate the organization since he had to go to the interview alone. But Lisa replied that she would simply follow him, because at today's interview in the organization of killers, there would be other criminals present. Mixing with the crowd would not be such a big problem. Mimi, standing nearby, moved her small hands vigorously, drawing the attention of those present to herself. Alex and Lisa turned around, as if already anticipating the schoolgirl's question. Yes, that's exactly what she wanted to know. What about her? Because she also wants to go with them and fight evil side by side with Alex. Almost immediately, however, she felt someone grab her by the collar and lift her up, her little feet lifting off the floor like dandelions. With a flick of his hand, Alex sent Mimi to sit and wait in the room, playing Minecraft and eating salty cookies. The guy slammed the doors tightly, leaving the schoolgirl no chance to escape. But what if she wanted to go to the toilet? In this case, there was already a potty in the room. Just a few minutes later, Lisa and Alex were walking down the stairs. Adrenaline began to gradually fill their blood. The night promised to be extremely interesting, and these two were definitely serious about catching a couple of killers. Approaching the checkpoint, they immediately recognized their undercover agents, one standing behind the tofu counter. Another was nearby and also sold street food. The third also took a position. They all acted according to a clearly developed plan. As Lisa approached her position, the position staff also noticed her. They noticed and found out they did not expect that Lisa personally would lead this operation, so they decided to quickly get out of here. One agent even jumped into a trash can and covered himself with a lid so as not to have contact with Lisa. Every single one of them was very afraid, because her reputation preceded her. Of course, Alex asked why they abandoned their positions instead of conducting surveillance as planned. However, Lisa got out of the situation by saying that these were professionals and their tactics were top secret. After that, Lisa pointed her finger at the dark passage between the two buildings. They needed to go there. Some kind of flashlight or light flashed in the corridor. It was so fast that Alex and Lisa did not have time to see anything. One thing became clear: we needed to head in that direction, and we needed to act quickly. The guy and girl looked at each other, nodded, as if it was a predetermined sign, and got down to business. The unknown person was heading straight down the corridor with a flashlight in his hands. Alex and Lisa were already running after him at full speed. The girl's hair was flying through the air as if it were the fire of a rocket taking off into space. Finally, they reached the end, but it was too late. The unknown person disappeared into the room. A second later, a hand stuck out from the room and beckoned them inside. Of course, neither Alex nor Lisa were afraid of such a gesture. On the contrary, they understood for sure that they had come to the right place. Having gone inside, they saw a descent into some kind of basement. There was practically no light, but also not a single person was visible yet. They approached a large door behind which someone's voices were heard. Lisa put her hand to it, but it didn't work, so Alex joined her and they pressed on the door together. The doors began to open slightly, and with them, a bright beam of light began to appear. From such a bright light, Alex squinted a little and covered his eyes with his hand. Lisa lowered the peak of her cap a little lower. The two of them prepared for what could await them on the other side. Alex and Lisa found themselves in a room where there were a lot of people. They all looked like killers, from first-class hired killers in expensive suits to ordinary street punks. They began to gradually look around and realize that the room was really huge, and there were a lot of people here in case of problems. It would be very difficult to retreat. Then they both saw her. She is like a magnet, instantly attracts people's gaze and does not let go. She demonstratively hit her whip on the ground. It made a sound as if it was the explosion of some small fireworks. She took a step forward. I think she was wearing XXXL shoes, if such things even exist. Then her torso appeared into the light. Her confident posture and a firm voice said that finally all her babies had arrived for tonight. And now she appeared before the public in her entirety. Purple hair, black tights, a whip in her hands. All this together formed an indescribable image. In the first moments, she was a little shy and winked at some men from the crowd. The guy with the mohawk quietly told his neighbor that he had actually come to a meeting of murderers. But so far, he had seen nothing here except some incomprehensible show. The neighbor agreed with his words. But these were their last words. At that very moment, the woman with the whip made a sharp blow and the guys flew back. Having flown a few meters, they hit the wall and fell to the floor. Of course, no one was going to call an ambulance after all. They are all murderers here, without exception. Lisa explains to Alex that this is exactly the woman that the spies reported to her, although everyone who came across her almost immediately stopped communicating. Her codename was Heavy Tank Killer, and those words spoke for themselves. Her eyes truly personified evil itself. The Heavy Tank Killer asked the guys to step aside a little, because she was going to teach the insolent people a lesson. One of the killers who arrived for an interview became nervous and began to think about how to get out of here quickly. Amid the uproar, he rushed to the door and began to try to open it. The powerful hand of the Tank slammed the door back, of course. The man had no chance to resist such force. Tank asked the criminal where he was in such a hurry. She heard that among those who arrived for the interview there was one traitor. She wanted to check them all first. Alex understands that the matter is rubbish and calls up a system window through which he summons various tools into this world to punish criminals. Of course, Lisa does not see any of this, because ordinary people are not given this. The guy sees that the system is not behaving as usual. It refuses to materialize and recommends that Alex not get involved in a direct battle with the Tank. It is not that strong yet. Tank turns around and asks the crowd who else is planning to escape from here. They glance around one corner of the room. People are huddled in a corner and no one is trying to escape. Then her gaze fell to another angle. There were no volunteers here, either people were afraid of her. After this, the Tank said that as long as they listen to her, they prove that they are not traitors, but the spy never showed up, which means it's time for drastic measures. A plan comes to the big woman's head and she immediately voices it. Now everyone must take off their clothes, because if one of them is a policeman, then he will be wearing wiretapping and video surveillance equipment. Lisa tells Alex to stop moving away from her, because if this continues, they will be in trouble. They must make their move, but they need to wait a little. Suddenly, Lisa felt someone's strong breathing nearby and a smell that was reminiscent of boiled onions that had been forgotten on the stove for 2 weeks. The tank appeared right in front of them. They asked what they were whispering about and ordered them to take off their clothes. It was a dead end. Lisa was going through various options and plans in her head. But I couldn't think of anything better than to feel for the pistol hidden behind my back. It seemed that this was the only way out. Literally 2 more seconds, and Lisa would have taken the weapon off the safety. But she heard Alex's voice. He held Lisa's hand so that she would not take out the gun and repeated the tank's order. You just need to take off your clothes. Lisa's hand succumbed to Alex's movements. She trusted him. He looked so sweet and calm, it seems he has some kind of plan. Lisa looked at him with a questioning face, but Alex did not understand what she wanted, and asked that he could take off her clothes himself. Lisa didn't answer anything to this, even though she really wanted to. The two of them began to take off their clothes. The tank did not leave them and watched the process. Alex and Lisa took off their outerwear, but the large lady still did not take her eyes off them. Then Lisa began to take off her sweatshirt, under which her abdominal muscles, trained over the years, appeared. Yes, she had a magnificent figure. The girl looked straight ahead. She was really afraid to give away herself and her cover. She almost completely took off her sweatshirt, exposing her back and the police pistol sticking out of her shorts. Suddenly, Lisa and the tank heard the sound of an object falling nearby, as if someone had dropped something by accident. It was Alex. He dropped the inflatable rubber. Well, you get the idea. Yes, sometimes people use such items to visually increase their dignity in their pants. But this was just Alex's preparation. It was all on purpose. The guy pretended that it was just an accident. He covered himself with his hands and did not utter a word. Lisa also closed her eyes in shame, but almost immediately she understood Alex's plan. Between her fingers, she spied what was happening. The girl watched the tank's reaction to see if she would fall for this brilliant trick. Suddenly, a little blood flowed out of the tank's nose, and she became aroused within seconds. Tank said that the guy knows a lot about how to cheer her up. She approached Alex closely and asked him if he really wanted a sweet MILF. Yes, they meant herself. The guy started to feel shy and tried to say something, but he couldn't. Then the tank took his hand and began to spin with him in a slow dance, saying that everything was fine, that Auntie understood everything. Lisa watched what was happening from the side. She couldn't believe that the tank fell for this trick, but it's worth noting that it was simply brilliant. Alex and the huge woman bent down when they suddenly heard some kind of roar. Tank turned around and loudly asked out loud who the hell had brought there. These were so-called professional police agents. They burst into the premises, immediately tripped and fell on each other. They lay motionless for a while, then began to come to their senses. The agents then assessed the situation and saw a huge silhouette. Tank stood right next to them and looked with a frightening gaze. Her pupils glowed in the darkness. Really, can a human gaze glow? Except from terrible anger towards uninvited guests. The police agents were not prepared for this. They had heard a lot about such a woman as a heavy tank killer, and they guessed that it was she who was now in front of them. Someone from the crowd of criminals recognized the agents and shouted to the entire room that employees of the City Department for Combating Organized Crime were here. The crowd was seized with panic, and everyone began to run in different directions, because no one wanted to be detained on the very first day of work in the organization of murderers. The killer tank grabbed 2 men who were trying to escape through the back exit. She concluded that if the police officers scared them so much, then they had no place in the organization. She threw the 2 of them to the ground and said that everyone who started running now failed the exam to join the organization. She also added that they not only failed to pass, but would be punished for their cowardice. Then she turned to Alex and waved her hand, as if letting him know that she still remembered about their unfinished business. She blew a kiss to Alex and said that he and Lisa had already passed the entrance exam and could be free. She would come for someone later, because now she would be a little busy with those who behaved badly. Alex waved back, barely able to contain his true emotions. 10 minutes later, Alex and Lisa were already standing on the street. It was drizzling lightly, and they were discussing what had happened. What should they do now? The tank killer said that they passed the entrance exam, and immediately they saw a quickly approaching car. She drove right up to them and stopped. It seemed that it was exactly the one whom the tank had promised to send. That's right, the driver was that examiner from the cafe. He told Alex and Lisa to quickly get into the car and not stand rooted to the spot. Alex recognized the man and was surprised to see him after such a stormy test task with the bank. The man responded in kind. He was also surprised, but nevertheless, he had no desire to meet the killer tank in person, so he hurried the guys. However, Alex wondered who she was and whether she was left alone to deal with criminals who wanted to escape and police agents. The driver replied that he did not know, and his current task was to deliver them to the organization's headquarters. And then it dawned on Alex that we were talking about an elementary school where there was a mass poisoning of children. The guy even asked the man if this was really the place he was talking about. The man confirmed that everyone knew this incident, because at one time it shocked the entire nation. He pointed to the back seat, hinting that they should quickly get into the car, because they want to meet with the leadership of the organization. Yes, yes, and yes. Again, this is exactly what Alex really wanted. To meet with the leadership of the organization and chop everyone into small pieces, like grating cheese. Lisa and Alex got into the car and it took off. A real thunderstorm had already begun outside and the smell of rain and wet asphalt was in the air. The driver warned the guys to behave with restraint, not to be rude to anyone, and to listen carefully to what they were told. However, Lisa noticed that Alex was very tense. He was extremely focused and collected. He was definitely worried about something, and the girl began to worry a little. Alex tried to concentrate and thought through various scenarios in his head. Yes, he is ready for this. Ready as never before, just let him see these people guilty of that terrible crime with school children and they will not live a second longer. The car arrived at its destination, and Lisa and Alex left the vehicle. They opened the doors of the old abandoned school and went inside the building. Of course, there was no light inside. There was just a terrible smell inside. Having seen a lot during her police career, Lisa still had to cover her nose with her hand. Lisa took a flashlight out of her jacket and began to examine the situation. She realized that there was a very strong smell of formaldehyde in the room. The guys decided to go inside the building and headed straight down the corridor. Suddenly, they saw some strange silhouette in front of them. Lisa ordered the person to stop in place and not move. But the silhouette almost immediately disappeared into the darkness. Coming closer, Alex and Lisa read the inscription on the wall, which read, "Come and catch me." Alex shined a flashlight into the depths of the corridor and called Lisa. There were bloody footprints and darkness ahead. Dear YouTube viewer, what is your favorite horror movie? Let's see if your taste matches Alex's. Please answer in the comments indicating the time code. You will find out the answer exactly 7 days after the video is released. Following the bloody trail further, Lisa and Alex found something interesting. There were some strange symbols on the door, and Lisa wondered if there were ghosts here, to which Alex suggested that she was scared. The guy became terribly curious about what was behind the door, and he reached out to open it. Lisa didn't really like this idea. It was a descent to the floor below, and an unpleasant aura reigned in the air. Lisa was surprised that from the outside it seems like just an abandoned school. But in fact, there are secret passages and catacombs of a secret organization of killers. But Alex was on his guard. He felt the presence of someone else very close. The smell of formaldehyde became very pungent and intense. It seems that its source was in the school basement. These were huge vessels with medical solution and mummified bodies of victims. The guy stopped in front of one vessel and began to look at it intently. Lisa asked him if he understood anything. Alex recognized one body placed in a vessel. It was his mathematics teacher, who would have thought that the bodies that disappeared that day would be found so many years later in the same school. Suddenly, some monster appeared behind them. He said that he had spent a lot of time and effort on this collection. Lisa shined her flashlight into the man's face and asked if he was the one who tried to scare them on the first floor of the school. The answer was negative. And it also seemed strange to the man that no one met the newcomers who came for the interview at the entrance, and there was no response to the authorities. The man said that one way or another, welcome to the organization. Alex asked if it turns out that he is a doctor, but this only made the masked man laugh. He is not responsible for healing the wounded. Instead, he helps ease their pain and sends them to heaven. So he is not just a doctor, he is a parasitic doctor. His story began many years ago. One day, a wounded man came to his clinic and asked for help. The man agreed and stitched his wounds. However, there was a small accident that accidentally left a piece of gauze in his stomach. He took the stitches back and successfully pulled out the gauze. After he stitched the second time, he noticed that only the scissors were missing. The doctor thought that he might have left the scissors in his stomach and removed the stitches again. There was nothing wrong with that, but he had to take responsibility. However, when he stitched for the third time, he realized that there were no more antiseptics and painkillers left, and the patient began to howl in pain. Before his death, the patient looked at the doctor with an extremely vengeful look and said the words that he remembered for the rest of his life. He does not deserve to be a doctor. But when the doctor looked at his already cooling corpse, he realized that he felt the same sensation that had never come to him before. He saved the man from suffering in this world and brought him to eternal peace. The doctor asked to look at his collection again, because all the specimens are so happy, they will never experience pain in their lives again. Isn't this the meaning of all life? To get rid of pain. Alex asked the doctor if he was able to finish his university and get a doctor's license. Of course, he knew that he couldn't do it. The doctor said that he puts into the vessels not only ordinary victims, but also people whom he simply finds boring. At that moment, he abruptly took off towards the unsuspecting Lisa, of course. She was not ready for such an attack. However, the doctor did not take into account that it is sometimes useful to look at your feet. Alex tripped him. The doctor stumbled awkwardly and fell to the floor, spreading his arms in different directions. He flopped to the ground like a bottle of pills, his mask falling off. When he turned around, Alex was already holding a sharp knife under his throat. The doctor began to get very nervous. The guy picked up the doctor's mask. He asked the doctor not to rush anywhere because he had a couple more questions for him. Alex pulled the mask towards his face. Oh yes, it's definitely more suitable for Alex. The guy says that at one time he attended a lot of theoretical lectures on anatomy, but he had practically no practice. Maybe the doctor can help with this issue. Alex brought the tip of the knife directly to the doctor's eyeball. Just a couple more centimeters, and the tip will enter the eye, like a needle into an apple. But Lisa screamed for the guy to drop the knife. She pointed her gun at him. Alex stopped. The guy asked Lisa not to scream because he simply scared the maniac. Alex added that it was just a prop, and he didn't intend to kill anyone, viewers, but did Alex just say the truth? Lisa replied that it was not at all like that, he just wanted to scare. If you know how to handle objects, you can kill even with a toy. The girl thought to herself that something was clearly wrong with her partner. She told Alex to pull himself together. Suddenly, they both heard screams from the corridor, voices urgently asking for a doctor. Lisa and Alex looked at each other. They had to act quickly. Alex grabbed the doctor's robe with his hand and pulled it towards him. With a deft movement, he transformed into a doctor, because for this you need little, just a white coat and a sleep-deprived look. Alex turned to Lisa to make sure she was ready to meet the guests. Lisa was ready and gave a sign to Alex. A man ran into the room and started asking for a doctor. Alex was already sitting in a chair and asked the man if he was blind for hours because the doctor was right in front of him. Lisa sat nearby, covering her face with a cap. The man conveyed important information that the boss was waiting for the doctor in the conference room. Sighing heavily, the doctor, oh, that is Alex, stood up from his chair. He put his hand on the man's shoulder and looked him in the eyes. The guest got scared and began to make excuses, because he was sent here just to convey an order. Alex praised the man for following instructions. Then he pointed to the bag lying in the corner. The guy told the man that this was waste from his experiments, and they needed to be thrown away somewhere, but he couldn't tell anyone about it. The man began to nod his head back and forth out of fear. The man took the bag over his shoulder. Of course, there was the body of a real doctor, and they both headed towards the exit from this room. As Alex walked out, he looked back to see if Lisa was following him. She had everything under control. She kept them in sight. The man with the bag on his shoulders and Alex headed down the corridor. As we passed through different rooms, we came across those whose doors were wide open, bloody bodies were hanging inside the rooms. There is no doubt that this was a lair of criminals. Alex carefully observed the surrounding situation. He understood perfectly well. He stuck his finger straight into the hornet's nest. The guy stopped near the door to the conference room. The man wished the doctor good luck and said that they were waiting for him here, after which he left. Lisa stood behind Alex. She tried to keep up. A man with a body on his shoulders ran past her without noticing anything suspicious. Alex stood opposite the door. He enjoyed these seconds, this moment. Revenge was so close, he was all in anticipation. All that was left was to go inside. There was only obsession in Alex's eyes. He put his hands to the door and pushed it away from him. A ray of light illuminated his smile, because he was no longer able to restrain it. He had only one thought in his head. He had finally found the killer's lair, but before dealing with them, he needed to find out more valuable information. Alex entered the room. There was a long table and other meeting participants, led by their boss, were already waiting for him. The boss sat at the head of the table with his hands folded. He, like everyone else at the table, had a mask on his face, because they hid their real identities. He greeted the doctor friendly, not noticing the substitution. Apparently his mask hid Alex's identity very well. Pumpkinhead and his neighbor also said hello. It seems they were already tired of waiting. The man with a pig mask on his face examined Alex carefully, but then also said hello. He also did not suspect anything. Alex exchanged glances with his boss. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. The chief said that since everyone had gathered, it was time to start capturing the main killers of the organization. Alex was absolutely fine with that. Let's get started. Suddenly, the sound of the doors of the conference room suddenly opening was heard. It was Lisa. She entered the room. Alex didn't understand what was happening. It didn't fit into his plans. Right now, he wanted only one thing: to break his brick on the head of the Pumpkinhead. Saw the man with the pig mask in half and plunged the knife into the boss's head. But the plan is still failing. The boss asked who it was and what she was doing here. Lisa stated that she was new to the organization and had come to warn management that the tank killer had returned and was coming here right now. Everyone present was shocked by her words. Apparently, the tank killer has a very strong reputation at the top of the organization. The boss was very surprised, because he thought that she was still fighting with the city administration. Why did she come back so quickly? A huge hand appeared from the clouds of dust, and the already familiar voice of a woman was heard. She asked what kind of meeting was here without her. Everyone turned their heads towards the entrance. The boss got goosebumps. It seemed like everyone in the organization was afraid of her, even him. The tank killer was getting closer and closer. It's good that Alex is now wearing a mask. Otherwise, she would have immediately recognized her new lover and problems would have been inevitable. Alex was also taken by surprise by this situation. He remembered that his system works very poorly if there is a tank killer nearby. Lisa approached Alex from behind and whispered that it seemed the tank was not obeying the organization, and that external signals in this building were blocked. They were here without the ability to call for reinforcements, so they needed to act carefully. They couldn't give themselves away. The tank killer was busy hugging the boss. It seemed like a great time to start. Lisa once again asked Alex not to do anything stupid. She saw that he was very tense and could fly away at any moment. Alex looked at the system window. It crashed again. Then he smashed it with his fist. With a slight movement of his hand, he took a sharp scalpel from the pocket of his doctor's coat and prepared for an attack here and now. Lisa put her hand on Alex's palm. She was worried for his life, because if he started a battle now, he would end up in a very uncomfortable situation. It was reckless and arrogant. She understood that now he was only driven by revenge. She asked Alex for the last time to stop, because now he would bring death upon himself. At this time, the tank was cozying up with the boss and casually blurted out the phrase that she was very glad that she was sent here from above to control this branch of the organization. Alex couldn't believe her words. He froze in place. Lisa was just as amazed by what she heard. They just realized that these people at the table are not actually the leadership of the organization. They all report to someone above. That is, now they are only looking at the tip of the iceberg. The boss felt uncomfortable in front of his subordinates and asked the tank to let him start his speech. The leader began to report. The volume of business for the organization of murderers is getting worse and worse. Indicators are constantly falling. The boss asked those present whether they were a scientific circle or an organization of murderers. The man with the bird mask spoke, in his opinion. The organization has slowed down because the police have become very active lately. Another conference participant reported that some of their killers are captured even before committing a crime. Someone seems to be hunting criminals. The boss hit the table hard with his hand and stopped the farce that had begun. He reports that one guy, known as the most dangerous victim, escaped their criminals several times. Because of him, the fox in the psychiatric hospital fell. He was even able to steal a puppet, which is a big loss for the organization. The leader added that although their branch was created to help the top, it also worked well as an independent department. And now they risk losing all their results because of some guy. On the projector, he turned on the photo that Lisa sent him before his death. They are sure that this is the most dangerous victim, Alex. But it was Alex who sent a photo from her phone to the contact with the boss's signature. Now this move worked perfectly, because they are sure that Alex looks completely different, and he, for a second, is sitting in the same office with them. The boss adds that catching Alex is their top priority right now. We urgently need to find him and kill him, no matter what the cost. Until this is done, everyone can forget about the bonus. The leader turns to the doctor and tells him that the organization has decided to send him to this task. It turns out that Alex received the task of killing himself. Funny, isn't it? The boss handed the envelope to Alex and said that he had prepared some additional information for him, and if successful, he would receive a huge increase in salary. Alex looked around at the photographs that were scattered across the table. He said that he agreed to this task and would not let his boss down. The leader was happy, but there was one more open question on the agenda. Supernatural events in certain places in the city. This is closely related to the survival of the organization. For example, in the Lake of Coffins, they found something really very interesting. He asked those present to pay attention to the aquarium covered with fabric. After hesitating a little, the boss came closer to the aquarium. He tore the fabric from the aquarium. There were heads floating in it, with fish fins instead of necks. Somehow they not only moved, but also swam perfectly, breathed underwater, and could look directly at the members of the organization. Lisa and Alex were amazed at the sight, because it was the first time they had seen something like this. It was more like some kind of horror film. The demonstration amazed even the most inveterate killers. Even a tank could not take its eyes off the humanoid fish, or more correctly, fish-like people. To demonstrate the abilities of these creatures, the boss threw a stuffed hare over the aquarium. When he fell into the water, the heads attacked him as if they were piranhas that had not eaten for 3 weeks. The boss concluded that these creatures are definitely not from their reality, which means only one thing. Spiritual energy from other realms is returning to the city, and this is a very strong competitor for their organization. These creatures were found on the surface of the lake, which means that even more dangerous creatures live at great depths if they can take advantage of them. They will forever be able to change the fate of the murder organization for the better. Therefore, the boss decided to study these creatures more closely and develop a new strategy based on their abilities. All the areas in the city where supernatural events have intensified also need to be checked. The boss is distributing the area. The Pumpkinhead will be busy in the horror movie theater. Butcher. This is exactly the nickname of the killer with a pig mask. must take care of the village of living corpses. Stroman needs to take care of apartment complex number 9, and the doctor, aka Alex, must deal with the abandoned hospital. The leader said that he would take care of the Hornbeam Lake himself. At this second, the aquarium cracks and all the humanoid fish fall out of it. Since these creatures don't know what satiety is, they immediately attack everyone. Lisa asked Alex if he was really ready to go so far and join the group. Alex replied that she had heard everything herself. All those who are now in the office are just the leaders of this branch. They have not yet reached the top. The guy offers to leave the building because the task has already been received and there is no point in staying here. Alex thought in his head that if it weren't for Lisa, he would definitely lose control and kill everyone here. Lisa and Alex were heading out and noticed that the Pumpkinhead was waiting for them. They walked past him pretending to be in a hurry. At that moment, the Pumpkinhead put his hand on the girl's shoulder and asked her how long she had been in the organization. Alex removed his hand and said that this was his assistant, whom he hired a few weeks ago. Pumpkinhead only repeated Alex's words, "New assistant." He broke into a smile and was upset that the doctor had not introduced them earlier. He really liked Lisa. He began to remind the doctor that they had previously conquered the spa together. How about sharing the girl after the doctor has had enough of playing with her? Alex agreed with the Pumpkinhead. Then the guy suggested that the man, after he arrived at the horror movie theater, send him his location so that they could quickly meet after the tasks. Pumpkinheads happily agreed and wrote down his phone number from Alex, and they said goodbye. And then it dawned on Alex that this was a very good coincidence, because each of the meeting members would go to a separate paranormal zone, where all sorts of accidents could easily happen. By accidents, Alex of course meant himself. He wanted to kill each of these maniacs one by one. A system notification appeared in front of Alex that a new mission was available to him in a horror cinema. Everyone who goes there never returns. Lisa asked what he was laughing at. Alex replied that he was happy because things had gone too smoothly. Maybe for such success, the police wanted to call him a taxi home. Alex came home and turned on the light in the apartment. Mimi was happy about the guy's purchases from the store. She always loved all sorts of goodies. The guy said that he would be gone for a while, so he stocked up on healthy food for the schoolgirl. Lisa's jacket fell to the floor. She was taking a shower after working incredibly hard. The steam from the hot water filled the entire shower stall, showing a lot, but hiding the main thing. She recalled that she examined the room of the doctor who Alex scared to death. She noticed a torn piece of paper on the floor. On one of the pieces, she read an inscription that said, "Find the only survivor of the elementary school. It was about Alex." Lisa got out of the shower and was still replaying today in her head. She approached the table, on which documents and photographs were scattered. One of the photographs was of Alex. Lisa thought that the guy was being seriously hunted, but why did he annoy the criminals so much? Who is Alex, really? Lisa thought. It started to rain outside the window. There has been something wrong with the weather lately. A huge wet shoe moved along the dark corridor. The woman entered the boss's office and closed the doors behind her. It was the office of the boss of a branch of a criminal organization. He repaired the aquarium with his own hands. Tank asked him if he thought today that the doctor behaved somehow strangely. The leader agreed with him. He also confirmed that others also noticed some changes, but no one understood what was the matter. It seems that he has even grown a little, and although no one has ever seen his real face, it seems that he has become more handsome. Perhaps this man was not a doctor at all, but only pretended to be one. However, real professionals in their field were sitting at the same table with him. If this were really so, someone would have noticed the deception. Thunder rumbled outside, and the boss said that perhaps someone had already begun to follow him. Someone was knocking on the door, but who could have brought it here in such terrible weather? Mimi assumed that it was the girl with large breasts. Alex covered her mouth and said that he was not waiting for anyone. Something was wrong. She needed to hide in a secluded place. The guy waited until the schoolgirl disappeared around the corner, and he took out a doctor's mask. Opening the doors, Alex was at a loss, because Paul would not contact him, and Lisa would not knock on the doors. Alex opened the doors and saw a girl standing in front of him with purple hair and a cat mask on her face. Her red shirt was soaked through. The guy in his head gave her a nickname, Catwoman. He immediately realized from the mask that she was from the murder organization, and came to him thinking that he was a doctor. The girl immediately began to rejoice that this was really a senior doctor in front of her. It was simply amazing, even amazing. She extended her hand to Alex and said that she was a fan of the doctor and had always wanted to meet him in person. However, Alex knocked her hand away. The Catwoman immediately noticed that she had completely forgotten that the doctor's hands were saturated with poisons, and anyone who touched him would receive a severe burn or even die. Alex asked the girl to tell her how she found this place. The girl began to tell how she did it. She heard Alex's conversation with Pumpkinhead and knew that they exchanged mobile numbers. Therefore, through various viral sites visited by the Pumpkinhead, she hacked his mobile phone and obtained data about Alex from there. Once Alex's cell phone data was received, all that was left was to track his location. The guy noticed the Catwoman's hacking skills. Alex asked who sent the girl here, because he had not received any news. The Catwoman said that her boss sent her to help get rid of the worst victim as soon as possible, because he's like a thorn in the flesh. The boss also asked to give him some of the doctor's products that he invented for health and beauty. Alex wondered if the Catwoman was pretending to be stupid, if she was playing some kind of double game, and if she was a danger to him, but there were no answers yet. The Catwoman began to look behind the doctor. She asked him where the beautiful red-haired girl was with him in the organization's office. The guy said that she was not here because he sent her to investigate something. They should meet later. The Catwoman thought to herself that the doctor is truly a professional in his field and does not tell any unnecessary details. He is a master of secrecy. Alex said that he had new interesting information, and they needed to move out now, but he needed to take something with him. The guy entered the room and lowered the mask from his face. He asked Mimi not to say anything and to be quiet. He said that it was urgent and he would explain everything later, but now she needed to give him her mobile phone. But Mimi didn't want to do this, because watching TikTok was the most important entertainment in her life. Then Alex promised her that next time she would definitely go on a mission with him. Such conditions suited Mimi, and she handed Alex her mobile phone. Alex left the apartment and told the Catwoman that he was ready to move out. The girl asked him not to rush because her step is not so fast. Mimi looked out of the apartment and followed Alex with her eyes, wondering why the guy was talking to himself. The Catwoman asked Alex where they were going. In any case, to begin with, Alex decided to change the girl's clothes because she was all wet. This really touched her. However, it was just Alex's plan when the girl was changing clothes. He did something on his mobile phone. It was Mimi's mobile phone. The guy was amused that she kept adult videos. At that time, the girl was changing clothes behind the curtain. She was thinking that the doctor was really a very nice, and at the same time stern professional. However, she also noticed that when she talked with the doctor, she did not smell any smell of blood or the well-known smell of formaldehyde in his house. He found this strange. The girl came out of the fitting room in updated clothes. She was wearing white stockings and a suit. She asked Alex if he liked the new outfit. They approached the cash register, and Alex told the manager that he wanted to buy everything that this girl was currently wearing. The woman behind the counter was scared, because they were both wearing terrible masks. After that, they left the store and caught a taxi, because the journey was long. When the driver asked where they wanted to go, Alex handed over his mobile phone and indicated the location on the map. This shocked the driver because the destination was the damned cinema, where 9 years ago there was an arson attack and many people were burned alive. Not only the cinema itself burned down, but also the area around it. There are rumors that anyone who dares to go inside hears the screams of ghosts. Perhaps these are the screams of the vengeful souls of the victims. The doctor and the girl assured the taxi driver that this was exactly the place they needed. The driver insisted that the guy was still too young to visit such places, because he did not yet know the value of his life. He also remembered the incident when his colleague met a killer on the road a couple of weeks ago, when he was giving a lift to a client. What a coincidence. It was Alex. The driver continued the story. Everything in this story was confusing, and in the end, the client of the taxi forced the driver to pursue the maniac with him. Even the police at first did not understand who the victim was and who the maniac was the killer. The driver also showed a photo of Alex. The girl noticed that the guy was handsome, and said that if she saw him, she would definitely follow him. She had no idea that the same guy was now sitting next to her. The driver turned to Alex and began to convince him to give up the idea of visiting such a terrible place as a horror cinema. A second later, the car ran over something terrible, as if it were some kind of downed monster. But in reality, it was just a poster from the premiere of a horror movie that was torn off by the wind. The car braked sharply and stopped at the entrance to the cinema. Alex got out of the taxi, simultaneously opening a black umbrella. The girl and Alex headed inside the cinema. They entered the room and began to look around. There was water and mold everywhere. The place was truly terrible. The girl started a conversation. She asked why they came here, because the boss told the doctor to take care of the hospital, and the Pumpkinhead was supposed to go here. At that very second, a Pumpkinhead appeared out of nowhere and scared them. His assistants blew up firecrackers and shouted, "Welcome." A very strong and fast blow hit the Pumpkinhead directly in the head. It's surprising that his pumpkin didn't fly into pieces. He fell to the floor and hit his head again. The girl apologized for her behavior, but the Pumpkinhead arranged the surprise so unexpectedly that no one even had time to think anything other than self-defense. However, Alex immediately noticed that her reflexes were much faster than he expected, even faster than his own. Pumpkinhead began to make excuses. He just wanted to surprise his brother, the doctor. He clarified whether he had done his job at the hospital. And then it dawned on him. Why didn't he notice right away? It must be all because of the darkness. A magnificent female cat stood in front of him. Her appearance alone drove the Pumpkinhead crazy. He immediately ran up to the doctor and began asking him where this girl was from and asked him to introduce them. Pumpkinhead asked Alex to share with him his secrets of how he meets such beauties. In addition, he noted that the information that the doctor sent him by mobile phone contained some kind of virus. The doctor replied that this information said that the same terrible victim also came to this cinema. Pumpkinhead considered this a great success, because now they don't have to chase anyone. There are two of them and they can easily deal with him. But also don't forget that they have this sweet girl with them, whom the Pumpkinhead can't wait to get to know better. Alex thought that even members of the organization did not know this girl, but she immediately made it clear that she was from there, and also said that the boss of the organization's branch was her uncle. Pumpkinhead's assistant suddenly ran into the room. He reported that he had bad news. All the people they sent to collect information in the horror cinema had disappeared. He searched every corner but found no one. Pumpkinhead hit his subordinate because he appeared so unexpectedly from the darkness that he scared him. The man asked to forgive him because now he needs to figure out where his people disappeared to. Alex offered him his help because perhaps this was the work of that same victim and they needed to stick together. The three of them headed deeper into the cinema to study the situation and collect information. Suddenly, they heard some noise from behind and turned around at the same time. The sound seemed to come from under a poster hanging on the wall. They came closer and Alex recognized himself running away from some people in black cloaks. The girl and the Pumpkinhead noticed that this poster looked like new, but the building had been burned down for a long time, which means someone hung it here recently. Pumpkinhead thought that this looked like someone's joke, because in this poster it was he who was running away from some shovel of people. Everyone who looked at him saw himself. The man tore the poster in half and assumed that this was the work of the victim. He promised to cut it in half as soon as he met him. The unknown man smiled. Alex's flashlight began to flicker. It seemed like something had happened to the electricity. All the lights began to go out one by one. A slight panic began in the group. No one understood what was happening. Alex closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was already standing on the road in the middle of an empty, gloomy city. He turned around and saw a man in a raincoat running towards him. He had something in his hands. It was a killer with a knife, most likely. The minds of those who came to the cinema were immersed in an illusion, and all these actions take place in a parallel world, but have direct consequences on the real one, so you can't expose yourself. Alex realized this. Now the main thing for him is to control himself. The illusion of the cinema is horror films. He must go through it in order to return to reality. The guy easily dodges the amateur killer. Alex then activates the systems and uses it to materialize a chainsaw. The guy struck between the legs of the attacker, who barely had time to dodge. Alex is glad to feel the chainsaw in his hands again, because lately he has used it so rarely, and now he can play enough in this illusory world. The killer fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness. He repented and said that he was just an ordinary ghost, forced to earn money in the nightmares of the cinema in order to feed his ghostly family. But Alex was not convinced, and he hit the ghost with a chainsaw with all his might, after which he took off his jacket. It was the uniform of a food delivery man. At this time, Lisa rode up to the cinema on her cool bike. She had GPS turned on her mobile phone and tracked Alex's location online. After all, before going to the cinema, Alex sent her a message saying that he had an emergency. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, camera motor, the horror movie is just beginning, get ready. Legend has it that there is a mysterious area in the city. From the outside, it will seem like ordinary people live here. However, during full moons, various crazy incidents occur here. No one could leave this area alive. And today, a new victim has entered the area. A cruel fate awaits this sweet-looking girl. That's right. Just like Alex and the Pumpkinhead, the Catwoman also fell into her illusion with the horror movie. She still didn't fully understand what was happening, and the first thing she did was try to find the senior doctor. Suddenly, she felt someone approaching from behind. It was a ghost who swung a knife right at her back. But with a deft blow, the knife was knocked out of the ghost's hand. The knife fell to the floor, making a loud crash. Then the girl used a move that she seemed to have seen somewhere on television wrestling. It looked very impressive. She did a somersault and pulled the man by the neck with her legs, after which she began to choke him. After a few seconds, the male attacker passed out. The Catwoman looked at her body. She didn't understand what happened, because she didn't do it on purpose, as if it wasn't her. At this time, a whole crowd of ghosts had already gathered behind her, who wanted to deal with her here and now. The girl did not hold back and began to waste everyone. She laid the ghosts on the floor one after another. After everyone was dispatched in deep unison, the woman repeated Alexa's catchphrase. She said that she was just a victim. At this time, Alex was standing in front of the door of someone's room. He was dressed in a food delivery uniform, and he had a characteristic backpack with orders over his shoulders. The door opened on its own, and Alex took a step inside the room. He saw in front of him a man who was cutting up someone's poor body with a huge cleaver. Alex began to watch the process. At some point, the man raised his head and was surprised that the guy had been standing and looking at him all this time. He asked how long the guy had been watching him. The guy replied that it had been 2 minutes already. Later, Alex added that he assessed his cutting skills, and they, to put it mildly, completely suck. He had not seen such mediocre skills for a long time. This instantly infuriated the man, and he picked up a cleaver. A good move, but Alex had a larger cleaver in stock. The guy instantly materialized a chainsaw and put it to the man's face. The man was amazed how an ordinary food delivery man got such a huge chainsaw, and he began to ask to solve the problems peacefully, through negotiations. To start, Alex asked the guy to give him 5 stars on a food delivery app. The man certainly complied with the requirement, and as proof, he even turned the screen of his mobile phone. Alex took his phone in his hands and asked him to take a selfie because you never know, he didn't actually bring him any food. Although in fact, Alex didn't bring any order, he was a bad food delivery person. The man asked if Alex was afraid that the police would find out about everything. But the guy laughed, because in his case, the police never make it on time. Then Alex suggested a game of who would cut the leg better, but only the man's legs would need to be cut. This shocked the butcher. The man asked Alex to stop saying such terrible things, because they had almost settled everything. At that time, an explosion was heard in the wall. A burning body ran into the room, screaming in pain. The man jumped to the side and began shouting for the burning torch to stay away from him. Following him, the silhouette of a Catwoman appeared in the room. A Molotov cocktail was set on fire in her hand. She was very happy to see her senior doctor again. It turns out that Alex and the girl were reunited in the same illusion. Now they are in the same horror film. Alex managed to turn away in time and quickly put on his mask. The girl ran towards him to hug him. Taking advantage of the moment, the man wanted to escape and carefully headed towards the exit. But a girl with a cat mask spoke behind his ear and asked where he was going, because they had not met yet. The man realized there was no way out and tried to take his cutting cleaver out of his pocket. However, a moment later he had the barrel of a huge revolver in his mouth, which, of course, he was not particularly happy about. The girl suggested playing Russian roulette. There is 1 bullet in the drum. If after the shot the man does not die, then he has won. She pulled the gun from the man's mouth. For a second he thought it was just a joke until she pointed it at the back of his head. Alex stopped the girl and ordered her not to kill him, because he still had questions for the man. The guy moved closer to the man and said that he has seen many people like him. They all cry at first that they don't know anything. But he has several first-class methods in stock to quickly establish a conversation. The man immediately began his story. Every resident of this building is cursed by a local ghost. They are all her slaves and are paid based on work. They are obliged to kill several people every month so that they will eventually be allowed to be reborn. After hearing the information, Alex headed towards the exit. The girl was very surprised that the guy kept the ghost alive. She really wants to see what kind of doctor is really in action. The girl whispered in his ear that she wanted to watch his actions and admire him. The guy replied that he left the ghost to her because he doesn't deal with such small things. The Catwoman understood the order. She immediately began to carry it out, dousing the ghost with some kind of flammable substance. As she left, she threw the lighter and it lit up like it was a barbecue. A crowd of other ghosts had already come running to the sounds. They were all eager for reprisals. They ran into the corridor where they met Alex. They asked him if he had seen the man who has long been called a terrible victim. The guy replied that no, he was just an ordinary food delivery guy, while Alex activated the system to summon one of his favorite toys. Alex materialized a chainsaw and persistently asked to give way to him. The men did not agree and immediately paid for their lack of politeness. Alex began to divide people into 2 parts, but this was not called mathematics, but a chainsaw. The guy began to cut everyone in all directions. He asked not to be afraid of him, because he was just an ordinary person, an innocent victim. Alex was busy with his attack, and one of the men, who was hiding around the corner, saw an excellent moment for his attack, right at the guy's back. Another second and he will rush at him, although wait, who is that behind him? Yes, it was a Catwoman, a couple of deft movements, and the man's head was separated from the body. The girl was pleased with herself. She put on her dust gloves when all the work was done, after which the couple headed into the elevator. She stood behind the doctor and carefully examined Alex's chainsaw. The girl asked him where he got this wonderful toy from. She noticed that the methods of work that Alex uses are very different from those that the real doctor had previously used, and she swung her fist. Alex realized that the girl suspected something was wrong. He had to say something in his defense, and he said it. He said that criminals should never stand in one place. They always need to learn something new, try new methods, and develop in their skills. The girl stopped. She believed the guy. Now he is again above suspicion. The elevator suddenly stopped, and its doors opened. An elderly man walked in with a cane in his hands. He did not raise his eyes. The girl noticed that the grandfather did not make any sounds. Even using a wooden cane, something was clearly wrong here. The doctor reminded her that now they're in a horror movie, and they need to think about where the source of all this is, because they need to somehow get out of here. The girl did not immediately understand what was going on, but then she understood everything. At that second, some strange energy began to emanate from Grandfather, and he began to laugh quietly. Afterwards, he loudly declared that the couple in the elevator was having an extremely unlucky day today, because they were unlucky to meet him. Alex and the Catwoman drew their weapons in the face of the ghost, and he instantly calmed down. He clearly did not expect such a turn of events. The guy asked the ghost if he was accidentally running this horror movie illusion, but his grandfather assured him that it wasn't him. When the elevator doors opened, the man immediately ran out of the elevator and ran down the dark corridor away, shouting that ghost killers were hunting for him. Of course, Grandfather had no chance to get away from these two, and they went into the room where the ghost had turned. The girl looked under the bed, but there was no one there. There was no one in the closet either. Then she approached Alex, who was looking at the portrait of his grandfather on the wall. She said that she could not find it anywhere, but the guy replied that he had already found it. He picked up the frame with the portrait, and it made a strange sound. Alex turned out to be right. The ghost transferred himself into the image. The grandfather mocked the guy, saying that he was now a 2D character, and all his 3D attacks did not matter to him. The girl found a candle in the room. It seems they had an interesting plan. They started setting the image on fire. This is a great way to bring the ghost back into the 3D world, because if he remains in the photograph, he will simply burn with it. And so it happened. The man returned and began to beg not to kill him. He asked the couple who sent them here, because this was the first time he had seen such visitors. Grandfather recommends underestimating this place because this is a very scary place, a realistic model of residential complex number 9. When he said these words, it seems that he himself was afraid of this name. Alex thought about it because he had already heard this name. It turns out that this cinema is somehow connected with the place. It seems that everything here is somehow interconnected. Grandfather told a brief history of the residential complex. When it was built on the land where the temple used to stand, after it was converted into a prison, inside which a mass grave was installed for criminals who were executed at that time. The ghost did not have time to finish his story when he felt the presence of his boss. Pink silk dress, gold and malachite on her hands, pearls, a necklace. All this adorned her majestic image, the highlight of which were lips painted in bright red lipstick. The lady held whips in her hands that bound the necks of her prisoners. She took them with her everywhere, because it was more fun for her. One of her pet ghosts lit a cigarette for her. She praised Alex and the Catwoman for the fact that after being here for so long, they were not only able to survive, but also maintain their sanity. Alex immediately called on his bladeless saw, but it acted up again. Not like in the case of the tank, but it was noticeable that the system was afraid of this force. The woman said that in her films, no one is allowed to arrange their own order. Now they will pay for their initiative. The girl in the mask advised the woman not to get angry because, at her age, it is harmful. Madame continued to smoke her cigarette, intently examining the Catwoman. She then asked Alex if she was his mistress. She could spare her if he did not resist. She moved closer to Alex and said that she felt his young and tender skin under the mask. She began to offer the guy new sneakers, cars, and said that she owned a lot of real estate. One and her pet ghost asked when he could take a vacation from this exhausting work. The woman, without looking back, slapped his face with a powerful slap. Afterwards, she asked Alex if she really wanted to think about her proposal. Alex replied to this seemingly rather narcissistic aunt that she was obviously wrong about two things at once. The first was that what she called him was nothing, much like the fakes of this film. Alex immediately jumped and seemed to hover in the air, voiced to the narcissistic lady her second mistake. This man, just like her, is not ordinary, and immediately gave a signal to the Catwoman that it was time to start. Absolutely without thinking for a second, the cat, putting her hand to her head, accepted the signal from the elder and asked to leave this matter to her. Adjusting her gorgeous thick tail and looking through the cat's mask, straight into the eyes of that same narcissistic aunt, the cat voiced her intentions not to give the eldest to her. At that same second, the Catwoman was so close that you could see how the candlestick in her hands illuminated her eyes. Filled with a scarlet color with rage, she praised Alex's charisma, which is not limited to his appearance. For a second, it seemed that the Catwoman was standing in a disadvantageous situation, surrounded by a crowd of people, where everyone was holding a bat in their hands. At that moment, the candlestick from the Catwoman's hands flew to the side at a rapid speed. This clearly amazed everyone, forcing them to throw their heads upward, following with their gaze the candlestick that a couple of seconds ago was in the hands of the Catwoman. Obviously for everyone, it flew straight to the ground and, due to its fragility, broke into pieces. It would seem that a fallen candlestick was about the same as dropping a match on the floor. but it was a powerful, fiery explosion that managed to fill half of the giant building. Alex did not expect such a scale. This gun worked much more powerfully. For a second, Alex thought, if only this explosion would kill all the monsters at once. Maybe it would even be sad. But he didn't think that she could die so easily. Thinking about the fact that the old man said that this movie was based on apartment complex number 9, he could take the chance right now to find out everything without anyone distracting him, while he could already feel someone else's presence behind him. He didn't even turn his head towards the monster behind him and swung his saw at rapid speed, cutting his head right off his shoulders. The picture returns to the events of the Catwoman, who at that moment was clearing her throat from the smog that had accumulated from the smoke. She didn't care at all about what happened. She was worried about her clothes that her elder bought for her. Now they looked dirty and shabby. What a shame. Trying to leave, the Catwoman felt something catch on her leg, and as if it was trying to pull her back. Like someone who had risen from the dead, the narcissistic aunt flew out in a rage, with outbursts that she could not be killed so easily, and now she intended to destroy the Catwoman. Alex was already standing at the elevator and thinking that all the monsters he had met on his way were trying to stop them from going to the top floor. He climbed onto the roof, which was illuminated by white and blue moonlight. There was absolutely nothing on the roof. Doubts crept into his mind that he might have made a mistake. Instantly, there was a wild noise that came from the huge ringing clock. Alex couldn't understand what was happening. The noise seemed to drive him so crazy that he fell to one knee. The hum continued to stand and drive him crazy. Alex could not even focus on his thoughts. Among the azure light of the moon and the night sky, a shining diamond of impressive size appeared. This diamond was spinning around its own axis so slowly that you could see every detail of it. To see this object, Alex covered one eye with his hand and thought that perhaps he had found someone amazing. The attempts to discern this mysterious diamond were unsuccessful. It seemed to be thrown to the ground, and the azure glow was replaced by purple shades. Alex began to realize that this world was somewhat like an illusion, but his thoughts quickly changed to the fact that it was more like his spiritual realm. This time everything looked different. Part of the skyscrapers rose into the air, and the second part of the buildings of this world seemed to be reaching towards the ground. That very second, one of his personalities hung over him upside down. It was the Joker, who said that they would not meet again. This picture was thickened by a certain smog hanging in the air, and around him the rest of his personalities were getting closer. Alex wondered why everyone decided to gather right here with such an enthusiast, because he's quite a very timid person. To which Joker brought up the topic of Alex becoming weaker, without realizing it. And they all gathered here to decide who Alex was, just like last time. Without going into lengthy conversations with the Joker, Alex only reacted with a smirk on his face. Already starting to accelerate, he shouted in a clear voice that now the Joker had left him no choice. Alex's personalities rushed towards him, but our guy, of course, is not simple. So without hesitating for a second, he also rushed at them, launching a chainsaw in his hands. Suddenly, Alex found himself lying on the concrete floor, looking straight into the sky, as if he was trying to see something. His gaze was directed at that same azure shining diamond, but this time something still unidentified could be seen behind it. The object that was behind suddenly appeared and looked like a giant-sized eye with a snake-like, yellow, unopened pupil. Suddenly the eye seemed to close, and the space around was filled with purple shadows again. Let's go back to the Catwoman who was fighting for her life with her narcissistic aunt. She had quite strong arms, and her aunt muttered about how this little cat brat thought she was a good fighter. With the strength of a mature woman, the aunt plunged her huge fist right into the cat's stomach, which is why she even twisted a little. The blow was extremely powerful, causing pink sparks to flash in his eyes for a second. From this aunt's fist, the Catwoman weakened, falling to her knees. At that moment, she felt all the pain inside her organs in the abdominal area. The aunt was jubilant. It seemed to her that she had gained the upper hand and felt the power from her powerful hands. Wiping the blood near her mouth, the Catwoman dreamed that the elder would come quickly. The circumstances seemed quite troublesome. In a terrible, ringing voice, this terrible aunt screamed that the eldest had already become her dog, and this fragile kitty would soon be convinced of this. Out of nowhere, a silhouette appeared with bloody eyes, which screamed that even if it would spare, it would want to see the expression on its face as soon as it made it its own. The cat again thought about the troublesomeness of the whole situation, but was determined to fight a win-win, wanting to cut off the legs of this aunt if she even hinted at escaping. The cat's speed reached inhuman power. In a moment, she found herself as close as possible to her aunt, and her arms opened with all the power that her body had. Bowing her head over the splashes of blood, she absolutely did not care how much her aunt praised herself in front of the elder. She kept her promise, cutting off the legs of this grumpy lady. Leaving without legs, the narcissist screamed at the top of her lungs, which was incredibly annoying. Alex was still on the roof, but the light-colored moon reflected a bloody light in his eyes. The bad guys were heatedly discussing a plan for how they would look for Alex and how long this grueling search would take them. They were clearly overwhelmed with all the emotions that only a negative character can experience. One of them was so clumsy that he didn't even notice how Alex was already whispering from behind that he was slow, because the landlady could hear his screams, and then he would find the last item to find her location. Alex was very satisfied with the feeling of this bad guy's psychosis. Just some kind of superiority. Alex's gaze pierced to the depths of his soul. He couldn't wait to find out what would happen if the killer did find him. He is so stupid that he only now realized that Alex was already next to him. The bad guy began his attempts to show Alex what awaits him. Continuing his mockery of this fool, Alex continued to ask what would happen if he was found. No such luck, the big man had already been released into the wild to show his abilities. The fingers were already using light touches to check the perfection of the sharpened axe with the remnants of unwiped blood from the last time. A standard phone call rang, and after picking up the phone, Alex concentrated as much as possible on the information he was receiving from the other side of the subscriber. She was on the 6th floor. He needed to hurry. Between the Catwoman and the ant, the endless struggle was still going on. With all the necessary troubles, the ant was trying to fight off the 49 blows she had already received with a knife. The cat's mood was getting better. She was egging on her aunt more and more with caustic phrases, just as many more blows with a knife, or she would die. But the aunt's spark of pride and confidence had already disappeared somewhere at the sight of the knife. Her eyes filled with wild fear, and the aroma around was clearly reminiscent of approaching death. Everything around became somehow different. The Catwoman felt something extraordinary around her. Trying to comprehend what was happening, the cat's hand was engulfed by something that had no density. The eyes tried to peer, transmitting signals to the brain what had grabbed her, and even with such azure sparks, this creature turned out to be someone's owner. A desperate ant begged him for her salvation. Hanging over the ant, it would seem her master came clearly with other intentions, which probably would not play into her hands. A moment later, the azure tentacles pierced right through the rough hand of the ant, who was screaming with all her might. Continuing its disgusting loud screams, her matter gradually disappeared from this world. It seems that salvation was not intended by the owner. Someone's owner turned out to be quite a beautiful figure. He seemed powerful, glowing with an unusually azure light, and his gaze pierced the soul of all living things. Having taken away the villainous ant, events were supposed to change for the better, but the monster released its meter-long tentacles right from behind. One could only guess about his strength, but she, determined to save herself, tried her luck by throwing a table at the monster, which it easily pushed away with unearthly power. There wasn't even enough time to understand what had happened. Its tentacles were already enveloping the cat's fragile body. There was a slight rumble all around from the speed it had picked up to knock her over to the ground. What a force it is. This is no longer a blow from some dead woman. This is a super powerful blow that destroyed the cat's mask with a crash. And now she is convinced that this will not satisfy the elder. Looking into the mask-free eye of this cat, it again gained unearthly strength for its next action. To consolidate the proof of its strength, it decided to hit this fragile cat with another blow to the ground. At this time, Jason was trying to resolve equally important issues. But Alex didn't stop at one big guy. It seems that he began to release all his personalities into the wild in order to finally resolve the issues with this dumbass. Finally, confidence was replaced by a cry of fear. He is so stupid that only after the second personality came out, he realized that these were monsters. The reprisal should be the easiest. Without going far, following the example of Alex himself, the inconspicuous and quiet Joker crept up from behind. Finally, he released all his personalities in order to free up resources for solving the most important issues. Alex had not yet gone that far from the events taking place behind him, but he had already felt the presence of someone unfamiliar. The azure monster reached him, immediately frightening Alex with its unearthly powers. His dexterity and hand strength were so unique that it allowed him to react with lightning speed to blows coming from the tentacles. Rising into the air and taking an incredible amount of air into its azure lungs, it let out a roar that exceeded all human decibels. In vain it was distracted by growling. It turned out to be only an unsuccessful attempt to intimidate the fearless one, in return for which it received a piercing blow with a bloody chainsaw. Alex even had time to wonder what was in front of him. Had horror films finally studied technology and introduced 3D? Compared to the poor cat, next to Alex, this monster does not feel all-powerful. He is not the boss here. Thoughts were a little confused. Alex tried to predict how this Azure story would ultimately continue. Standing directly opposite Alex, a second ago it was clearly unsure of its capabilities, but then it began to gain all its unearthly strength and speed at the same time. Alex is the boss here, and he absolutely loves it when weak, worthless animals amuse him with their attempts to impress. It seems that not only the Azure monster has unearthly speed and power here, Alex, looking straight into his eyes, headed in his direction. But the monster turned out to be not as stupid as that killer. He quickly disappeared from his field of vision, hiding behind his back. Turning back, he saw an azure monster burst out of the ground, as if from hell. The confident, smug monster caught Alex by surprise right in his path, about to deliver a control blow. Suddenly, his alter personality Joker appeared behind Alex and threw something out of his sleeve. What was it? This was the ace in his sleeve. The card slowly flew before the creature's eyes, and it seemed that time itself stood still, waiting for something. The azure dragon did not even think to budge. Fear is a feeling that was unknown to him. He knows and respects only strength, and this was his mistake. At the same moment, he felt the whips tighten around his neck. It seemed that the neck was the only source of pain from these compressed lashes, but his paws were also held hostage. This was another alter personality of Alex, a girl who had incredible power. She looked at the creature bound by herself, and her eyes filled with anger and rage, from which the lashes shackled the dragon more and more. The creature clearly did not expect such an ace. Jason followed the girl, furious that he had the strength to swing. Another moment, and behind Alex there was already a crowd of all his alter personalities, which you could only give a reason to tear to shreds and terrify. Gradually the crowd loomed over the dragon, their eyes bloodshot, which they felt from the fear of the monster chained in front of them. The dragon was so enveloped in fear and lack of a sense of strength and power that his beautiful azure color was replaced by a shadow as dark as darkness. Satisfied with everything that was happening, Alex completely forgot to tell the dragon that he was just a victim. There was a crash right on the oak table. The viewer, who was sitting in the cinema hall, all alone, was at a loss as to how the story that unfolded a minute ago was even possible, with only one trump card. Lost in thought, Alex enjoyed the view of the sky filled with numerous stars, and on the ground lay an azure dragon stabbed with swords. Suddenly something blinded him with a bright white light. This azure weakling, unable to withstand Alex's moral and physical violence, tucked his tail between his legs and disappeared into the bustle of the starry sky. Without keeping him waiting, the alter personality reappeared in the form of the Joker. He encouraged Alex to pursue the monster. Probably, he just ran away into another horror movie. The same dragon that cowardly escaped from Alex's violence bursts out of the sky blue cloud. Of course, the Joker's idea was great, so Alex followed the dragon and successfully overtook it. With an ace up his sleeve, everything was quite simple, but it seems in this world, Alex will have to shake things up and sweat a lot. The monster's only chance was to start picking up speed and try to elude Alex. Corny enough, but he started picking up speed again to dodge. Maybe this is the only thing he is capable of after defeat, to run away. However, Alex did not go on the journey alone. Along with him, as always, were his alternative personalities, from scary dolls of monsters to creatures that cannot be described. Gradually, Alex began to call on each of his personalities separately, thereby inflicting horror and fear on the monster. By the way, dear subscribers and YouTube viewers, who does the image of this personality of Alex remind you of? Write in the comments under the video with the timecode of this moment. The passions of this battle are gaining momentum and heating up with every second spent in this world. There are more and more personalities, and each of them is more terrible and dangerous than the previous one. Surprisingly, all this time the dragon was simply trying to run away, as if he was playing some kind of children's game. Yes, they really seemed to be playing cat and mouse, because this coward could not stop for a second because of the violence he experienced in that world. Alex was clearly already running around and playing catch-up enough. So a secret weapon was launched into the course of events in the form of a piercing lightning filled with purple death. It had the same powerful power as any lightning. With all his might, Alex launched the weapon straight at the dragon, which would have pierced him right through. This lightning pierced the monster directly into the chest with such force that his eyes immediately filled with the same violet death with which this secret weapon was filled. This weapon was incredibly large, almost like this dragon, which is why it pierced him so hard that he immediately ended up on the ground after his long run from Alex. Somewhere behind, a man's voice was heard asking Mr. Alex to stop. A gentleman in a tuxedo, a top hat, and a cane in his hands descended straight from the heavenly portal, but his eyes were not visible. Going down to the azure dragon, down on one knee, this gentleman took him by the paw and said that this was a disgrace, that the man himself had offended him. In a moment, this gentleman, releasing the dragon's paw, plunged his palm straight into its heart, which turned out to be the same azure color as the creature itself. Bending his head and continuing to sit on one knee, he was still looking at the hand that a second ago had torn out the heart of the creature with whom Alex had fought twice that evening. Judging by the picture that happened, it was not clear what to expect from him next, so Alex, as always, decided to approach the gentleman from behind. As in all battles, Alex's alter personality came to the defense and threw the machete straight at the sides of this gentleman's back. It turned out that he was dexterous enough to skillfully brush off a machete with his top hat.
He was not happy that Alex's personality tried to attack him from behind. It seemed that this was the only thing he was worried about at that second.
Having fought off the machete, snow-white doves began to fly out of his top hat, like those of a magician. It became even more confusing who this gentleman was. In case this young man decides to start performing some other tricks besides the torn-out heart and doves, Alex has already prepared his trusty chainsaw for a potential massacre. Alex intends to find out who he is and why he looks like a local character from the Men in Black. But then the guy began to explain that he was definitely not a negative character, but even a fan of taking grandmothers across the road. What a coincidence. He's also trying to be innocent. Alex immediately clarified that he is just an innocent victim. The gentleman was amused by this, because he watched as Alex fought with the creature, which the young man called a guard cat. After what had been said, the young man began to leave, saying that the curse was weakening, but these childish attacks would definitely not hurt him, since he was forced to come here in principle. Then Alex is destined to stay here, and he will never return to his old world. The world into which Alex descended began to sharply turn into a film, and the tapes seemed to be entangled with each other in order to twist the plot in the most unexpected way for the seated viewer. The same gentleman from the local films, when leaving, said that this was just the tip of the iceberg in his stock of more than 300 horror films, where Alex would not be able to resist a single monster, ghost, or killer. For some reason, the strange guy was sure that all of Alex's terrible alter personalities would not be able to cope with the attacks of these movie monsters. Alex began to guess who this guy was, since after his appearance all the monsters became an order of magnitude stronger. Maybe he is the owner of this cinema. Too many creatures crawled out from that film and tried to surround Alex around the perimeter. A moment later, this man in the hat again began to talk about how Alex is weak in this world, and that he should stop counting crows and start fighting back, since he is the source of the Black Army that has appeared. Of course, Alex has nothing to be ashamed of. He asks questions head-on to those who may seem terrifying to others. He clarified whether the Hatter is in charge of all this that he has arranged here. Showing his selfish look and looking straight into Alex's eyes, he began to deny his involvement in the management of this entire world. He is just a hired worker who maintains this world in the cinema. He flew and flew around Alex, trying to instill at least some sense of fear or caution, telling more details, and the next one was that his role and responsibilities were to destroy guests like Alex. Alex was tired of listening to this nonsense of a strange man, who, in fact, was nobody, just a worker, so he used a saw. But the man firmly stood his ground that he was just a soul, and his attacks were absolutely useless. Feeling the full power of Alex's undeniably powerful and incredibly dangerous saw, the man began to run away. Stopping for a second, he began to ask Alex where he got it from, and if he told him, he would leave him alive. Taking this question as an opportunity for a deal, Alex suggested in this case to exchange secrets. It was difficult to calm this guy down. He immediately began to open his ancient cane, from which a sharp blade was visible. It seemed that events were gaining bright colors from this communication. What new focus would await Alex next? At that moment, something similar to a wave was approaching Alex closer and closer. This strange wave-like matter was some kind of monster that tried to cling to Alex's hand and chainsaw at the same time, trying to take away the valuable weapon. Jumping up, the man in the hat had already completely taken his sword out of the cane and pointed it straight at Alex. Hovering in the air, he dared to call Alex ungrateful. Most likely, the man hoped that Alex was too simple to stop his sword by simply grabbing it with his bare hand, which, of course, Alex did. Alex pretended that it really hurt him to hold the man's sword with his bare hands, adding that he was just joking. It looked like a trick. But in the hand in which Alex was holding the end of a sharp sword a second ago, a pink plush hair appeared, making the man look like a complete fool for falling for it. Confused and unable to believe what was happening before his eyes, the man rushed to call his monsters for help, directing them to attack Alex. Neither the man in the hat nor his monsters understood who they had contacted after all behind the powerful Alex. His strongest crowd of alter personalities was already standing, ready to attack. Already sensing the approaching defeat, the man began to forcefully praise Alex, as he showed an incredible result for a person. At the same second, the alter personalities and monsters aimed at Alex began to fight each other. These creatures that the man tried to send into attack were overthrown, seemingly with a snap of his fingers. That was Alex's most powerful force, which this fool did not believe in from the very beginning. Once upon a time, this person appeared. A figure appeared in front of the Hatter, whose eyes and smile were filled with the brightest blood with the smell of death. He hung right over the man, which frightened him every second. The Hatter couldn't believe his eyes. He stopped realizing what was happening and puzzled himself even more, thinking that Alex was definitely not a man. He looked like a monster even more than the man himself. Events were gaining momentum. The Hatter decided to spoil his opponent by pulling out an ugly card in the likeness of Alex's trump card. Having cast a spell to stop time, a red carcass without legs hung in the air above the heads of Alex and the Hatter. Only for a second, Alex despaired a little, either from the stupidity of that Hatter or from the current situation. But everything was not so simple. He did not despair at all. Some magic fettered any of his actions, and his gaze seemed drooping only because even his eyelids could not move and froze right before his eyes. Leaning as close to Alex's face as possible, the Hatter began to taunt him that he was so weak that he couldn't move, pointing out his low level. The feeling of superiority amused the Hatter so much that he could not contain his terrible laughter, and began to laugh at him at the top of his voice. What was he thinking about when he committed his act? He clearly did not understand that Alex had an infinite number of abilities. He only had to annoy him a little more, when Alex immediately took this eccentric by the collar with his strong hand. The time has come for Alex to mock this hatted fool. Where else will he find someone who will fall for as many as 3 tricks in a row? Piercing the Hatter's soul, Alex thanked him for all the stupid things he had done. He did not expect that the Hatter himself would come to him. The man did not expect that such a thought would overtake him. He refused to believe in what was happening because it seemed that without his lucky chainsaw, Alex was as weak as possible. Alex had already guessed what this weirdo was thinking in his head while he was hanging in the air with his throat clenched with a strong hand. He said that he was pathetic for really thinking about why Alex could attack him without a chainsaw in his hands. This eccentric had obviously read a lot of fake stories, for which he took a powerful blow right in the gut. This is the perfect opportunity for Alex to interrogate this poor guy as he groans on his knees in pain. A moment later, Alex launched a huge system window in front of the loser, on which he began to enter something. It seems that the Hatter could see the system, but what exactly did he see, while he was still groaning in pain and screaming about what a monster Alex was for daring to invade his territory? Continuing to shout about the chaos that Alex had caused, the Hatter began to threaten him that if he did not stop, someone would definitely not spare him. He even called his name, Dudnik. In a sublime and satisfied tone, Alex informed the Hatter that he had only done a favor for him, that he had summoned all the monsters from that film. He already thought that he would have to do the search himself. He saved time. Alex leaned over to the Hatter and grabbed his jaw, holding quite impressive pliers in his hands, with which it would seem that he would pull out all his teeth, and decided to ask who Angelica was. These powerful pliers immediately ended up a millimeter from the Hatter's mouth. Alex's gaze was filled with maximum elevation over this loser. If the man is lucky, then Angelica will soon join him in company. Let's return to the Catwoman. The events ended with her receiving a rather serious slap in the face from the Azure Dragon. Her appearance was so-so. Looking at the sealed door, the Catwoman was spinning her thoughts on the fact that the plan had failed, and it was a terrible shame for her how she would tell the Elder about everything that had happened. Obviously, she had gone through quite a difficult battle. Her legs could barely stand, almost bent. She still approached the door. Opening the door in front of her and entering the room, she saw in front of her a pumpkin head chained to a bed with ropes, who asked if the cat would sleep on him and where his brother, the doctor, was. The cat did not torment him for long by refusing to answer his questions and explained that too many monsters had appeared there. But they suddenly all ran away at once, as if they had gone crazy. Pumpkinhead called the cat his sister. Apparently he was very dizzy and could not think. When the cat came in next to the pumpkin, there was some kind of notebook lying right on the floor. She picked it up and tried to understand what it meant. Without even having time to read a word, she collapsed on the floor, pulling the notebook with her. The already untied Pumpkinhead got scared and asked her not to die, saying that he would take her to the doctor. Looking at the cat, he giggled and said that the doctor would definitely be able to cure her of her illness. Events moved to Lisa. Some kind of greenish haze reigned around her, as if some kind of smog. Either it was a hallucination, or there really was a motorcycle and a car standing in front of her. Everything seemed somehow unreal. Yes, after all, she moved closer to Alex, and this green smog continued to pursue her silhouette. Lisa extended her hand into the distance, as if she was trying to touch this air or aura that had accumulated around her. She began to realize that she was in some very strange place, not understanding where the signs with inscriptions in English came from in the city. Some people live their lives based on sensations, while others rely on science and facts. This is exactly the vision Lisa lived with. Only science and materialism. Turning on the flashlight and illuminating the way, she began to solve equations and calculate formulas in her head. Having moved a little further on her way, she saw a concrete wall on which was written, "Death." Lisa was beside herself with rage that Alex was acting strange at first, and then completely ran away to this damn strange place. They finally pinned down the fool. He begged for mercy like a little dog, repenting and screaming that Alex would stop, and he would lay everything out for him on a platter. Alex simply threw this crying hatter to the ground. It seems he still had teeth in his filthy mouth. The man started shouting at Alex's back that he didn't believe that he didn't know Dudnik, because Alex was strong, wielded cool weapons. Definitely not from the world of souls. Why didn't he know anything about Dudnik? Mischievously stroking the blades of the knife, Alex was amused by the current situation. Apparently the hatter had forgotten that he was at a disadvantage, and Alex had no reason to answer his stupid questions. Having mocked this stupid magician a little more, Alex finally stuck his blade right between the bones of his palm. His patience has limits, and this time the popular science hatter must lay out everything. Who is Angelica, and what are the zones of souls? Exclaiming from the pain that the hatter felt between his palm bones, he began to scream that this is not a joke. It cannot even be scientifically explained. Mr. Dudnik is the master of souls, and all souls are under his control. The hatter continued to tell Alex the information, and that he had never seen his real appearance in his life. He only knew that he was an ancient creature, almost like a whale, only he had incredible abilities. Alex began to get confused in the hatter's explanations, asking him to pause in his story and stop using artistic descriptions. He tried to understand whether the man meant that this gentleman controls all the creatures of this film. And if so, then why has he not stopped Alex yet? Continuing to kneel, the hatter continued the story that Mr. Dudnik was in a long hibernation and cut off from the world. He only left a small piece of his soul. But Alex wondered why he used his reputation to intimidate Alex or get his own benefit. The hatter said that he knows everything about this place, and he can't kill him. People in this world lose their memory. But freezing, Alex scrolled through his memories and realized that he remembers his childhood perfectly, and this magic does not work for him. A moment later, he plunged his sword straight into the man's chest, causing him to again begin to scream that this was impossible. He did not have human strength. Having pierced the hatter's chest, the man understood everything. Alex came from there. The hatter's realization completely overtook him. Looking straight into Alex's eyes, he said that apparently he was that damn student from that city. It was as if ball lightning had crashed into Alex and everything around was ringing. These were exactly the feelings Alex had after hearing the hatter's words. Everything around seemed to be shaking and moving in an indefinite direction, either up or down. Everything was incomprehensible. All that Alex experienced a couple of seconds ago was that his body was fed by the rage raging inside. With all his strength, he took hold of his sword sticking out in the hatter's chest and began to torment him so that he would lay out everything, absolutely everything he could know. The fool again began to reverse and shout that he knew nothing. Taking the blade out of the hatter's chest, Alex stood right above him and watched as his body began to bleed. It was at this moment that red-haired Lisa appeared from behind and saw the scene between Alex and the hatter. Alex's eyes were filled with the desire to quickly deal with this scum, but then the officer shouted at him to stop immediately. He clearly did not expect to see her here, and even in such a situation. Before Alex had time to receive an answer from Lisa, he immediately received a loud slap in the face from her. Because she warned him and asked him to stop, he had done a lot. After this seemingly feminine but quite strong slap in the face, Alex tried to explain to her that this hatter is the main criminal here. The officer was furious at what she heard. She warned him that he should never act rashly, even in the name of justice, because by killing people, he would cease to be different from an animal. Alex's alter personalities began to gradually approach right behind the red-haired Lisa. Behind Alex's back, the man made clanking sounds, probably from the sword Alex had stuck in again. But Alex continued to explain to Lisa that this man was not a person at all. He felt fine, despite the mortal wounds he received. Alex was quite tired of this rattling groan. He again took out his machete, but the officer quickly grabbed the gun and ordered Alex not to approach him. They, the police, would deal with him themselves. The situation clearly amused the hatter. He did not even think that such a strong man as Alex could be stopped by a simple woman from the human world. While Alex was distracted by Lisa and her attempts to stop what was happening, the man had already taken off into the air, which she definitely did not expect. Which Alex, of course, was not happy with. Raising his head up and watching how this impudent person simply slipped away from Alex right under his nose, the hatter said that he remembered this meeting, and Alex would still have to answer for it. What a shame it seemed that Lisa had ruined absolutely everything, and this man with whom he had been fussing for so long was so easily able to leave. Of course, realizing what was happening and recognizing that Alex was right, the officer had to apologize for being the reason for Alex's failure. The sounds of radio waves were heard from the walkie-talkie. It was Paul, who called Alex on the line, reporting that he had heard that ghosts had also appeared at the police school. Walking confidently with a machete in his hands, Alex came to terms with the situation that had happened. Even grinned a little. One managed to escape. But there were still a lot of people left here. The expression on Alex's face is a separate form of art, and his eyes filled with light from the fact that he could still smell the smell of blood left from the hatter from his machete. It's time to let your beautiful machete dance. How masterfully this doctor deals with everyone who gets in his way. The cat's eyes perfectly reflected everything that happened that he performed. The Catwoman seemed to be inspired by the skills and capabilities of the elder. Every movement of his body seemed graceful to her, despite the fact that at that moment, he was not performing a dance, but a cruel retribution with his machete. Pumpkinhead stood just as fascinated by the doctor. He felt all his power and could not consider him not frightening. The cat immediately picked up the words of the Pumpkinhead. This is the real appearance of the elder. Every millimeter of the body is frightening to the point of creepiness. Oh no. Lisa again appeared behind Alex, trying again to stop his actions that frightened everyone around him. This time she seemed the most severe. Obviously, Alex got slapped in the face again, but this time it was much stronger. The situation was surprising for the Pumpkinhead. He thought that this stern woman had no sense of fear, since she decided to hit the doctor himself. Wait, the narrowed gaze of the Pumpkinhead makes it clear that he has already met this red-haired young lady somewhere. The realization that he had already seen her somewhere, and the thought that this wild madam was able to hit Alex, filled him with fear. Perhaps he even wanted to show his help to the doctor. The Catwoman did not seem frightened, rather on the contrary. Her tightly compressed lips seemed to hint that she intended to stand up for her elder, whom she admired and was unlikely to give offense. A few minutes later, the building was already surrounded by 4 police brigade cars, which illuminated the entrance itself with their headlights. Without hesitation, the cat took up her phone to check the situation online and understand what was happening behind these walls. From the online cameras, the cat realized that they were surrounded by a bunch of police officers and they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible, which she immediately shared with the Pumpkinhead, who was not particularly in shape to escape. So she offered to go with the elder. They began to run away in the other direction, but then the cat decided to turn back and examine the situation. At this moment, Lisa began to feel as if there was something dangerous behind her, but she remained calm and common sense, remembering the science in which she so sincerely believes. Having contacted by radio, Paul and Lisa began to discuss the sounds they heard around. Paul was sure that these were ghosts. He probably forgot that he was saying this to a person adhering to scientific knowledge and not mysticism. Something inexplicable to her began to happen right behind Lisa, and she almost believed that ghosts still existed. Lisa gave Paul a chance to speak, and he began to say that there used to be a girl named Claire at the police academy. He went on to describe Claire as being quite a prominent figure at the academy, and was known for really enjoying researching various anomalies. Paul continued the story that mass disappearances of children began to occur in the neighborhood of their department upon learning of this. Claire just moved to an apartment in this anomalous area to conduct an investigation. Claire's classmates contacted Paul to report her disappearance. This was the 9th residential area, which left Lisa completely stupefied by what she heard. Alex, who was nearby, heard their conversation and began to ask again if it was true what Paul said about the 9th residential district. Lisa, still in a stupor, began to say that this was one of the places that the bosses of the group of maniacs mentioned. Of course, Alex was eager to intervene in this matter, but after everything that Lisa saw from Alex, she forbade him to interfere, threatening that the police themselves were capable of sorting everything out and it was time for him to calm down. Alex underestimates the police, not because they are bad at their job. They simply cannot cope with ghosts with human strength, to which Lisa simply tried to leave, saying that no one could survive a bullet, and it was time for Alex to leave. They would soon cordon off this entire area. Despite the fact that Lisa rejected Alex's help, she understood perfectly well that he was right, because everything is not so simple. But protecting people is the duty of the police. And most likely, after his tricks, someone dangerous is already hunting him. Having met Paul, he began to quickly find out from Lisa where Alex was, because he heard his voice, although he should worry more about the maniac than about him. Lisa and Paul quickly headed to the company car, and then Lisa said that everything was fine with Alex, as well as with the maniac, to which Paul was absolutely horrified by what he heard. Following the strange expressions, Lisa asked Paul not to say anything to anyone about what would happen next, especially not to Alex. While the official car was rushing at high speed, Lisa again felt someone's presence, and apparently not in vain. In the pitch darkness, someone's bulging eyes looked piercingly. A large number of events taking place, especially such strange ones, provoked strange sensations in Lisa. Whether her nervous system was letting her down after all the events, but she was sure that she could handle everything. Alex found himself directly opposite the house with the panic room and froze for a couple of minutes, just watching. Then the director of the panic room suddenly appeared, who seemed incredibly happy to see Alex. Taking Alex by the arm, the director began to shed tears, talking about how their business with the room had become very bad. Visitors only want to see Alex, but this is not a spa salon to choose their own master. The director persistently hugged Alex and began to persuade him to become the official representative of their panic room, because even dancers, middle-aged men, and healthy jocks had all stopped coming since his departure. Noticing Alex's mask, the director decided to ask what kind of mask he was wearing. Maybe he missed it, and some new fashion had begun. Pointing his finger at the people standing right in front of them, the director told Alex to hurry up because the guests were already waiting for him. Coming closer, 3 senior students of the police academy stood in front of Alex, by the way. One of them was crying his heart out. They introduced themselves to Alex and asked for help in Claire's case. But Alex had not been considered a senior student at the academy for a long time, so he asked him not to count him as him. But then one of the guys said that they had been told that he would definitely help them in their business. The senior students began to look at Alex's mask because they didn't understand whether Alex's face was really hiding behind it, or if it was some kind of villain posing as him. But his image in a mask just says that he is that same silent, most terrible maniac, a victim. Realizing that Alex was the same victim, the senior student immediately blurred with sensitive emotions and looked at him with loving eyes. Not allowing her to continue his admiration, Alex immediately covered her mouth with his powerful hand, because for Alex this began to resemble a meeting of fans, and not an acquaintance with a good purpose. One of the guys fearfully began to apologize, calling Alex Mr. Senior, starting his story about what happened in Claire's case. Everyone moved to a certain eatery to discuss the details of their acquaintance and the subsequent investigation. The senior student took out a certain book, saying that it was Claire's diary, which they found on the 3rd day after her disappearance. In her diary, Claire wrote that the maniac from the 9th district dismembered his victims right in the bathroom, which was located in the apartment she rented, trying to find at least some clues. Claire disappeared without a trace. In the diary, the last page was torn out, but this inscription remained, "Don't look for me. I'm already dead." Gesturing wildly, the senior student told Alex that this information was the only thing they had and asked what Alex thought about this. He put his hand on the diary, which depicted a pentagram, and thought. At that moment, a system window appeared before Alex's eyes with a mission difficulty of 4 stars, and the punishment for failure to complete the task was living in the 9th district, a gradual transformation into a monster. Alex took the diary and began to leave the diner, saying that he would take up the investigation at night. But then the senior student called out to him that at night, it was most dangerous, stupid. Maniacs don't hunt in broad daylight. He left without even turning around to hear the shouts, only asking them not to try to follow him and to leave as quickly as possible. He slowed down for a split second and advised us to change their SIM cards on their phones. The Catwoman with her technology followed the elder again. She was both close and far away at the same time. She watched the meeting that took place in the diner, trying to understand what was happening there. The cat grinned that Alex had already been discovered. Having moved away from the senior students, Alex walked towards the bus stop, and the bus he needed just arrived and he boarded it. Entering the bus, Alex came across a strange guy who seemed to be trying to hide behind his cap. Alex reached the most empty row in order to continue his journey in a secluded environment without people nearby. The bus was heading straight to its destination, the final stop being the 9th district. The final stop! The first to get off the bus was the same strange guy in a cap whom Alex had bumped into when entering the bus. This stop meant a rest for the driver, who was stretching himself from fatigue holding the steering wheel all day. A strange guy was just passing by, but his face was still impossible to see. At that moment, the man in the cap put his hand in his pocket, but suddenly Alex found himself behind this man, putting his hand on his shoulder, offering to share one umbrella between 2, and by the way, as always, Alex is also a fan of sneaking up unnoticed. Our selfish hero, of course, did everything right. Slightly tilting the umbrella, all the water accumulated in it was already on the shoulder of this strange guy, who was clearly not happy with the annoying Alex. Having entered a strange area, someone was clearly watching Alex and a guy he didn't know in a certain room, in a strange, inexplicable suit. A man was doing something, and the air around him seemed to stink. They were not mistaken. The stinking air came directly from the corpse lying next to the table at which this man in a suit was sitting. It is surprising that he did not feel sick from the stench. It was probably not his first. Raising his hand in the air, a man in a strange suit, as if he had conjured some kind of green spell with just a finger, he said something like, having mastered such power, he will become the real ruler of the city. In the same room, Where there was a stinking corpse and a man in a costume like a killer, there was someone else, crucified on something in the form of a table and tied either with belts or strong ribbons. Leaning closer, one could already see that this man's suit looked like a chef's. He said that the same Claire was bothering him, and if the police started investigating, he would obviously start to have problems. Although Alex had a diary, a voice that seemed to be watching the 9th District said that neither he nor this guy in the cap would ever leave the 9th District again, because they didn't know the true power of the owners of this place. The guy in the cap saw Alex off and, opening the door, invited him in. Behind the open door, there was clearly some kind of smog, like an unpleasant aroma, almost like in that cook's room. Entering the room, the guy threw himself on his knees right next to Alex, saying that he had not seen enthusiasts like Alex for a long time and asked him for help, since he was very afraid. Still lying on his knees, the guy stuck his phone to Alex with an ad on the screen and explained that more than a month ago, he found this ad for renting an apartment and chose it because of the very cheap price. The guy began his story about his experience of living in this apartment. At first, everything was fine, but then some strange things began to happen, because of which he was very scared. But he was never able to move out, since he had paid 6 months in advance and the realtors stopped contacting him. Since yesterday, the guy's events have sharply begun to gain momentum in unpleasant events. He fell asleep in bed, but he woke up in a bloody bathroom. He had a chainsaw in his hands, but looking back, the guy saw a corpse lying next to him. Returning to the room, the guy found a note describing a method for getting rid of traces of a murder. It all seemed strange and unreal. He swore that he was telling the sincere truth. He bought everything he needed, only because it was written so in the instructions for destroying traces of a corpse. He shouted that he was not a murderer and did not want to go to prison. It would seem surprising that Alex believed this poor guy's story, but still asked him to explain something for him. He was surprised it seemed strange that someone unfamiliar could believe him the first time. Alex decided to ask him why all the maniacs like to pretend to be harmless victims. Is it that he doesn't know the acting skills of facial expressions? That he immediately fell to his knees. God, another attempt at an unsuccessful attack on Alex. The guy in the cap first repented so sincerely, and then even took up the knife, pointing it straight at Alex. Ha, that was not the case. Alexa's girlfriend in the form of a chainsaw immediately started dancing. Is it really a loser again who believed in his own strength? A second later, Alex's foot was already somewhere near this guy's head, and he began to ask his own questions, whether he knew anything about the girl from apartment 504. Alex began to press with the force of his foot, right between this guy's eyes, in order to achieve all the desired answers. Since he doesn't want to engage in dialogue, then most likely it's time for the guy to go to hell. He just didn't know yet that Alex shouldn't be made angry. Swinging his powerful weapon, a certain green cloud hung over Alex and this guy, similar to the one that the cook conjured with his finger. Alex is not so simple. This cloud, somewhat similar to a spirit, immediately found itself in his powerful hands. Now this spirit must show Alex the way. Continuing to contain the green entity in his hands, Alex headed down the corridor of the apartment building. In parallel to the events taking place, those same senior students were sitting in one of the apartments of the same building and playing cards. At the moment of their exciting game, someone who looked like a girl seemed to be hanging upside down and watching them. At that moment, Alex, passing by, noticed a rather fascinating picture. A girl, clinging to the balcony railing with her feet, was hanging, looking out of someone else's window. Alex, leaning slightly, said that he was not against any hobby, but asked to maintain the image of a decent person. It seems that one of the high school students noticed some noise, and even that someone hanging upside down was watching them, so the girl went to check the situation. Going out onto the balcony, she realized that there was no one there, and apparently, she didn't find anyone only because Alex had already grabbed this young lady and pulled her closer to him. Pulling the lady towards him, Alex immediately launched his amazing weapon, to which she fearfully asked to turn off this thing and talk calmly. She was ready to fulfill any of his requests. Alex immediately leaned down, looking at her with an intimidating gaze, to see if she knew anything about the missing Claire. The girl was very surprised when she heard the name, telling Alex that she had not heard anything and did not know about some Claire. Still, she abruptly began to remember something. Probably the chainsaw solves everything with its terrifying appearance. The girl began to lead Alex somewhere along the stairs, but he said that they had already passed here. Entering some kind of room or apartment, Alex and the girl from the balcony found another girl sitting on the floor, surprisingly, but she seemed to have no face. The two girls began to chaotically tell and explain something to Alex, but his chainsaw in his hands frightened him greatly, which is why they were shaking in horror. One of them suddenly remembered that she had to take Alex to the cook who was guarding the bodies, but the faceless girl did not understand why she remembered this only now. and why they were looking for him. The ladies immediately headed out to quickly escort Alex to his destination, where Alex would make anyone talk to him. Putting his hand on the door, Alex froze in anticipation. It was at this moment that one of the police support, holding a gun in his hands, swung his boot as if he wanted to knock down the door. Outside, Lisa and Paul tried to direct the process, but rather Lisa tried, and Paul was at a complete loss about what was happening. That same cook, sitting at his workplace, watched the cameras through the TV and laughed loudly at what was happening. It seems he saw everything that was happening outside. Indeed, he was seriously angry. His eyes were filled with rage and horror. He longed for everyone to quickly fall into his hands. But suddenly, the door swung open with a noise exceeding the permissible decibels. From the strength of Alex's hands, in the room that Alex and the girls entered, there was a woman sitting, very reminiscent of an old grandmother because she was wearing Granny's glasses. Tears were flowing from her eyes, and right on the table in front of her was a house of cards. Without hesitation, Alex immediately began asking what she knew about Claire. The old-fashioned girl who turned out to be the keeper of corpses wondered where she had heard this name. The senior students were still playing cards. Having ruined a wonderful evening of their game, some group of people burst into their door with a question about whether all the police in the city are monsters, and maybe they should first find a place to retreat. It seems they were caught in a strange situation and made hostages out of them, forcing them to raise their hands up while standing in the middle of the room. The guy who broke into the senior students went out onto the balcony with a loudspeaker and started shouting to the police that they were already surrounded, and if they didn't want bad things to become a reality, then he had only one advice for them: to act wisely. Lisa and Paul, who were below, watched as the senior students became hostages and were tied up right on the balcony of one of the floors of the house. One of the hostages began to sharply resist, hitting one of the bandits, which is why a very violent fight began on the balcony of the house. The boss of the bandits never came, and of course the police overtook them, putting them with their muzzles on the floor. At this moment, Alex and not 2 but 3 girls were heading somewhere. Last time the keeper of corpses said that most likely Claire was alive. The cook, hovering in the air with a book in his hands, was clearly studying something. Perhaps some new spell. Something extremely strange was happening around. All the police artillery lay dead on the ground. It seems that Mr. Chef was very pleased, as if he had achieved what he had in mind. A certain power reigned around him, which he called upon himself. But squeezing a piece of paper in his hand, he said that he needed just one more push. Here she is, Claire. She is still alive, but she was clearly tortured. The cook asked her questions about the last page that he was missing. He swore to her that having gained some control over the unknown force, he would even make sure that satisfy her. Claire is not so simple. She does not give up, which is why the perverted killer stuck an impressively sized hook into her palm. Suddenly the maniac heard a noise coming from afar. Could anyone really withstand his ability at such a short distance? The girl leaned against the door, opening it a little. She said that the situation did not look like one where some kind of danger could be waiting in the room. Alex extended his hand, which was holding the pages of the diary, straight into the emptiness of the room they found themselves in. Looking at the pieces of paper, he wondered if he was the one who spoke. The floor seemed to fall out from under the feet of the girls who followed along with Alex, and who guided his path to the solution. At this moment, one of the pages slowly headed straight towards the ground. It seems that the maniac suspected something while looking at this page, which was slowly descending right before his eyes. The maniac finally found the last missing push of the emerald slab. His hands opened to their full power, and a kind of spiritual emerald glow began around him. But he still didn't know who had come to him, who Alex was, and what this man with unearthly capabilities was capable of. Trying to stop Alex with his emerald charms, these charms didn't even have time to do anything towards Alex, before he immediately grabbed it with his powerful hands. The maniac didn't understand who Alex was. Was it really the same notorious murderer-persecutor who was standing in front of him? The maniac standing in front of Alex began a monologue that the boss of their organization gave the order to kill Alex. But of course, like any pretending fool who met Alex, he began to justify himself by saying that he was not going to follow anyone's orders, saying that Alex had already mastered the power of the spiritual kingdom. The killer continued to try to look intimidating, talking about how he had already absorbed enough of the life force of these stupid policemen and killers, and from now on, he was no longer under the control of the organization. Alex turned to the side, a certain voice, and clarified whether the voice really spoke about the police. It turns out that it was Claire. Claire, having struck up a dialogue with Alex, warned him that he should be careful and that this power could be dangerous. But he didn't care what kind of power it was. The main thing was who owned this power, immediately cutting her bound hands. Already pointing his green little hands in Alex's direction, the killer exclaimed that he was upset by Alex's act, that he dared to free Claire, He had some hope that they could become allies, but now he would have to kill him. The maniac's target, first of all, was not Alex himself, but that piece of paper from Claire's diary, which had already ended up in a green cloud, which the killer skillfully controlled above his head. A moment later, the maniac's body was on the floor, and something in the form of a green spirit appeared from his back, with his facial features. Leaning towards Alex's face, the spirit threatened him with the fact that they had nowhere to run, and there was no time. They could only bow before him. According to tradition, Alex began to provoke the spirit into aggression, like any other opponent. Alex's trusty chainsaw is in action, and the balloon-shaped spirit is about to learn a very important lesson. A balloon explodes when it gets too big, so it's time for him to lose weight. The killer in the form of a balloon spirit was so huge and intended to eat the biggest victim. That's exactly what was indicated in one of the notes on the parchment. Taking in air to the fullest extent of his chest, the spirit prepared for its next step. Alex simply stood confidently in front of him and looked into his eyes. And behind him, it was as if pieces of the matter of this spirit were scattered. When suddenly the same piece of paper from Claire's diary fell into Alex's hands, even though most of the pages were still in the balloon. Alex was intent on destroying everything to hell, and had already brought his lighter to the edge of the sheet. Having obtained the remaining pages, Alex noticed among them the missing part of the parchment. Having connected the missing parts, several sheets of paper seemed to float in the air, and the girls who came with him and Claire seemed to be bound by some kind of yellow material. This matter seemed to awaken a certain mademoiselle. She was quite pleasant in appearance, absolutely nothing repulsive or frightening. Stretching her hand up, covering her mouth with a yawn, she asked the question why they woke her up so early. She had not slept at all. Alex immediately asked the question if she really was the owner of residential complex number 9. Thus he seemed to her quite smart, since he immediately understood what to ask. The lady told him that even though Alex had become her master by awakening her, she still could not fulfill his wishes. Looking back at the balloon spirit, he didn't care about the rules of wish fulfillment. He wanted her to hush up the nightmare that was happening because of her book, and yeah, he wasn't going to be her master. At this moment, Alex was already taking out from the book something that looked like a sword, with a rather bewitching bright color. Alex immediately confidently swung that same sword at the spirit, with such ease as if with a whip. There were many lives in these apartments that were at risk. Alex's desire was for the lady to figure it out and save them. She immediately began to fulfill his wishes, and her aura shone as much as she could. He was one of those senior students who saw Claire. He was dragging someone on his shoulders. It seems the girl managed to restore all the lives in those apartments. But having fulfilled such a global wish for Alex, the girl could no longer help him in the future. He didn't need it. He needed to find out if there were unidentified children in the residential complex number 9. At that moment, the Catwoman was walking along the corridor, as if in the same apartment, studying the sheet of paper in front of her. The cat, having met with a small childlike spirit that just recently looked like a huge balloon, talked to the cat as if they were already acquaintances. He complained that she did not warn that everything would turn out this way. Rising proudly, the Catwoman called the little spirit useless, since he could not awaken the thirst for blood in the older one. As befits a rude woman, she told him to go to hell, and it was as if something had caught fire behind her back. Mimi was lying on Alex's bed, scrolling through the newsfeed. Of course, the news had already talked about the mysterious events in residential complex number 9, and that the complex was set on fire in a mysterious way. She immediately realized that this was the work of Alex, because he couldn't do something more decent. Returning home, Alex thought that he had come again with nothing. He remembered the cat, trying to understand who she was. Opening the door to the house, he immediately began asking Mimi if she had behaved well. Before he could cross the threshold of his own house, a call rang out. It was Paul, who told about the missing children. They were in an abandoned village, to which he asked Alex to go. Of course, he agreed. Without entering the house, Alex began to leave, asking Mimi to look after the apartment for a while. Mimi clung to Alex, asking to take her with him. She really wanted to help him in his new business. He had no choice but to take her with him. Having met with Lisa, the three of them headed to that same abandoned village. Having walked a little forward, they came across an elderly man who muttered about how these strangers did not deserve pity. They immediately asked who he was. It turned out that this grandfather was the elder of this village. But Alex and the company did not plan to reveal the map of their appearance there, so they pretended to be lost tourists. Taking money from his pocket, Alex tried to negotiate with the old man about spending the night in this place. But the old man insisted that, according to tradition, the village does not accept strangers for the night. Having paid decently, the old man nevertheless agreed to stop the strangers. But at the same time, he gave instructions about the prohibition of looking out of the window and going out into the street at night, and under no circumstances entering the hall. Creating the impression of a cute and stupid loser, Alex assured the old man that they were tired and would go to sleep soon. They would definitely not let curiosity get the better of them. As soon as the elder left the room, Alex immediately suggested that everyone quickly go to the hall. Lisa, enraged, immediately began screaming that the old man had a ban on this. Alex still managed to calm her down, and together they went in search of something unknown. Entering one of the rooms, they saw a huge box standing on the floor, which clearly contained something important and resembled a coffin. Having opened the lid, everyone except Lisa was not pleased with what they saw. Behind the lid of the huge coffin was the same old man who had met and seen them off. But it looked like he had been dead for a long time. While the frightened Lisa was trying to understand how this was possible, because someone had met them. And then he was dead. Mimi was already laughing at the top of her lungs about the fact that a ghost had met them. Suddenly they heard a certain roar that was coming from afar. Mimi was making fun of Lisa about ghosts, that they were the ones making the noise. They went to check what was happening. Having found a certain staircase, Alex gradually went down the steps. But if you look closely, his puppet was sitting on his shoulder. It seems that she herself was a little scared. Alex told the puppet that now was her time to shine, and she began to light the way. After walking a short distance, Alex found a girl chained to the bed. She was very scared, but she could not scream because her mouth was taped and her hands were tied. Alex walked up to her and gestured that there was no need to make any noise. He peeled off her mouth and began to free her hands, simultaneously asking what happened and how she ended up here. It was the same girl from the video. She said that some people grabbed her and brought her here. They were talking about some kind of sacrifice. Then she said that it seems that the unknown people changed their minds about her, considering her too attractive for this. They decided to leave her as a wife. At that moment, it dawned on Alex. If they changed their mind about using the girl as a victim, who would then take her place? She pointed behind the guy. It seemed like someone was approaching from behind. Alex sweetly greeted the guy who entered the room. The man shouted at the guy for daring to touch his wife and stabbed Alex with a long knife. However, this did not bother Alex, who pointed his finger back. In fact, the real Alex was behind him. What the man pierced was an illusion of a puppet. The guy approached the man very close, promising to stab him once too. Frightened, the man ran away. But within a second, for some reason, he found himself chained to the bed instead of the girl. Alex put a knife on his chest and said that he has one principle in life. The one who harmed him should get back 10 times more, so he will stab him 10 times, no less. The man screamed in horror. He was ready to do whatever the guy asked, and Alex asked where the children were who had disappeared in the village. The maniac immediately replied that they were in the cemetery and would be sacrificed tonight. Alex thanked the man for his cooperation and took out a chainsaw. Terrifying screams began to be heard from the secret passage. Lisa began to worry about the guy, but Mimi immediately calmed her down, saying that Alex always had everything under control, and he knew exactly what he was doing. A couple of minutes later, Alex got out, bringing with him the rescued hostage. He immediately shared the good news because now they know where the children are. Mimi and Lisa immediately recognized the girl from the video. They were glad that she was alive, but then they heard some strange noise. Carefully pulling back the curtain, they began to observe what was happening on the street. As soon as they looked out the window, they saw a real horror happening on the street. A crowd of people dressed in ritual costumes was holding a funeral right in the middle of the night. Alex had his own plan. He changed into a suit that fit perfectly into that crowd on the street in order to get closer. But Lisa was unhappy. The fact that it was night was no longer normal. He was also trying to get there. Looking back at Lisa, Alex tried to reassure her by saying that he had once worked in a funeral home, and in his hands was a Chinese pipe, which he knew how to play quite well. Today, Alex will show everyone what it means to blow the trumpet and disappoint your parents. He was already very close and was literally breathing down the back of one of the guys from that ritual crowd. A man whose face was completely covered with a mask, lifting something similar into white rings into the air, began to shout, calling on everyone around to start blowing trumpets, cover the coffin and look at those who leave, rise and who are followed by white fog. Still not hearing the noise from the pipe, the man in the mask became furious. He did not understand where the pipe had gone and called on him to start blowing it as soon as possible. Noticing that the person who was supposed to sound a certain melody was Alex, the guy next to him nudged him on the shoulder and hurried him to start the melody. Alex asked him if he was sure that it was time for him to start. He again hurried Alex, not understanding why this eccentric was so slow with the melody. Still, he began to play his own melody, which was quite popular and even a little romantic. The words of the song sounded like, "I will never run around you, I will never leave you." The girls looking straight at Alex and listening to the melody were at a loss as to what he was doing. The leader of this crowd turned to Alex and called him an idiot because he was doing this. Someone from the crowd began to say that among them there was already such an arrogant boy, whose fingers and him were fed entirely to pigs. Leaning towards the guy talking about pigs, Alex whispered that he had something better than pigs. The masked guy behind Alex told him to be quiet. Alex realized that the person in the mask was not a ghost. It was a catwoman who lifted her mask slightly. This scarlet, bloody silhouette was an unclean deity, worshipped by the villagers who were under an evil curse. It was very fond of the unclean bodies of 16-year-old virgins. That's how the village disappeared from the face of the earth. The villagers became murderers, and every child or girl who set foot on these lands became sacrifice victims. By sacrificing a very ugly girl to the wicked, the residents screwed up, which made it very angry, and next time it would have destroyed the entire village. So they had to put the real beauty that Alex had already saved in the coffin. Suddenly a knock was heard from the other side of the coffin. The leader of the crowd began to call on all residents to sing a funeral song. Singing along to each other and carrying the coffin in a huge crowd, they headed forward into the thick of the forest darkness. Having reached the cemetery, the head ordered everyone to stop where they were standing. Right in the cemetery, the children, bound and gagged, were sobbing on their knees. That's where the missing children were all this time. The masked man began to open the coffin lid with something large and rusty. The ugliest girl that humanity could create has appeared. The people who had gathered to perform the ceremony were in wild horror, realizing what fate awaited them, after what sacrifice they had made to the wicked, how this could happen, and where that stranger had gone. Alex immediately ran to save the children. But they were enchanted by some kind of magic. He began to try to wake them up by shouting out children's fears. Something that crept up from behind laid out its bony, terrible hand with long claws. It was an incredible monster, with a long, purple tongue, looking at Alex with its bloody, scary eyes, as if it wanted to lick him or eat him completely. There was the sound of a working chainsaw, which Alex was already swinging at full speed. Out of nowhere, the hands of some blue creature appeared, which grabbed the tongued monster right by the neck and almost twisted it. These tentacles turned out to be a catwoman. She thought of bringing the body-tailed creature to the funeral, and while Alex's heart was open, she longed to tell him everything. Leaning towards Alex, she confessed her love for him, continuing with the phrase that people tend not to value what is too easy to get. There was no time to continue the dialogue. The cat shouted that it was time to fight off the invasion of ghosts, pulling out her sword. It would be like a competition to see who could kill the most ghosts, which brought Alex even more excitement and pleasure from the battle. The cat froze from the fact that her pet accepted the offer to hold competitions. She was sure that she had become even closer to his heart. Residents immediately began to run away from these angry madmen in the form of Alex and the Catwoman. They needed help to somehow carry out the howling ritual. That ugly woman intended to attack everyone who dared to disturb her sacrifice to the wicked. So Alex instructed the cat to take charge of her, while he took all the missing children away from the cemetery. Alex gathered all the children and ordered them to follow right behind him. If they stumble, they will have an unforgettable night in the bad sense of the word. Mimi looked out the window to look at the area and understand what was happening. She saw the leader and ordered everyone to hide. The door to their room opened and two men tried to invite the girls to play pranks with them. They talked about how they would have beautiful wives, meaning girls, and licking their lips disgustingly while looking at them. As soon as the man tried to take half a step, Lisa immediately took out her gun and shot at him. At that moment, Mimi was trying to deal with that licking man, thrusting her fist straight into his nasty mouth, while explaining to Lisa that they had long since died and the bullets were not a hindrance to them. Finally, all sorts of things, and Mimi's bombs came in handy. There was a huge explosion. Lisa and Mimi quickly pulled up their masks in the hope that no one would suspect them. At this time, Alex was still seeing off the missing children. An elder appeared in front of Alex with a crowd behind him, who yelled at him that he would cut Alex into pieces in the name of an evil deity. The children were incredibly frightened by the picture they saw, and immediately glued themselves to Alex, begging for help. Having already taken out his powerful tool, Alex leaned over to one of the boys and asked everyone to cover their eyes. Otherwise, they would receive childhood trauma that no psychologist could cure. It seems that the villagers were not in their own territory. A giant with a huge axe appeared in front of them, as if in one movement he would blow off their heads. The residents were completely horrified. Everyone was scared. They almost burst into tears. Without trying even the slightest bit of luck, they began to run far away from the monster, their heels only sparkling from their escape. They didn't understand why they had been running for ages, but they never ran out of the village. They stopped in vain. This giant overtook them again. But then it was as if a certain brother of the giant appeared right before their eyes. And this big guy no longer had an axe, but a giant hammer capable of turning them into minced meat. It was then that Alex came out, which they especially did not expect. And the chainsaw in Alex's hands illuminated his eyes brightly, so that these losers could carefully examine the color of the eyes of a real monster. The elder wondered where he came from. The girl said that he fell into the toilet. Just one click of the fingers and Alex's alter personality was already standing in front of them. A scary woman with blades instead of fingers. A man in a hood was approaching the village. His mask, reminiscent of a pig, was visible from under the hood. In front of this unknown person, there was a certain toy, to which he bent down and knelt down. Taking out his blunt-ended knife, he began to shed blood, cutting his middle finger. Each and subsequent drop of blood fell directly on that toy, which looked like a bandaged mummy up close. Having uttered the spell out loud, a second later this man had already summoned a voodoo ghost, who immediately began to scream with rage. Somewhere near Alex, holding his strongest weapon in his hands, the sound of a crack coming closer began to be heard. Alex suddenly screamed because the children had disappeared somewhere, but he ordered them to close their eyes and stay where they stood. The voodoo monster began to deal with everyone who got in its way, making sounds similar to a whistle. The man who controlled the ghost ordered him to eat the ghosts that came his way, because the more ghosts he eats, the more powerful his power becomes. Mimi took out her Molotov cocktail and was shaking it up and down, wondering if ghosts could burn. It turns out that it was the cat who took those children. They all raised their heads together, and one of the children decided to ask her if everything would be all right with the chainsaw man. Suddenly, Alex saw someone in front of him, which was very surprising. Some people dressed in black appeared in front of him, carrying on their shoulders something that looked like a huge coffin. They wanted to take the bride to the evil spirits, and before the wedding, feed the children to the deity. But Alex slyly offered a deal, taking over their work. The hand of one of the people in a black suit shook directly from the sound of a wound-up chainsaw. It clearly terrified him. Alex immediately changed into a black suit like those guys in order to blend in with them. But he did not take into account one thing. His skin color was different. Therefore, Alex was smeared with black soil and fit perfectly into this group of hard workers. Alex immediately began humming a song and walking forward. A hissing sound began to be made from underground, and some zombies, real walking dead, began to crawl out all around. A terrifying creature appeared in a strange costume, with large fangs like those of a rhinoceros. This monster wanted to know where the children were. Pointing its long arms at Alex, it asked what was the matter, what was happening here. Just as Alex wanted to start explaining something, it began to rain, which immediately began to wash away the black soil from his face. It was awkward, but Alex couldn't be broken. He asked the monster to turn around. When it turned around, it clearly thought Alex was trying to distract it so it could escape, but standing behind it was the ugly bride. The bride quickly dealt with him and dragged him into the hole to quickly celebrate their wedding. The monster was furious. The residents again set him up. One could observe how the bride pulled him deeper and deeper in order to quickly enjoy the body of her future husband. Returning to the village, Alex met a voodoo ghost on his way. That man in the mask immediately showed up to Alex and began shouting that he had finally found Alex, giving the order to the ghost to quickly eat him. Vroom, the chainsaw had already started, and Alex headed towards this scoundrel. The cat and the children were carefully hiding around the corner. She pointed out to the children the house they needed to move to. They were waiting there, and she needed to continue fighting the monsters and stay. Touched by the master, she thought about how he excites her. It seems that the voodoo ghost still will not survive from the hands of Alex. It was noticeable how in this fight, the monster's hands flew straight away from the body. The man in the hood clearly felt like a failure. He did not expect that his ghost would not be able to overcome Alex. He decided to get his trump card. Again, a parody of Alex. The eyes of the man with the face of a pig were filled with a certain purple aura, and he began to wave his hands with some gestures. Thus, he seemed to absorb the monster's voodoo aura in order to be saturated with ghostly powers. Now he looks like a pork butcher. He was so satisfied with his new body and the strength he gained, imagining how he would cut Alex into small pieces. Alex turned his head and saw something right in front of him. It was a system window, which by the way had not appeared for a long time. It reminded Alex that the complexity of the mission was endless. It seems that that same bride eventually merged with her husband and now looks like a huge fat monster. And she clearly fell in love with the pig monster. She already imagined how wonderful their relationship was starting. Sharply throwing open the door of the house, Alex entered, shouting for everyone to quickly get ready. It was time for them to leave immediately. That ugly girl devoured everything in her path. She added the appearance of another of her lovers. But this time, she already had her eye on Alex. Alex ordered everyone to run out of the building through the back window while he dealt with the sow. The kids hurriedly ran to the tunnel. Having quickly dealt with the sow, Alex and his company found themselves in a police car. It seems that they were not very comfortable. The three of them crammed together, sitting in front. Everyone was somehow tense and not very talkative. Finally, they reached the police station, getting out of this hell. All the parents of those lost children had already gathered at the station, and standing around Alex, they expressed their most sincere words of gratitude to him for his help. Alex finally got home. Coming out of the shower, Alex noticed Mimi making some kind of bomb, although he warned her not to break into his house. 3 days later, Alex went to a prison for men to talk with a certain criminal. The SWAT team wished Alex luck, and he entered the cell. Entering the cell, a tank woman was sitting on the floor, so calm and chained with 2 chains at once. Alex knew that she was at the top of the organization, so he wanted to find out from her where the Lake of Coffins was and what was hidden there. But she was not going to tell him anything yet. Of course, our hero had a plan B. He took out his phone and showed her a photo of her younger sister, and told her that she had turned into a zombie and disappeared forever in an abandoned village. Tank became incredibly angry, breaking the chains on her hands, and began screaming, "Do they really want an uprising, and where's her sister's corpse?" After this, she immediately told Alex that the Lake of Coffins is 15 kilometers from the eastern suburbs. It is located inside a mountain, and the boss is in charge of this place. She added that the secret of the poisoning case 15 years ago is hidden in this place. Placing her hand on Alex's shoulder, she added that she knew that Alex was the legendary victim. Alex reached the mountain that the tank woman was talking about. He took Mimi with him on his trip. Suddenly, Alex heard some noise similar to footsteps and froze for a second to listen. Carefully sneaking up was a local old man from the mountain. Looking into Alex's eyes with an angry look, he warned Alex that the road ahead was quite dangerous and he had better go back to where he came from. The old man immediately told everyone to be quiet. If the ghosts in the lake heard their words, they would definitely knock on Alex's window tonight. Mimi wondered if there were ghosts in the lake. The old man said that one day, while near the lake, he heard a strange gurgling of water, and a terrifying picture appeared before him. Dozens of terrible heads appeared on the surface of the lake. He was so scared that he started running away so fast that he lost his pants. Having heard about the heads, Alex realized that they were very similar to those strange fish that he had seen at the headquarters of the fictitious organization. The old man begged them to listen to him about the danger on their way, but this did not frighten Mimi, but rather, on the contrary, added a sense of excitement. Alex invited the old man to play the role of their guide, of course, through force. Hearing a splash on the water, the old man again began screaming about the danger and risk of his own lives. He was shaking so badly from horror that he was sweating. Huge heads began to appear right in the middle of the water, making sounds like they were chewing something. Mimi always has something with her to make things worse for the bad guys. She began to spill a certain potion into the water, which she called paraquat. It seemed to work. The water ghosts began screaming at the top of their lungs. Suddenly, Alex felt someone on the island next to the lake. They immediately jumped into the boat and sailed across the Lake of Coffins. The old man whined that rowing was getting harder and harder, but Mimi tried to explain to him that it was because of the heads that were clinging to the oars. It seemed that they didn't want them to get to the island. The mad heads grabbed onto the old man's oar like piranhas and began to chew through it. Alex felt someone's gaze that was clearly watching them. He asked everyone to hide. How did Lisa end up here, in the middle of a terrible lake in absolute solitude? I probably thought that she was fearless. Right at that moment, a creature from the depths of the lake jumped out at her. The head was talking, and managed to say that Lisa is a very nice girl. The monster just likes to eat people like that. The police officer instantly took out a pistol from its holster. She began to shoot back, and suddenly another creature jumped out of the lake, but it was already taller than an ordinary person. Lisa already had time to think that she was sure, but Alex arrived in time, defeating the monster with a chainsaw. The creatures got scared and dived back into the lake. They were very frightened and swam deeper to tell their relatives about the impudent one. Mimi called the guys onto her boat because she noticed something unusual and needed to get out of here urgently. Lisa and Alex moved into the boat with the old man. It seems they were surrounded by creatures. The guys were trying to come up with an escape plan. But Mimi already had everything covered because she had a poisonous mixture with her, which allowed her to calmly make her way to the shore, where they left the boat and continued on foot. After walking a little, they discovered a large, dark house in the forest. It looked abandoned. They got inside and began to explore the premises. Suddenly, Alex noticed a mobile phone lying on the table. It's very strange that someone's phone is lying here. Besides, only the camera was available on it. All other functions were blocked. Suddenly, everyone heard some kind of roar. A huge hand of some monster crawled out of the door, which was closed with chains. Everyone rushed to hold the door so that the monster did not enter their room. Alex then looked at his cell phone screen and saw himself. The guy guessed that someone had built a video surveillance system into the monster's eyes. At that moment, Mimi threw something at the door that opened and told everyone to lie down. There was an explosion behind the door because it was a homemade bomb from a schoolgirl. Alex continued to watch the video camera on his mobile phone. He saw his back. The old man also looked at the screen, and then they both saw the shadow of a monster approaching from behind. The monster swung at the old man. A red light was burning in his eye. Most likely it was a video surveillance camera. Alex pushed the old man aside and pointed his huge chainsaw at the monster. The next second, he cut him in half. The footage is so terrible that we cannot show it here. The sound of breaking glass was heard, and the guys saw that monsters had begun to break into the house. There was a whole crowd of them. Alex ordered everyone to go up to the second floor, and he directed his gaze at the arriving crowd of creatures. Now a fight will begin. The Catwoman was watching everything that was happening on the roof. She did not expect that the eldest would be here so soon. I wonder if he could defeat such a crowd of monsters alone. The guy started chopping in all directions. He laid down the monsters in packs, as if they were minced meat for burgers. Alex thought if these are all the monsters there are, then he is disappointed, because his appetite has only just begun to work out. Behind him stood a man who was watching him. He called the guy a bastard and decided to take advantage of the fact that the group was divided. Those who ran to the second floor could be taken hostage. He ran up the stairs and knocked down the doors, shouting at everyone to stay where they were because they were now in his hands. However, to put it mildly, he underestimated the people he chose as his victims. A second later, he saw a schoolgirl behind him with a bomb in her hands. Lisa put a gun to his head and asked who they were and what they were doing here. It turns out that they are a group of doctors who experiment on people. They have developed a drug that turns people into monsters. They are not going to stop until they create an entire army of zombie killers who can carry out all their orders. Everyone noticed that it had become too quiet below. The old man had already begun to read a prayer, seeing off Alex on his last journey. But the guy stood below the bodies of the defeated victims, safe and sound. He removed the mask from one of the monsters. Putting it on his face, Alex spoke out a plan. He needs to collect more information, so he goes to collect data. He found the entrance to the room where there was a group of criminals. Alex went inside and waved his hand to everyone, saying that their monsters had successfully dealt with the intruders. Because of his mask, he was mistaken for one of the doctors of the organization. He was asked how things were going with his cannibal killers, whom he had recently learned to control. The guys in suits seemed to have financed this project. They were eager to see the result with their own eyes. Alex said that now he will show them everything in detail. The guy took out a chainsaw and cut the ropes on one of the monsters that was tied up in the corner. Suddenly, one of the criminals recognized Alex and told everyone that this was the same legendary tormentor of murderers. Alex took off his mask and said that the man had confused him with someone because he was just an ordinary innocent victim. The man ordered his colleagues to immediately release all the cannibals. One of them immediately attacked Alex. The guy was ready for this. He had already worked hard today, but he would never get tired of killing monsters. At this time, the tired old man pressed the button, and a secret passage opened in the room. The man ran down the stairs as quickly as possible. Having gone down to the very bottom, the old man knocked on the door. He went into his boss's office and reported that they were in big trouble, because the most dangerous victim in the world was now here. However, the boss had one wonderful remedy in store. He told the man to take it upstairs and spray it. The gas should strengthen the monsters several times. The old man was happy because now there was a chance to win. The boss watched the CCTV cameras with pleasure. He anticipated Alex's defeat. The leader of the branch noticed that from behind Alex very much resembled their doctor. At this time, Alex continued to chop monsters as if it was child's play for him. They seemed very weak to him. The joyful old man went up to the first floor and asked Alex to say his last words because death would overtake him in a matter of moments. He threw the serum and the gas began to spread. The cannibals sharply intensified and became brutal. Out of extreme rage, the creature hit one of the criminals. This surprised Alex because logically the creatures were supposed to protect their owners. But now they attacked everyone indiscriminately. One of the monsters attacked Alex, taking advantage of the fact that the guy was lost in thought. A moment later, the monster split into two parts, of course, not by its own will, but by the will of a powerful chainsaw. The boss watched all this and realized that it was time for Plan B. He cut his own hand so that the scent of blood filled the air. The creatures that lived in the depths of the lake began to crawl out. They looked for the source of the smell and immediately headed towards the house. Within a couple of minutes, hundreds of creatures surrounded the house and began to break in. The guys noticed that there was such a roar on the street, as if a train was rushing past. Mimi rummaged a little in her backpack and pulled out a surprise she had prepared in advance. The plan was as simple as a Swiss watch. Just throw the criminal off the second floor and put a bomb in his pocket. That's exactly what they did. Seeing the falling body, the cannibals immediately reached out to it. A couple of moments later, an explosion sounded. The guys gathered to find Alex if he was still alive. But on the first floor, among the mountains of corpses, he was not there. The old man offered to throw him, thinking that he had already been eaten. But the monsters continued to break into the house. They just didn't stop. Mimi and Lisa began to fight them off with all the weapons they had. The old man found a way down, and as soon as they gained some time, they ran there. Success, they finally found Alex, who was just chopping the monsters into pieces. For the record, he noted that these were cannibals. Killing them did not count. However, when they went down, they brought a tail with them. Alex turned to face them, preparing to parry the attacks. The leader of their underwater group came along with the monsters. He invited Alex to measure his strength with him, because he had proven himself to be a professional killer, to which the guy replied that it was only self-defense. The monster challenged Alex to a duel, a one-on-one battle. Alex didn't wait for a command and knocked the monster off his feet with a powerful kick. He flew to the very end of the room and hit the wall. The monster was able to get up. He was glad of Alex's strength, because now he can fight with someone seriously. The leader of the monsters lit up with a green flame. He shouted that after his transformation, not a single person had remained alive. Alex, of course, immediately began to prove the opposite. He hit the monster in the stomach with all his might. His speed was so fast that he did not even have time to blink. The blow hit an extremely painful place. For a second, we even felt sorry for the monster. But this is a cannibal. We should not feel sorry for him. Alex turned to his guys and said that he was finished, but the old man showed that it was not over yet. The monster stood up. The monster froze in thought. He took a breath and said that he wants Alex to become their boss, because his strength is incredible. They need just such a leader. All the monsters repeated after the leader and knelt in front of Alex. The boss realized that the cannibals would no longer be of any use. He needed to take the situation into his own hands. He had one last chance left, the pill that the Catwoman gave him. It should be used only as a last resort, but it would make him incredibly strong. The pill was straight from the spiritual realm. It's better not to deal with such things just like that, but there is simply no other way out. The man swallowed the pill. A blue aura shone around him. His feet began to leave the ground. He felt a surge of incredible power. An incomprehensible vibration appeared under my feet. Everyone thought that the battles were over for today, when suddenly a huge hole appeared in the wall. The boss came out from there. Now he himself transformed into a huge monster. The boss called Alex to his place and invited him to fight. If he wins, he will tell him all the secrets of the poisoning 15 years ago at school. Without hesitation, Alex immediately agreed and showed himself to the boss. The monster promised to show him true power, and began to concentrate energy around itself. Then he sharply struck a blow at Alex, who barely managed to block it. The guy could barely stand on his feet. But the shockwave threw Alex back and slammed him into the wall. Such a blow hit Alex hard. It was unclear whether the hero would be able to recover from this. He did not move. Holding their breath, everyone watched what was happening in trepidation. For the first time in her life, Lisa saw that Alex had suffered seriously. Would he be able to recover from this? Was he really able to do it? The guy got to his feet. It was clear how hard it was for him, but he did it. He adjusted his shoulder and said that he really did not expect such strength. It looks like he should finally get serious. Get ready now. For the first time, Alex will not hold back and show his real, true strength. Behold the most terrible victim in history. Dear viewer, if you liked the video, please like, write a comment, and subscribe. I will be extremely pleased, and I will try to release the second part even faster. But I really need your activity.